Chapter 36, Passion. A peculiar spaceship flew at a constant speed in the skies above the Aegean Sea. After a while, it started its descent towards a seemingly empty area with no landmass in sight. So this is how you've managed to stay hidden from the world all these centuries. An illusion spell, Naruto said, impressed. The reason for his amazement was that there was an archipelago of islands of several miles across each that had been hidden by the concealment spell. To cast a spell of such proportions was definitely the work of a god. Don't land too fast. Give them time to gather their troops. They're going to feel safer if they have their weapons in their hands, Wonder Woman suggested. Naruto looked at her weirdly. Why would they need weapons? You're hiding something from me, aren't you? The princess cleared her throat awkwardly. Actually Dash. Don't even think about lying, shrew. Kyuubi growled from the side. He was not going to forget any time soon that Diana betrayed him and left him to get beaten up by Naruto. What did you call me? She said and glared daggers at the fox. Fox and woman glared at each other intensely for a few very long moments. But a sudden flick on the forehead snapped both their heads up and they let out yelps of pain. The hell was that for, dipshit? Kyuubi shouted. Naruto, you're going to pay for this. Diana also yelled. Wonder Woman and Kyuubi looked at each other briefly, communicating through their eyes. A mere second was enough to reach an understanding and then they nodded at each other. When they both turned their head to look at him at the same time, he felt a chill go down his spine. Guys, cut the nonsense. Look, we're going to land soon, no time to fool around now. Guys Dash? Now, it was his time to yell for help when the fox and the Amazon jumped on him. He had tried to break them and stop them from fighting, but the two ended up joining hands against him. Naruto learned that day to never get between Kyuubi and Diana again. By the time Kyuubi and Wonder Woman got their fill from beating up the blonde, several hundred women riding on horses had already gathered up on the island below. I assume they don't like visitors, Naruto said when he saw the large group of women wielding primitive weapons. Not one bit. Especially when it's a man, Wonder Woman said quietly. Should I kill them? The ever-trigger-happy Bijou suggested from the side, only to be met with two pairs of eyes glaring at him. I'm just saying. The fox pouted. Their spaceship was now only 100 feet above the ground, floating in the air. How should we deal with them? Naruto asked when he saw the hundreds of women pulling on their bows, aiming at the ship. Preferably, he did not want to fight against them. After all, it was the first time he was going to see his future mother-in-law. What would she think of him if he started beating the crap out of her people? Makes me think of that documentary with the tribes of savage cavemen from the jungle of South America, he thought absent-mindedly, images of indigenous people throwing their spears and arrows at helicopters playing at the front of his mind. You just thought of something rude, didn't you? Diana abruptly said, throwing him a mean look. He was a little freaked out. I've heard of a woman's intuition, but this, bruh. He wisely chose to not answer her question. Diana sighed. Open the trapdoor, I'll go talk to them. You've been exiled from Themyscira already, but it looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. What's the reason you're bringing a man to Themyscira again, sister? A red-haired woman clad in full-body armor shouted. The first time Wonder Woman brought men to Paradise Island had been for the sake of saving the Amazons who had been turned into stone by the evil sorcerer Faust. Despite that she had saved the lives of everyone on the island, due to their laws, Hippolyta had been forced to exile her. Men stepping on the land of Themyscira was a great taboo, apparently even big enough to cancel the merits of saving the lives of hundreds of Amazons. It's good to see you too, Artemis, Diana replied kindly, trying to ignore the redhead's aggressive tone. Before the rest of the Amazons had a chance to start shouting, she continued, I returned to Themyscira under the orders of Zeus himself. I was ordered to head into Tartarus by myself and slay Hades as proof of my loyalty to the gods of Olympus. Loud murmurs broke from the army of women and even the headstrong Amazon, Artemis, looked shocked. Princess, what have you done? She asked wide-eyed. To everyone gathered there, Zeus' orders to Diana to go to Tartarus were no different than a death sentence. In their eyes, Diana was basically ordered by the gods to commit suicide. What about the man that came with you on the ship? A dark-skinned woman asked. He chose to follow me into Tartarus and help me in my task. Her words brought another wave of unrest among the Amazons. A man chose to dash? No way. Amazons were women who had died unjustly at the hands of men in their past lives. As a way of alleviating their suffering, goddess Aphrodite took their souls and reincarnated them into the current Amazons. Goddess Athena had taken a liking to the goddess of love's endeavor and joined hands with her, becoming one of the patron goddesses of the Amazons. While the Amazons worshipped all the Olympian gods, Aphrodite and Athena were the deities that Amazons held in the highest esteem in their hearts, something that was proven through the fact that only these two goddesses had a temple dedicated to them specifically on the island of Paradise. That said, the Amazons had been taught from the beginning to hate men. Misandry was a major part of their culture, especially after the way that Hades dragged them into his betrayal of the Olympian gods. For them, it was unthinkable that a man had willingly chosen to follow Wonder Woman and go to die together with her. Men were devils in their eyes. It was while the Amazons were befuddled and did not know what to do that their queen finally arrived on the beach too, riding her white horse. "Diana, you didn't tell me that you were in a relationship with a man," Hippolyta said snidely and looked at the man with reddish-blonde spiky hair next to her daughter. His slit red eyes and the 3 pairs of dark scars on his cheeks were making her secretly nervous. It was not too far off to mistake him for a demon. "Mother I dash." Diana began to say but fell silent when she saw Artemis, the Amazon with long red hair, coming into the throne room, next to Hippolyta. "Don't mind me, go on," Artemis said, "I'm also curious to hear what made you fall in love with a pig." Bang! A massive appendage slammed into the Amazon's body, violently launching her into one of the walls of the rooms. She lost her consciousness on the spot. "Kurama! What the hell are you doing?" Diana shouted in disbelief. It was the first time Naruto and Kyuubi had ever heard the princess cuss. Nonetheless, Kyuubi did not seem to care. Having grown to be as large as a horse, the 9-tailed fox looked exactly like a demon. His deep growls and his crimson-red yes sent terror into the eyes of anyone who saw him. The Yellow Lantern Corps had tried to recruit him in the past for a good reason. His ability to provoke fear was unmatched. "A bunch of lowly monkeys not knowing their place," the fox said angrily. He did not mind it when he and Naruto were calling each other names and beat the crap out of one another. But the moment that anyone else disrespected Naruto, Kyuubi would fiercely defend him, and when someone spoke ill of the fox, Naruto would teach those people a lesson too. Seeing the way that the Amazons as a whole were disregarding Naruto and then hearing Artemis calling him a pig was the last drop that spilt the glass. "I held back out of respect for you, Diana," Kyuubi said, "but make no mistake. I won't allow anyone to treat me or Naruto like garbage." He would never allow anyone to treat Naruto like the villagers in Konoha had treated him when he was a kid, or how his female teammate abused him on a daily basis. If Naruto did not stand up for himself due to various reasons, the fox was going to do it. "Did you hear that, woman?" Kyuubi turned his head and growled at Hippolyta. Naruto facebombed himself. "There goes my good first impression." He blew out a long sigh. "All right, calm down everyone," he said eventually. "Listen, I know some men are horrible, but it goes the same for some women too. There are good and bad apples everywhere. You can't just dump everyone in the same pot." "You mean to say you're one of the good apples?" Hippolyta asked. "Is me following her to Tartarus to kill a god not proof enough that I love her?" Naruto said, looking straight into her eyes. "Besides, there's a much easier way to see the truth of my words, isn't it?" This time, Hippolyta could not mask her surprise. "Do you mean dash?" "Yes, use the lasso of truth on me," Naruto confirmed. "You don't need to do this, Naruto." Diana unexpectedly refused. "I've never doubted your feelings for one moment. But your mother does. Just give her the lasso, Diana. Think if you were a parent, wouldn't you want to see what your daughter's suitor really thinks in his mind?" "I know I would." "It's understandable." Though still not happy, she eventually handed the lasso of truth to her mother. Appearing rather hesitant, the queen of the Amazons came to Naruto and put the lasso loosely around his neck, on his shoulders. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at him up close. Not many people would willingly give someone permission to find out what truly lay in the depths of their heart. "You can ask me anything you want," he said, giving her the green light. Hippolyta nodded at him. Then, the lasso of truth started to glow with a golden light. "The lasso of Hestia commands you to speak the truth. Answer me, do you love Diana?" Naruto's face winced. His mind instinctively reacted to the magical intrusion that tried to scour through his thoughts. "It feels similar to the Uchiha's Genjutsu. Maybe I could break out of it if I wanted?" But in spite of those thoughts, he did not fight against it and let the lasso control him. "Yes, I do." Hippolyta asked. "Why are you willing to follow Diana into Tartarus?" "Because I love her. I will protect her, even at the cost of my life." If Wonder Woman was the same person from a year ago, the one from before she had met Naruto, hearing someone saying those words, especially a man, would provoke anger in her. She was the proud princess of the Amazons. She did not need someone to protect her, much less a man. Currently, however, his words filled her heart with warmth. Naruto did not often tell her that he loved her, but whenever he did, she felt butterflies in her stomach. Hippolyta did not miss the tender expression on her daughter's face, nor the love smoldering in her blue eyes. Even before she asked the first question, the fact that Naruto brought forth by himself the suggestion to be tested under the lasso of truth had already won over her trust. Seeing the way Diana was looking at him made her understand that the two of them truly held deep feelings for each other. Since that's the case, I might as well give them a little push, a little help, the queen thought to herself. Unlike other Amazons, she did not abhor all men. She knew that there were good people among men too, as Naruto said. It was just that she did not want her daughter to make the same mistake as she had done, to fall in love with the wrong person, with a man who would use her and then throw her away. But now that she was convinced that Naruto was sincere about his feelings for Diana, she did not mind them being together. Therefore, she decided to actually support them, as a mother should. What are your plans in regards to Diana in the future? Hippolyta asked, indirectly giving Naruto the chance to say that he wanted to marry her. Under the coercion of the lasso of truth, Naruto answered. I want us to leave the earth together because the rabble of this planet does not deserve her. I want her to be happy. I want to marry her and have a daughter with her. Diana was on the verge of tearing up. Hippolyta appeared to be moved too by his answer. I think it's enough, mother, the princess said. She wanted nothing more than to hug him at that moment. All right, but I have one more question. Hippolyta said. What is that you like the most about my daughter? Her muscles, Naruto replied. QB. Diana. Hippolyta. The three of them looked at Naruto with blank faces, in disbelief. The lasso of Hestia commands you to speak the truth. Hippolyta repeated in an authoritative voice. What do you love the most about my daughter? Answer me. When Hippolyta asked that question again, QB thought to himself. Oh, boy. Now she's done it. You opened a can of worms you shouldn't have. As someone who had been with Naruto from the very day he was born, the fox knew his character better than anyone else. He knew what was about to come. Naruto's face stiffened for a moment, a sign that the lasso was truly working on him, and then he said again. Her muscles. When the effect of the lasso ended, he could not help saying in annoyance. What, you were expecting me to say her big boobs or something? Yes, I love her boobs too, but it doesn't compare to her muscles. Naruto. Diana cried out in embarrassment and flushed. But when she saw his eyes roaming up and down her body shamelessly and his lecherous grin, her face turned even redder, all the way to her ears. The blonde-haired Amazon queen looked at him still with a blank face, not knowing what to say. Interpreting her being at a loss for words as her judging him for his tastes, Naruto said self-righteously. Boobs are great and ass is great too. But her muscles? That's where it is. He was speaking with passion, his eyes burning with conviction. Long legs with strong calves, thick thighs, and wide hips contrasting with a thin waist. A strong core with six-pack abs and a defined V-cut combined with a pair of large breasts and a toned, big ass. Now, he was speaking even more fervently, with reverence in his voice. The peak of athleticism meeting the peak of female body attractiveness, resulting in perfection given human form. You scrubs know nothing. How can someone look so strong but tender too at the same time? How can someone have such well-defined muscles but also exude such feminine grace at once? I bow to Aphrodite for gifting Diana her blessing because she is a work of art. She is divine. At that moment, Hippolyta lost it and just stared at him with her mouth open. The sound of a sword being unsheathed was heard. Why you shameless swine? Mother, shall I kill him? Wonder Woman's face was boiling. She began to stutter as if she could not contain her shame and anger anymore. She almost saw red in front of her eyes for a second. However, Naruto seemed oblivious to her morbid embarrassment. With his eyes closed and his fist clenched in front of him he said, his voice filled with zeal. If I am to die one day, I have a dream, that I would die suffocated by her thick thighs and dash. Arg! Diana could no longer take it. With a battle cry, she lunged at him. QB was not one to care about humans' customs and common sense, but at that moment, if foxes could blush from embarrassment, he would. He covered his face with one of his tails and turned around, ashamed at being associated with someone as shameless as Naruto. I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy, he muttered to himself and made himself small again. He slipped out of the throne room, not able to bear with watching the ongoing scene anymore. Several hours later, Wonder Woman was thrashing around in her bed, kicking the air with her legs. Burying her face into her pillow, she let out a scream. She had just recalled again the scene of her mother interrogating Naruto with the lasso of truth. How could he say something like that? In front of my mother. She let out another muffled scream in her pillow. Then, she turned on her back and looked at the tall ceiling of her royal chamber with a blank look on her face. I won't be able to look my mother in the eyes for years. I want to die. Thankfully, the saving grace was that she did not have to deal with anybody anymore. Under the queen's orders, and thinking that this was probably the last day of her life, the rest of the Amazons did not bother Diana anymore. Naruto and QB were also given rooms in the queen's residence where they were going to stay for the night. They were going to open the gates of Tartarus the next day. While Wonder Woman was still steaming in her embarrassment, she heard a knock on the door. She sat up and quickly tidied her bed a little and ran her hands through her long hair, trying to make herself somewhat presentable. "Who is it?" she asked. "It's me." Recognizing the owner of the voice, her blush returned to her face at full force. "Go away, swine." The newcomer, however, opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing her angry and embarrassed face, the blush marring her cheeks and the glare in her eyes made him grin widely from one ear to another. Wearing a simple white Amazonian robe, with her long hair flowing smoothly down her back and her face flushing, she looked like an innocent and shy maiden. "Crap, she's so cute." He had to force himself to keep his face serious. After he had narrowly evaded her sword back, in the throne room, and ran away, the princess refused to speak to him for several hours. Now, he came to her room to make amends. "I'm sorry, Diana," he said. "How could you embarrass me like that in front of my mother?" She blew up, her face becoming even redder the more she thought about it. When she recalled the way her mother stood mouth agape when she heard his words, the princess buried her face in her palms. Naruto closed the distance and tentatively put his hands on her shoulders, inwardly expecting her to push him away. "What would you have wanted me to do? She's the one who asked what I liked the most about you while using the lasso of truth. I had to answer, didn't I?" When she looked up at him, he could feel the heat that her face was radiating. "You didn't have to go into such perverted details." Naruto involuntarily smiled again. "You're laughing. I'm dying of shame here and you're laughing," she jeered at him. "I can't help it. You're just too cute. And you're a pervert. Pig." "Hey, what's wrong with perving on my girl?" he said with a grin. "Who am I going to perv on if not on you?" She did not answer, but she returned his hug and buried her face into the crook of his neck. They stood embraced like that for a while, in calming silence. "Although you're a pervert, I still love you. Be grateful for it," she mumbled into his neck, making him smile. Wonder Woman had gone through a complete roller coaster of emotions that day. First, early in the morning, having a life-and-death battle against a bloodlust Kryptonian. Then, her friends and teammates condemned her for killing Maxwell Lord. Then, Zeus basically sent her to die, in Tartarus. "They're thinking that if Hades isn't going to kill me himself, the creatures of Tartarus or Hera's assassins will." After that, she saw tens of thousands of people in New York, demanding her death. The very people that she had risked her life countless times to protect. Lastly, she felt the sweetness of being loved and supported by Naruto. Though the incident during the interrogation embarrassed her to no end, deep down she was secretly elated. No woman would ever say that they hated the fact that their significant other was head over heels in love with them. Lemon removed. Chapter 37, Through the Gates of Tartarus. The Amazon society did not consist of warriors only. Not all Amazons liked violence and not all of them could fight. A good number of them were farmers and livestock caretakers, some were teachers, others were attendants at the royal palace and so on. For a community to function in peace for over 3,000 years, completely isolated from the outside world, it had to be self-sustaining. My queen, Princess Diana, and the guests have settled in their rooms. One warrior has been assigned to guard each of their rooms, as a precautionary measure, one of Hippolyta's closest attendants said. "It is not necessary, Phoebe," Hippolyta said. "Diana is my daughter. As for the man she brought with her, I have tested him with the lasso of truth. He bears no ill intent towards us." The woman in question, Phoebe, was very surprised to hear that. During the interrogation, the only people present in the throne room were the queen, the princess, Naruto, Kyuubi, and Artemis, who got knocked out cold before the questioning actually started. That said, the rest of the Amazons did not know what had transpired there. In a way, the embarrassing moment happened in the family and would remain in the family, so to speak. No outsiders were aware of it. "What about Artemis? Is she all right?" Hippolyta asked. "She suffered a minor concussion. Nothing serious. A bit of rest is all she needs for a full recovery," Phoebe said. Hesitatingly, she asked, "What happened to her? Did that man dash?" "It is a private matter, not something to gossip about," Hippolyta said, and Phoebe obediently lowered her head. "Yes, my queen. As absurd as it may sound, the man that came with Diana is a good person." Seeing the skeptical look on her attendant's face, Hippolyta continued. "Most men are indeed selfish, violent, cruel, and wicked. That is the truth. However, there are no absolutes in this world. Not all men are evil, though few in number, there are exceptions too. Just like how not all Amazons are good people. Women are capable of terrible things too, are they not? Otherwise, we wouldn't need to have a prison, would we?" Not only that Amazon society was self-sustaining, but it also had everything that a properly working community should have. There were a school and a college for education, a coliseum and a racing field for entertainment purposes, a very impressive library for cultural purposes, 2 temples dedicated to the 2 most important patron goddesses of the Amazons, training grounds and barracks, a hospital, the Queen's Palace, a research center dedicated to studying magic and technology, a craftsman center for economic purposes, and even spots for relaxing such as a swimming pool, a park, and a hot spring. Naturally, there was a prison on Themyscira too. With thousands of women living on the same island, it was natural for some conflicts to arise between some of them once in a while. If someone was too much of a troublemaker, they would be sent to the prison on Reform Island, one of the several smaller islands around Themyscira. Though the Amazons' land was called Paradise Island, it was not just one island, it was an archipelago. This man is one of those few exceptions. He truly cares about my daughter and he is willing to even follow her through the gates of Tartarus. He is ready to trade his life to protect her. I could not hope for a better companion for her. Ask yourself, if one of your Amazon sisters was to be sent by the gods to Tartarus, would you follow her? The attendant looked like she had a lot on her mind after hearing what her queen said. You can retire for the night, Phoebe. Yes. Good night, my queen. Phoebe said. She brought a hand to her chest and bowed before leaving. Phoebe's body was on autopilot as she headed towards the servants' quarter. Like every other Amazon on the island, her instructors had taught her and warned her repeatedly about the wickedness of men and the evils in the man's world. There were no illiterate people in Themyscira. All Amazons studied in the school on the island courses such as literature, warfare, grammar, maths, music and arts etc. Among the classes taught in school, there was also one called Man's World, which was, simply put, just biased propaganda against men and the society outside of their island. But the Queen's words earlier clashed against the things that she had been taught to believe from the beginning. As she was walking absent-mindedly through the corridor heading towards her quarters, a tremor suddenly shook the entire palace. An earthquake? Phoebe muttered to herself in surprise. But then, another tremor followed. And another one. And another one. Her expression changed. No, it's not an earthquake. Although she was a non-combatant Amazon, she still took her duties very seriously. Her job was to attend to Her Majesty, the Queen of the Amazons. She broke into a run, rushing back towards the Queen's chambers to confirm her safety. But the rhythmical and constant tremors of the building made Phoebe lose her footing and fall on the floor with a thud. Enemy attack, she yelled at the top of her lungs. But her screams were not necessary to alert the others because all the guards stationed at the palace that night flooded the corridors, armed to the teeth. The repeated tremors made the Amazons on duty quickly realize that it was clearly not an earthquake and that it was coming from somewhere inside the palace, not from outside. Following the tremors, over 30 Amazons wielding swords, shields, and spears arrived in front of the princess's chambers. To their surprise, however, there was another female warrior stationed by the door. By the looks of it, she was struggling to maintain her composure and keep her spear and shield straight. She was subtly rubbing her thighs against each other and it could be seen even despite the helmet on her head that her face was flushed. Sister, are you all right? What's happening beyond that door? The Amazon guarding the princess's chamber was spared from answering that question when a wanton moan came from the room and another tremor shook the entire building. One of the more simple-minded Amazons asked naively, "Why is the princess crying?" "Move aside, sister, we have to save her." "Is that man inside? Is he hurting her?" But the female warrior guarding the door blocked her way. "You're not allowed to enter." "Why? Are you perhaps in cohorts with that man?" "This treachery won't go unpunished," the naive Amazon started yelling self-righteously, but one of her friends pulled her back before things escalated any further. "Hey, Penelope, let go, what's the big idea?" The naive Amazon tried to break free. Another erotic moan came from the other side of the door and a tremor made the palace shake again. By now, most of the Amazons gathered there were starting to feel hot under the collar. For anyone with a modicum of common sense, it was impossible to not understand what was actually going on at that moment inside their dear princess's chamber. "Since you don't get it, I'll spell it for you. The princess is having intercourse," the Amazon guarding the chamber spat out, blushing furiously. "I intercourse," the naive female said dumbly. "They're fucking each other's brains out like animals in heat. Is that clear enough for you?" "Great Hera, why are you so stupid?" the Amazon stationed in front of the door screamed, unable to cope with the embarrassing situation anymore. "Please keep my daughter safe. She is my little sun and stars," Hippolyta said, looking at Diana tenderly. But Wonder Woman could not meet her eyes. Ever since she woke up that day, it was like she was suffering from a constant fever. How could I have acted in such a manner? Her cheeks were burning whenever her mind went to the debauchery from the night before. She was so ashamed that she had not met with any of her Amazon sisters the entire morning. It was only now, when they were preparing to open the gates of Tartarus, that she finally left her chambers to speak with her mother one last time. "Don't worry, mother. Diana is strong enough to take care of herself. I'm only tagging along for fun. And, of course, to make sure nothing unexpected happens." Hippolyta's left eye started twitching for some reason, maybe because he was already calling her mother as if he was already her son-in-law. Or maybe because he was treating a perilous journey to kill the god of the underworld, in his own world, as if it was some recreational trip. "I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you," Hippolyta said in exasperation. A glance at her daughter, however, let her know that despite how she was steaming in shame, Diana was beaming from happiness. "Do not underestimate the dangers of Tartarus. Hades is the brother of Zeus, the king of Olympus. And you will be intruding into his domain," she exhorted. "I know you are very powerful, probably almost as powerful as a god. You are the very reason why I was forced to reveal the truth to Diana about her true origins. However, magic works in mysterious ways. True gods are gods for a reason." Despite his cheeky behavior, Naruto nodded obediently this time. "I won't let my guard down, mother. I promise." Hippolyta smiled at him. Then, she opened her arms and looked at her daughter. The princess listened to her nonverbal plea and came to her. Mother and daughter embraced each other dearly. Showing a measure of tact that would have never been seen at him when he was a kid back in the elemental nations, Naruto left the throne room, giving Diana and Hippolyta a moment of privacy. The squad of Amazons stationed in the halls of the palace were watching him intently, not missing any of his movements. But strangely enough, most of them were avoiding making eye contact with him. Even with how thick-skinned he was, Naruto could not help scratching his cheek in slight embarrassment. It's all because of her. That perverted princess. It was not hard for him to guess why. To say that Wonder Woman had been a bit too vocal during their activities last night would be an understatement. But in spite of his thoughts, he smiled fondly and chuckled. He had definitely not expected Wonder Woman to have such a wild and perverted side to her. But he was not complaining. Not in the least. The entrance to Tartarus was located below Paradise Island, in an underground space holding the ruins of an ancient city. The only intact structure in the ruined city was what looked like the grandiose entrance of a temple built in a cliff. It was the gates of Tartarus. A stone key was inserted into a special lock and, following that, the enormous gates of Tartarus were opened with a loud grating sound. All that could be seen through the entrance was just a rock bridge traversing a sea of fire. Hippolyta embraced Diana one more time. "Go. May Goddess Athena give you strength." When they parted, Naruto's voice came from behind Diana. "Don't I get a hug too?" The Amazons standing by the queen's side immediately brandished their spear at him threateningly. "Step away from the queen," they yelled. Naruto raised his hands and stepped back. "Sheesh, you women need to lighten up a little." Hippolyta found herself smiling. She was beginning to see why her daughter liked him. She and the rest of the Amazons were very tense and somber, looking almost as if they were at a funeral, but he was relaxed and even cracked jokes at a time like that. His easygoing and likable personality managed to get under one's skin very quickly. "You will get your hug after you bring my daughter back safely," Hippolyta said. Naruto perked up and grinned. "It's a promise then. Don't you dare go back on your word." Diana pulled one of his hands almost petulantly. "Are you trying to woo my mother now? Let's go already." He burst into laughter. Okay, let's go." With that, he stopped joking around and headed towards the gates. A nine-tailed fox cub was already waiting for them in front of the gates, flicking his fluffy tails restlessly. His vertical pupils were pinned on the bridge traversing the sea of fire. Naruto grabbed Kyubi by the scruff of his neck and placed him on his shoulder. Then, man, woman, and fox stepped through the gates, into Tartarus. The Amazons were quick to push the gates after them, but right before they were completely closed, a peculiar snake slithered its way through. As the three of them walked across the bridge, Naruto and Kyubi looked around curiously. "So this is what the afterlife looks like," Naruto said. Not exactly," Diana replied. "This is just Tartarus. The hellish part of the afterlife. This is where the sinners and those who have angered the gods of Olympus go. The souls of people who have led a virtuous life are sent to Elysium, to paradise. So can you find here jerks like that dude that started World War II on Earth?" he asked. Wonder Woman shook her head. "You mean Hitler? He came from a Christian background. He's most likely in Christian's version of hell. Different pantheons don't intrude in each other's domain." "I wonder where did the Psion souls go after I killed them," Kyubi said from atop Naruto's shoulder. Diana shrugged. "I have no idea. I don't know what gods they believe in." "What about atheists?" Naruto asked another question. How is the afterlife of those who don't believe in the existence of gods? I've never asked myself that, to be honest. It's an interesting question. I'd like to know that too, Diana said. As they chatted about this and that, the end of the bridge came in sight. However, when they reached the head of the bridge, an enormous creature's threatening growl greeted them. The relaxing mood from before dissipated and the princess unsheathed her sword and grabbed her shield. This is Cerberus, the three-headed dog of Hades, one of the guardians of Tartarus, Diana said tensely. Naruto looked in interest at the monster ahead of them. It was an over 20-foot-tall creature weighing several tons. Its skin was pitch black and rock-like formations grew out from its body like protective armor. But the most noticeable thing about the creature was its three very ugly and large dog heads. The creature's gaping maws revealed several rows of jagged teeth that looked like daggers, and the drool falling from its mouths was making sizzling sounds when it fell on the ground, melting it. Right as Wonder Woman was bracing herself for a vicious fight against the huge three-headed monster, the tiny fox cub jumped off Naruto's shoulder. Then, an enormous silhouette appeared. It made the already large Cerberus appear like a small pup in comparison. The monster's three pairs of eyes widened in fear as it took in the sight of a creature even more monstrous than itself. Hundreds of feet tall, crimson-red fur and 9 enormous tails that stirred powerful gales with simple flicks. Cerberus' ears fell flat on its head and its spiky tail was tucked between its legs. When a demonic growl came from the enormous behemoth, the three-headed monster let itself fall flat on its belly and started whimpering submissively. A dark chuckle came from the demonic nine-tailed fox. You're not just a stupid mongrel, after all, are you? At least you do know who's the boss. QB's voice rumbled, making the Cerberus whimper even more pitifully. Listen here, mutt. Do you want to live? The dog's three heads nodded fervently at his question. If you want to live, you're going to be my bitch. Any problems with that? The fox's demonic voice rang. Cerberus shook its three heads humbly and prostrated itself in front of the godlike being towering above it. Ha ha ha. Very good. Now, stand on 2 feet and bow to me. The three-headed dog gave its all to stand on 2 feet and struggled to maintain its balance as it bowed. Now sit. The guardian of Tartarus did as told and sat down. Roll. Cerberus rolled obediently. It even let its tongue hang out of its mouths and attempted to smile as if it was very happy to follow any order. The enormous fox's laughter boomed in satisfaction. Wahaha! This is so fun. Naruto, look, I got myself a new toy. Naruto was laughing out loud too at the Bija's antics. Wonder Woman was looking at the surreal scene in front of her with an incredulous face. She and the rest of the Amazons had been told many stories about the gods and various creatures that had submitted to them. Cerberus was a famous creature in their legends, one said to be a fiercely loyal and vicious servant of the god of the underworld, Hades. Yet he was reduced to this? Diana thought. She put a hand on her forehead. Just then, QB grabbed a large piece of rock from the ground and threw it. Cerberus burst into a sprint, giving its all to catch the rock. Then, it came back to QB, wagging its tail. Good boy. QB chortled. He took the rock from Cerberus' middle mouth and then threw it again. Just like before, the three-headed dog burst into a mad dash to catch the rock, as if its life depended on it. Single-mindedly chasing the rock with everything it had, Cerberus tunnel-visioned on the piece of rock, losing track of anything else in its surroundings. Its jump was almost majestic when it launched itself from the ground and caught the rock in mid-air. Splash. Dark laughter reverberated in the abyss. QB started beating the ground with his fists, laughing his ass off. Wahaha. What a stupid dog. Ahaha. So focused the three-headed dog had been on catching the rock that it had not noticed that QB had thrown the rock towards the sea of fire to their side. It jumped off the bridge, into the chasm, into the lava below. The Cerberus wailed in agony and struggled in despair to escape. But its death cries did not last for long. A few moments later, its howl ceased. The three-headed monster disappeared below the boiling surface of the sea of fire. Only the Biju's cruel laughter could still be heard. Damn, Kurama, you're sick. You didn't have to do him dirty like that. Naruto said. Nonetheless, he had lived with the fox for over a century. He had long gotten used to QB's twisted personality. Wonder Woman appeared to be disturbed by what had happened. She had nothing against someone killing their enemies when necessary, but the fox's cruelty startled her. She had gotten so used to seeing the cute and fluffy fox cub that purred under her caresses that she had forgotten that the fox was a being capable of destroying planets, to say nothing about toying with a monster to its death. Chapter 38, Tartarus, I. Numbering in the thousands, humanoid, with pitch-black skin, faces and wings like those of a bat, and with vicious claws on each of their forelimbs, it was a horde of lesser demons. Souls of the damned which, after millennia of torture and punishment, had become insane and turned into bloodthirsty demons. A massive crimson fox with 9 equally enormous tails was wreaking havoc in the demon horde's ranks. Each tail would reduce the dozens of demons to a bloody paste with every sweep. Though they had become insane, it was not as though they no longer had any intelligence left. Seeing their kin being obliterated so easily, the horde gave the behemoth a wide berth. From a distance, hundreds of them opened their maws and hundreds of fire bolts were shot at the bijou. Using fire against me? Imbeciles! QB roared with laughter. His enormous mouth opened and a massive torrent of fire covered the entire plateau. Nearly 500 demons were annihilated with a single attack. Not even ash was left behind them. Flames hotter than the sun erased them from existence. As they were souls and this was Tartarus, they would eventually be regenerated to suffer more torture, but that was not going to happen in the immediate future. Naruto and Wonder Woman were not watching idly either. He went through a short sequence of hand seals and the air distorted as a ball of pressurized wind was shot from his mouth. Wind release, vacuum sphere. As the ball of wind traveled through the air, its size continued to increase to the point where it was as large as a car. Then, it exploded. All demons in a 50 feet radius from the center of the explosion were reduced to mincemeat. Show off. Wonder Woman said, almost pouting. One-on-one, she had been able to fight on equal grounds even against an enraged Kryptonian. Her strength was not questionable. However, she did not have many means of causing mass destruction, area of effect spells or techniques. From the corner of her eyes, she was looking in slight envy at how easily Naruto dispatched tens of demons with any random attack. In contrast, with her god-slaying sword in her right hand and her golden lasso in her left, she could only kill 2 to 3 of them at a time. I'm not showing off. I'm actually being lazy, he said. His hands went through another short sequence of hand seals and dozens of feet-long rock spikes burst from the ground, impaling the unsuspecting demons charging at him. If I was to get serious, I'd make a few hundred clones and blast them all with a barrage of Rasengan. Or go into my chakra mode and nuke them all with a Bijudama. As he was speaking, his hands stayed busy, continuing to form hand seals and casting various wind, lightning, and earth techniques. He stood in one place leisurely as wind blades, lightning bolts and earth spikes caused a massacre amidst the demons' ranks. Wonder Woman flicked the blood off her sword and sheathed it. She felt as if she was riding a bus. QB was killing hundreds of demons per minute without breaking a sweat and Naruto was lazily killing dozens at a time too. With or without her number of kills it was pretty much the same. Instead of wasting her energy fruitlessly, she came next to Naruto to chat with him. I used to be terrified at the thought of Tartarus before, she thought, inwardly amused. While most people on Earth did not care or believe that hell existed, the Amazons had solid proof it existed. After all, they were guarding its very gates. Having the certainty that there was an inescapable place of eternal suffering and damnation in the afterlife was enough to instill fear into anyone's heart. To think that one day I would come to Tartarus, not as a departed spirit but to kill Hades, the god of underworld. She was marveling at how much her situation changed ever since Naruto and QB came into her life. Giving up already? Naruto asked with a chuckle when he saw her coming by his side. You're killing everything alone. Especially Kurama, look at him. Diana said. The two of them took a look at QB who seemed like he was in the 9th heaven as he killed demons wantonly. Every time he killed a few hundreds of demons at once, he would burst into laughter. He was filled with glee. I tend to forget how dangerous he is when all he does is to purr and cuddle in my lap, she remarked. But the way he delights in slaughter and the way he killed Cerberus a while ago. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He's always been like that. Back in our homeworld, he wreaked havoc for nearly 1,000 years. Before 2 incredibly powerful shinobi came into the world, the reincarnations of the 2 sons of the god of shinobi, nobody had been able to subdue him. The 9-tailed demon fox was considered the embodiment of rage, a force of nature bent on destruction. His hands became covered in lightning and a beast of lightning similar to a wolf was launched forth. It lunged at the closest demon and passed through it like a ghost, leaving only a charred corpse in its wake. It zapped through a group of demons at a speed faster than the naked eye could follow, making them all collapse at the same time. The beast of lightning reduced in size every time it passed through a demon's body, but it managed to kill over 20 of them by the time it finally dissipated completely. He's mellowed down a lot ever since we became friends. Nowadays he's not attacking any humans or innocent living beings indiscriminately. But there's nothing holding back his explosive temper or his appetite for destruction when it comes to his enemies. And I have nothing against that. Being kind to your enemy is cruelty towards yourself. It's not something that I could understand back in my homeworld when I was a naive kid, but a century of roaming the universe hammered that concept into me. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Naruto and Diana kept chatting in a relaxed manner while he and Kyuubi were easily killing the waves of demons coming at them. However, after a while, his expression started to change. "This isn't good." "What's wrong?" she asked. "I didn't notice it at first, but my chakra isn't regenerating like always. I can't sense any natural energy either. These demons are weak, but they're endless. Tartarus has hundreds of millions if not billions of souls imprisoned in it. You're going to run out of chakra long before the demons exhaust their numbers," Diana said, realizing the meaning of his words. Naruto nodded and then yelled, "Kurama, my chakra isn't regenerating. I can't absorb natural energy either. We have to pull back." Though Kyuubi had immersed himself in the pleasure of violently killing the demons, he had never lost his sense of reason. He understood immediately that the situation was not favorable to them at all. Due to how late Naruto unsealed him from his body, he had been in his mid-40s, a part of the bijou was left behind forever. In his new body, the fox could no longer regenerate chakra by himself. In the past, Kyuubi had acted like a chakra battery for Naruto, but nowadays the roles were reversed. Nowadays, it was Naruto who was acting as the battery to offer the fox a level of power comparable to the ten-tailed beast of their homeworld, giving him the godlike strength that allowed him to even destroy a planet. However, without Naruto to resupply him with energy, his personal reserves of chakra were limited. He could not afford to waste his chakra on dealing with the small fry anymore. A powerful roar roused a gale of wind that cleared the entire battlefield for half a mile in a fan shape in front of the fox. The bijou's mere roar was enough to flatten entire forests, to say nothing of the horde of lesser demons. Nonetheless, peace only lasted for a few moments. As if they knew not the meaning of fear, another wave of demons surged towards them like the tidal waves of the sea. Kyuubi's gigantic silhouette abruptly shrunk until he became only a tiny fox cub, and he ran towards Naruto and Wonder Woman, hopping on his favorite spot on his shoulder. "If you can't regenerate your chakra, we can't waste any time anymore. Any moment is precious. We have to find that god and kill it as fast as possible," Kyuubi said. Naturally, Naruto agreed with him. "But how are we going to find him? I can't enter sage mode here. My negative emotion sensing is of no use either." "This place is an ocean of negative emotions," the fox said. "I can use my lasso of truth to mind control someone and lead us to Hades' hideout. But we need to find an intelligent being first," Wonder Woman said, and took flight. Air currents swirled around Naruto's body and he followed her, flying in the air. However, the fact that they were flying did not mean they were safe from the horde of demons below. If that had been the case, they would have not chosen to fight against them on the ground before. The thousands of demons below spread their wings and pursued them while letting out chilling shrieks. "Naruto, Kurama, cover your ears," Wonder Woman said, and the two of them did not question her orders. The Amazon princess suddenly slammed her forearms against each other, particularly her two bracelets of submission. It was like the air was ruptured. A sonic boom exploded and the shockwave cleared the dark sky around her group for almost half a mile. The demons dropped from the sky on the rocky and ashy ground below like flies, wailing and screeching in agony as their eardrums burst up and even some of their internal organs exploded because of the soundwave. "Holy crap," Naruto muttered, having gotten a feeling of vertigo himself even after covering his ears and despite his superhuman body. He became dizzy for a brief moment. "I got you," Wonder Woman said, and grabbed him from behind, under his armpits. "Sorry, it was the only way to quickly get rid of them," she said apologetically. She would have not used that move if it had not been for how urgent the situation was, because it was not wise to use a technique that harmed her allies. The thousands of demons below learned their lesson and did not attempt to fly again after them. However, that still did not mean that the three of them were safe. The demons opened their jaws at the same time and the dark sky of Tartarus was lighted up like New Year's night sky on Earth by fireworks. When thousands of fireballs were launched in the sky, Diana's expression changed greatly at the sight of them. With Naruto in her arms and with Kyuubi on his shoulder, the princess left sonic booms in her wake as she broke the sound barrier with her flight, avoiding most of the fireballs. However, there were just too many, there were thousands of them. Content with being carried by the Amazon, he could not fly that fast regardless. Naruto's hands formed a dog seal. Then, an absurd amount of water burst from his mouth. The princess herself was shocked when he spat out so much water that it looked as if the dam of a reservoir was broken. It was water release, exploding water colliding wave. Like the violent waves of a furious river, the water he released doused the thousands of fireballs coming from below and swept clean the entire plateau. Momentarily, Wonder Woman looked at the scenery of destruction below in amazement. If you could do that, why didn't you do it from the start? Despite their temporary victory, Naruto did not show any signs of joy. Using a water technique of this magnitude in a place like this, amidst lava and burning flames, in hell. I wasted way too much chakra. In a situation where he could not easily recover his chakra, he would not use such a technique of mass destruction unless it was absolutely necessary. He did not know what other trials and enemies lay ahead of them. He had to ration his chakra usage wisely. The scenery below looked macabre. The entire ground had been covered by ashy-brown water, transforming it into a murky lake with thousands of corpses floating on its surface. Noticing the countless demons in the distance flying towards them, Wonder Woman flew away at a high speed with Naruto in her arms. In a particular mountainside of Tartarus, the dark red sky was illuminated by an enormous wheel of fire. It was hundreds of feet in diameter and it was spinning slowly as it floated in the air. It was not a beautiful sight because bound to the enormous spinning wheel of fire was an equally enormous being. It looked like a normal human male dressed in rags if one was to disregard his size. Rhythmically, every 3 minutes, the flames coating the wheel of fire surged and a savage scream of agony burst from the titanic being's mouth. The hundreds of chains tying his limbs and torso to the wheel would become red and melt his flesh, and the flames themselves would char his body black. However, every time the spinning wheel completed a 360-degree spin, the giant's horrible wounds would magically heal. Then, the torture would commence again and his roars of agony would tear the sky again too. Suddenly, a tiny cuckoo bird fluttered its wings as it flew in the sky graciously. It was an abnormal sight. There were no birds or any other type of living animals in Tartarus. There were no living beings. There were only the souls of the dead, demons, and eternal suffering. The giant bound to the wheel struggled to contain his screams of pain when he noticed the seemingly strange cuckoo bird flying towards him. It was only for a moment though. His roars made the mountainside shake, and this time they weren't screams of pain but screams filled with anger, with rage. "You! What are you doing here?" the giant screamed, and he started pulling at the chains binding him to the flaming wheel fiercely, making them dig into his flesh. "I'll kill you. I will rip you to shreds and feast on your blood when I'm out of here. You depraved bitch, I'll dash." But he choked on his words when the peak of one of the mountains nearby was broken off and slammed into his face. "You will show me respect when you speak to me, mongrel." A royal-sounding female voice came from the bird. The giant gnashed his teeth. Then, he screamed in pain again as the flames coating the wheel surged once more and burned him alive. "You came here to gloat? 3,000 years of being burned alive were not enough torture," he screamed. The cuckoo bird was suddenly obscured by mist and, with a flash of golden light, a woman appeared in its stead. She looked like royalty, like a queen. There was a golden circular crown on her head, she wore elegant robes with golden ornaments, and a lotus-tipped scepter was in her hand, a symbol of purity. "I do think 3,000 years were enough. Even too much. However, I had no say in your sentence. Do not lie to my face, cow," he shouted, gnashing his teeth to resist the pain from having his body incinerated again by the flaming wheel's surging fire. "You are the one who led me on. You conspired with Zeus against me." The woman scoffed. "A casual smile was enough for you to become infatuated with me? How laughable. If nothing else, I thought that 3,000 years in the pit of Tartarus would cure your foolishness, but from the looks of it, I was hoping for too much." The queen-like woman tucked a stray strand of her curly brown hair behind her ear and said, "Enough with the chit-chat. I have a proposition for you. Do me a favor and I dash." "I'd rather die than do anything for you," the giant screamed in rage. "You are dead already," the woman pointed out in amusement. "Well, if you would rather spend the next few millennia in the same fashion, being burned by the heavenly wheel's fire, instead of roaming free, suit yourself." As she said that, the woman turned around, seemingly about to leave. "Wait," the titanic man's voice rumbled. "You have the power to release me from this hell?" The woman sneered at him as if that question was an insult to her dignity. "What do you think? Does the Queen of Olympus have the power to release you?" Another series of screams came from the giant as the spinning wheel of fire burned him alive again. "What do you want me to do in exchange for my freedom?" he said after he managed to recollect himself and suppress his pain. The self-proclaimed Queen of Olympus said coldly, "I need you to kill somebody." Chapter 39, Tartarus, 2. "God damn it, they keep following us." Naruto cussed when saw the thousands of demons still in hot pursuit after them. His hands formed a simple bird seal, but the technique he cast was not trivial. A vortex of pressurized air was shot from his mouth, one that kept increasing in size the longer it traveled through the air until a full-fledged tornado came into existence. Then, his hands made a tiger seal and a serpentine dragon of fire was cast at the tornado. The cataclysmic explosion that followed engulfed thousands of demons in an instant. The aftershocks carried so much heat that the ground and even rocks started to melt for half a mile around the now flaming tornado. Wonder Woman maintained her flying speed, heading towards a particular spot in the distance where she could see a myriad of chains covering the sky. The wails and shrieks coming from that place let her know that the souls of the dead were being tortured over there. She was aiming to find an intelligent being and interrogate it with her lasso. "How is your chakra?" she asked, a bit worried. "It's not like I suddenly became an invalid," he answered with a laugh. "Even as a kid, my chakra reserves were huge, let alone now. I can probably cast another 50 or more techniques of widespread destruction like the one from before. But I have to be cautious because I don't know how powerful Hades is. He is a god after all, and we don't know what other servants and creatures he has around him either. It would be really stupid if I gassed myself out and then tried to fight against a god with an empty tank." "What's stopping your chakra regeneration anyway?" QB asked from his seat on his shoulder. "You know that chakra is the result of physical energy combined with spiritual energy. We've entered the realm of the dead, we are in hell. My spirit is affected by the energy of death in this place because I'm feeling the beginning of a kind of mental tiredness. It's not bad enough to affect my concentration, but I guess it's just enough to hinder my chakra regeneration. Thank the void it doesn't drain me or anything like that." It did not take long for them to reach their destination. But when they finally arrived, even Naruto and QB, who had seen all kinds of horrors during their many adventures, had yet to see something as terrible as the sight in front of their eyes. "Great Athena," Wonder Woman whispered, her face pale. As far as their eyes could see, countless people were hanging in midair. Chains that seemed to sprout from the very sky and from the ground below were tying their hands, legs, and neck, forcing them with their limbs spread wide. There were so many that they could not be counted. However, an even greater number of demonic eagles were flying around them, their sharp talons and their curved beaks tearing into the flesh of the captives. Screams of pain and despair came from the souls as their eyes were being gouged out or as entire chunks of their body were being ripped off by the eternally hungry demons. They were being eaten alive, devoured. The souls that still had eyes to see noticed the three newcomers' arrival. "Save me! Help! No more torture! Please, save us!" Thousands of people were pleading, crying, screaming. It was despair like the three of them had never witnessed in their lives before. Her eyes wet with unshed tears, Diana unsheathed her sword and lunged at the captives, snapping the chains hanging them in the air. Dissatisfied and angry calls came from the demonic birds, but none of them dared to attack her. The Amazon had already rescued about 5 of them when Naruto caught her from her arm and stopped her. "Diana, come back to your senses. Can't you see their torment?" she said, and tried to break free from his grasp, but he embraced her forcefully to his chest. From atop Naruto's shoulder, QB said coldly, "You told us that virtuous people were sent to Elysium. This is Tartarus. Good people don't get sent to hell, do they?" At the fox's words, Wonder Woman stopped resisting. For a moment there, overwhelmed by her compassion and pity for the tortured souls, she forgot just what kind of people had been sent to Tartarus after dying. Furthermore, she realized that for someone to be subjected to such horrifying torture, their sins had not been light. But not all people that were sent to Tartarus were guilty of something. She closed her eyes. As an Amazon, she knew very well how whimsical and vengeful some of the Olympian gods were. Goddess Athena had been one of the most respected and widely worshipped gods in the world back in ancient times for her wisdom, kindness, and support to humankind. However, even she had had her moments of cruelty against those who crossed her, to speak nothing of other gods. Most other gods were much, much worse. Even if one was a virtuous person, they could still end up in Tartarus if they offended the gods. Naruto sighed and let go of her. "Let me borrow your lasso for a moment," he said, and she made no move to stop him from taking the lasso hanging at her waist. Anyone could use the lasso of truth, it was not charmed only for Wonder Woman. He went to one of the souls that the princess had freed from the chains and wrapped the lasso around their torso. "The lasso of Hestia compels you to tell the truth. What is your name?" The bound soul had been tortured to the point where it was impossible to recognize whether it was a man or a woman. But when the lasso started to glow with a golden light, the soul was forced to speak. "Felix Cornelius. For what sin were you sent to Tartarus?" Naruto asked. He was not curious himself, he was doing it to put Wonder Woman's mind at peace, not really knowing what she was actually thinking about at that moment. "I was a pirate. I pillaged, killed, and raped people my entire life." Naruto did not ask any additional questions regarding his life. Instead, he asked about what he was interested in. "Do you know where Hades lives?" "Yes, I do," the soul replied robotically. "Good. Lead the way there." Under the compulsion of the lasso, the soul was forced to obey his commands. Although she had been greatly disturbed initially, Wonder Woman soon recollected herself. She understood it was impossible for her to do anything for the ones trapped in there. Most of the ones that had been sent to Tartarus had been terrible people in their lives. She had no way of searching for the innocent ones among millions of other evil souls. Even though she was telling herself that and tried to think rationally, it was difficult for her to find closure. The lightheartedness from before could not be seen on her face anymore. After passing through the forest of chained people hanging in the sky, the horde of lesser demons from before no longer pursued them. It appeared as if there was an invisible boundary that they were unable to cross. They were finally given a moment of respite. For a while, Naruto, Kyuubi, and Diana flew in silence. Regardless, following the directions of the lasso-controlled soul, their mood only continued to become more somber and darker as they passed by many more torment zones. There were courtyards where souls with presumably lesser sins were only being whipped or beaten up, but there were also other zones where people were being slowly submerged into smoldering pits of lava or were being skinned alive by demonic butchers. Cries of agony, screams, curses of despair, and the cruel laughter of demons pierced the pitch-black sky. It was hell. It was Tartarus. Suddenly, a scream different than that of the tortured souls reached their ears, and a piece of rock the size of a millstone barely missed them, going past them with a loud whooshing sound. Turning towards the direction from where the piece of rock had been thrown, the silhouette of a giant entered their line of sight. A man taller than a 10-story building was charging towards them, his large feet turning both demons and the tortured souls it stepped on into a bloody paste, squashing them like bugs. Before Naruto could say anything, Wonder Woman lunged at the giant and punched him in his massive head with all her strength. Compared to him, she appeared no different than a mosquito. However, when her punch impacted his face, the giant stumbled back several steps, only regaining his balance by chance, with difficulty. "So you are the newest offspring of that Zeus bastard. Not bad," the giant's voice rumbled as he rubbed at his chin. One punch and it had already made his jaw sore. "Who are you?" Wonder Woman asked. "Did Hades send you to kill me? You don't recognize family when you see it? You bruise my feelings." "I am one of your many brothers, Ixion, the king of Lapiths," the giant said mockingly. "Zeus is my father too. The mighty king of gods," Ixion said and spat on the ground in distaste. "More like a rabid dog in heat." Wonder Woman frowned at the giant. "Who sent you after me?" she asked. Maybe it was because he had not spoken to someone for thousands of years, but Ixion seemed to be very talkative. "Fret not, since we are family and all that, I can at least show you this little bit of courtesy and tell you who sent me to kill you. Mind you, it is not personal. Hera sent me. Your life, in exchange for my freedom." Hearing that, the princess was done listening. When he saw her lunging at him, Ixion's large palm swung at her, in an attempt to swat her away like a fly, but her agility was too much for him to keep up with. "Being kind to your enemy is cruelty towards yourself," she thought, repeating in her mind the words that she heard Naruto saying a while ago. She was not going to hold back. Unsheathing her god-slaying sword, she stabbed it into the giant's heel tendon. A savage roar of pain came from him and his enormous body wobbled back as he lost his balance, unable to stand properly on just one leg. His massive fist smashed into the ground like meteorites as he tried to squash her to death, but she easily dodged his clumsy and slow strikes. She buried her sword up to the hilt into the heel tendon of the giant's other leg too. With his slashed tendons and feet unable to carry his enormous weight anymore, Ixion fell on his knees, rupturing the ground when he crashed. While screaming in pain, the giant threw his fists in rage, but his wild punches did nothing except for stirring the air. Easily evading all of his strikes, Wonder Woman flew up to his head and kicked him in the face with all the strength she was capable of. It was so formidable that the over 60-foot-tall giant was actually lifted off the ground and flung back through the air like a dead dog. Sensing his impending doom, Ixion abandoned his previous haughtiness and cried out, begging for mercy. "Wait! Don't kill me!" However, it was too late. The moment he finished his words, the Amazon's sword pierced his throat. Compared to his huge size, her sword was no bigger than a toothpick. Nevertheless, when that toothpick slashed at his neck arteries, a large gaping wound was opened. "No! Not again! Not the wheel! Nghhrkh!" he screamed while choking on his own blood. Upon death, since he was still in Tartarus, the judges of the underworld were going to send him back to be tortured by the flaming wheel. As Ixion temporarily died, a thought came to the front of his mind. "That harlot, she knew I wouldn't stand a chance, she sent me to my death." The moment that Ixion breathed his last, Hera made a displeased sound. "He could not buy me even 1 hour? That useless oaf." It had been within her expectations that Ixion would lose. Hera was not that kind-hearted as to actually offer freedom to someone who tried to rape her even after several millennia of torture. From the very beginning, the giant had been sent as cannon fodder to buy her some time. Though he had played his part poorly, Hera was not anxious. The reason for that was that she had already arrived at her destination. Ahead of her was a mountain range that even Hades, the god of the underworld, could not control. It was a territory occupied by one of the most terrible beings known to both men and gods alike. After she stepped into that mountain range, several grotesque silhouettes appeared in front of her, barring her way. Beings that looked like out of someone's nightmares, creatures with multiple heads and body parts coming from different animals. They were chimeras, a myriad of them. A look of distaste flashed in Hera's eyes when she looked at the monsters growling at her threateningly. But she did not make a scene. Keeping her face neutral, she said in a pompous tone, "Send word to your master and inform him that the Queen of Olympus, Hera, wants to speak to him." When the chimeras did not immediately heed her words, she snapped, "Do not keep me waiting, beasts. Move." The group of monsters became restless at her words and started growling menacingly. However, they did not rashly make a move to attack her. They were smart enough to understand the difference between them and a goddess. One of them, a creature resembling a jackal for the most part, flapped its 4 hawk wings and flew away, heading towards their master to inform him in regards to the intruder. Neither Hera nor the group of monsters had noticed the inconspicuous black snake hiding between the roots of one of the numerous dead trees around them. A blackish-red sky, pitch-black heavy clouds and perpetual darkness. There was no day, there was no sun, there was no moon, and there were no stars either in Tartarus. The only source of light in the eternal darkness was coming from the countless pits of fire and the ever-flowing rivers of lava melting their way through the land. Because of that, everything that could be seen was tainted by shades of orange and red. For silhouettes were flying in the air, above the rivers of lava and the masses of souls that were being tortured by demons below. They were not paying attention to what was happening on the ground. Instead, their eyes were pinned up, towards the sky. A several miles long island was floating in the sky, its entire surface covered by a black citadel. "We're finally here," Naruto said. The golden lasso in his hands began increasing in length until the feet of the soul tied up at the end of it touched the ground. Then, the lasso untied itself and shrank back in size. "Go. You're free to go," he told the soul. "Go where?" "No matter where he goes, this is Tartarus," Wonder Woman thought. She was trying to tell herself that the soul was a pirate that had killed and pillaged countless innocents when he was alive and he deserved his fate. However, seeing the torture and suffering in Tartarus had shaken her to the core. She could not help recalling the lyrics of a song she had heard on the radio when she had just come to the man's world for the first time. "Imagine there's no heaven, it's easy if you try, no hell below us, above us only sky." At that time, still unaware of what Zeus had done to her mother and how she had come out to be, the princess's reaction was to get angry and shun in her mind the singer as blasphemous. However, in the present, disillusioned with the gods and having lost her blind faith in them, her thoughts were vastly different. Most of the gods she used to worship were even worse than average humans. They killed their family, raped innocents, and dished out cruel punishments for the slightest affronts to their names. Maybe it was better if there was no heaven and no hell. Maybe it was better if gods never existed in the first place. But then she closed her eyes and tried to calm down her troubled mind. She understood that the shock of witnessing the horrors of hell for the first time was clouding her judgment. It is not entirely bad that a place like Tartarus exists. A simple death would be too easy of a punishment for a bastard like Zeus who raped my mother. When she thought of that, her previous feelings of pity for the tortured souls were replaced with rage towards the King of Gods. Noticing the tumult of dark emotions and the intensity of negative feelings coming from the Amazon, Kyubi said, "You're not planning on fighting against a god with your mind clouded by anger, are you? Get a grip or stay behind. We don't need baggage to drag us down." "Oi, Kurama." Naruto rebuked him. "No, he's right," Diana admitted with a sigh. "I need to get my emotions under control or I might end up causing everyone problems." The shinobi, the bijou, and the Amazon looked at the eerie floating island in silence for a while, everyone having their own thoughts. Kurama, in his tiny fox cub form, was wagging his 9 tails slowly, but the mere fact that the proud bijou was behaving like that was betraying his excitement and restlessness. On the other side, Wonder Woman had a look of seriousness as she tried to settle her feelings and recollect herself. As for Naruto, he looked like he had something on his mind. It seemed as if he was not influenced too much by the wails of agony coming from the tortured souls around them or by the grim scenery. His mentality could not be shaken just by that. As far as he was concerned, the souls tormented in Tartarus deserved their fate. He did not feel a shred of pity or mercy for people who committed all kinds of atrocities when they were alive. They were just reaping what they sowed. There was something else occupying his thoughts. Eventually, he spoke. "What do you plan on doing after we kill Hades?" Diana was startled by that question. I haven't thought that far. Way too many things happened in the past 2 days. First, she had a life-and-death battle against a bloodlust Kryptonian. Then, she was forced to kill Maxwell Lord 4. Then, almost all her friends denounced her and washed their hands off of her. Then, Hermes delivered her the orders of Zeus to go to Tartarus. Then, she saw tens of thousands of people protesting against the Justice League and against her. After that, she went directly to Themyscira. Amidst all the tragedies that kept coming one after another, she was given a short moment of bliss when she finally became one with the person she loved. That said, so many things took place in such a short time that she had not had the chance to think about tomorrow, about the future. What if killing Hades is not the end? Naruto pressed on. What do you mean by that? She asked. Who's to say that after you deliver them Hades' head they won't ask for something else? It was like a bucket of ice-cold water was poured on her head. Your situation is not that different than a hostage situation. The Amazon's fate is in the gods' hands and because of that, they can coerce you to do their bidding. We have no leverage against them. If things continue like this we'll end up just playing in their palms. And what would you have me do? Wonder Woman snapped at him. It's my mother. And my sisters. You want me to abandon them? Haven't they lived for like 5,000 years or more already? Life moves on. Kyuubi said uncaringly. Kurama, shut up. Naruto and Diana both shouted at him in unison. Over the past few months, Kyuubi's affection extended from Naruto to encompass Diana as well, but that did not mean that he had suddenly started caring about the rest of the Amazons too or any of the princess's friends. Naruto and Diana were the only beings he treasured. For all he cared, the rest could simply perish, it was no skin off his back. He was indifferent to their fate. The weak died, and the strong survived. Things were very simple in his mind. But his selfishness had bared its teeth again at the wrong time, making both of them snap at him. I'm not saying you should abandon your family. Far from that. The day you hear me say something like this you have my permission to beat me to an inch of my life. What I am saying is that we need to think of what comes next. We haven't had the chance to talk about it. But we need a plan or you'll end up as nothing but the Olympian god's attack dog. The princess calmed down at his reasonable words. Tell me more about your gods. Naruto began but Diana cut him off with a glare. They're not my gods. Right, it was a poor choice of words on my part, he said and raised his hands as if to say he meant no harm. Tell me more about the Olympian gods. Who exactly created the Amazons? Basically, I need to know who we can attack and who is untouchable. I need to get a better picture of the situation because I know next to nothing about them. In the meantime, Diana and Naruto, with Kyuubi sitting on his shoulder, stopped flying and landed in a deserted place with no demons or any other beings around. They could not just float in the air and talk, it was too conspicuous. Paying no regard to the ash covering the ground everywhere, Naruto just plopped himself down and leaned with his back against a boulder. He placed his right hand on his left wrist and a small bottle appeared with a cloud of smoke. Unscrewing the bottle cap, he shook the bottle lightly and dropped 2 to 3 pills into his palm. What's that? She asked. She was curious because she had never seen him take any pills of any kind until then. Vitamins. Vitamins? She asked incredulously, thinking he was poking fun at her. They're a complex of vitamins and other substances needed by the human body. There were times during my missions when I ended up away from any sort of civilization for days or weeks at a time and I rarely had the chance to cook. I had to be prepared. One of these pills is enough to feed my body enough nutrients to last me for an entire day. Want some? They were not as good as the pills from his homeworld that could directly replenish chakra, but they were still better than nothing. After she refused his offer with a soft shake of her head he said, Anyway, tell me about the Olympian gods and their relationship with the Amazons. Wonder Woman followed his example and sat down too, but she placed her shield on the ground before sitting on it. The Amazons worship 5 goddesses, Aphrodite, Athena, Demeter, Artemis, and Hestia. In fact, my mother named me Diana in honor of Artemis, who was also known to Romans as Diana. Then, she explained the roles of each goddess in the Amazons' culture and religion. Aphrodite is the one that came up with the idea of creating the Amazons. She is the goddess of love and beauty and she blessed the Amazons with her beauty. Naruto inwardly nodded at that. During his brief stay on Themyscira, he had not seen even one unattractive woman among them. If they went to the outside world, each one of them could probably pursue a career in modeling if they desired so. Goddess Hestia is the one who gifted our home, Themyscira. If there is one goddess in the entire pantheon that could be said to have no faults at all, it is her. Even now, I still respect her a lot. She is the goddess of home and family. He was listening to her words with genuine interest. Even Kyuubi was paying close attention. He was going to become a god soon and he wanted to learn more about it. Though they had seen much of the world and traveled the universe for centuries, they had not really had any significant encounters with the so-called gods. Demeter is the goddess of harvest and fertility. Themyscira has a small number of farmers, but the Amazons have never suffered from a lack of food due to her blessing. She also blessed the Amazons with superhuman physical strength and durability. Artemis is the goddess of the moon, wilderness, and the hunt. She blessed the fauna on Paradise Island and gifted the Amazons with a connection with nature and skill at hunting. She's also the reason why Kurama purrs like a cat when I scratch his back, she said, making Naruto chuckle and Kyuubi growl a little at her from his spot on his shoulder. As for Athena, she's the one that blessed the Amazons to have skill in battle. She gifted them her wisdom, education, and technology. Currently, she is the most important patron goddess of the Amazons. Naruto hummed in thought for a few seconds. The way I see it, Zeus and Hera have no direct dominion over the Amazons. Unless I'm missing something? Why can't we just kill them and be done with it? Wonder Woman let out an involuntary snort. Naruto was talking about killing Zeus as if he were some random street thug, not the strongest god in the world, as far as she was concerned. Things aren't as simple as that. Goddess Athena is Zeus' favorite daughter, Aphrodite and Artemis are his daughters too. Goddess Hestia is Zeus' sister. Demeter is Zeus' sister as well, and, on top of that, they even made a kid together. Even if we could kill Zeus, do you think they'd just sit and watch indifferently from the sidelines? Naruto looked at her in doubt. I don't know much about the Olympian gods, but, from the little you've told me so far, Zeus seems like a massive cunt. You're telling me everyone loves that guy? After how many people he killed or raped? I'm actually amazed nobody tried to kill him after so many years. Oh, the other gods did try. Several times in fact. But he's managed to stay on top every time. That's why nobody dares to go against his words. And that's why the other gods haven't tried to dethrone him anymore for thousands of years. Diana said. Despite her words, however, Naruto smiled. They're afraid of moving against him by themselves, but what if they saw an opportunity? Killing Hades should be enough proof that we're more than capable of killing any other god too. Won't they take the chance if they see one? They're just not willing to shoulder the responsibility of spearheading the rebellion because, in case of failure, the leader of the rebellion would definitely be punished the worst. But what if we take that spot for them? We'll take on that responsibility. Diana did not immediately dismiss his words. She had never seen Kyuubi at his full strength, but the entire universe was aware of his most recent feat, that of destroying the Psion's home planet. That was a level of power that she had not heard of even in the myths about the Olympian gods. Furthermore, there was Naruto in the equation too, and she, herself, was no slouch either. Maybe defeating Zeus and Hera isn't that far-fetched after all, she thought. Nevertheless, she could not just simply jump on the train without properly weighing everything about the situation in her mind. Maybe Naruto, Kurama, and I would be able to survive the war and escape if we failed. But what about my mother? What about my sisters? If we lost, they'd end up here, in Tartarus. Recalling the terrible tortures she had witnessed ever since she stepped into Tartarus, she shook her head. This was not a matter of courage. If it was only myself, I'm not afraid of taking on anyone. But this isn't just about me. This will implicate my mother and the rest of the Amazons too. Their livelihood is at stake. I won't gamble. I can't agree with starting a war against unless we are absolutely certain of our success. Naruto did not find her answers weird. His attitude would have been no different than hers if he had been in her shoes. He would also not willingly risk his loved ones' lives on a gamble. I can already destroy planets as I am now, what about after I become a god? Kyuubi said. There he goes again. Naruto muttered with a roll of his eyes. No one will be my match. I will be invincible. Ha 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 ha. Kyuubi said and laughed arrogantly. The fox's pride and arrogance were already sky-high as they were. Naruto could only imagine the Biju's attitude after he really became a god. Regardless, now that they sat down and talked about their future course of action, things weren't looking as bleak as before. Chapter 40, Tartarus, 3. It's no good, my clones can't see anything. There's a shielding spell cast around the island. Looks like Hades is aware of our arrival. Naruto said. He had sent several of his clones hinged into tiny insects to spy on the floating island and gather intelligence, but they could not get close to it due to a sphere of magic that encapsulated the entire island within. I guess our only method is to brute force our way in, he concluded. When he had been young, he would have not bothered with checking up on the place beforehand at all, he would have just smashed his way in, jumping headfirst into danger. He had smartened up with the passing of time and he had become cautious. However, being cautious did not mean he had become a coward. If left with no better alternative, he could very well blow everything up with brute force like before too. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Kyuubi said enthusiastically. With the fox on his shoulder, Naruto and Wonder Woman started flying towards the floating island in the sky. How are we going to break their shield? The princess asked. Are you going to cast some of your powerful spells at it? Naruto and Kyuubi looked at each other and then started grinning widely. It's not the first time we see a fortress covered by a spell or energy shield. We've even designed a special technique for breaking them, he said proudly. Diana made an impressed sound. Oh? You never fail to surprise me with how versatile your techniques are. Controlling the elements, gravity manipulation, cloning, flying, becoming invisible, laying traps, shape-shifting, teleporting, self-regeneration, and even healing spells for others. Is there anything you can't do? I'm envious. 1 century of continuous training coupled with the experience absorbed from countless clones would make anyone just as strong. It would be weirder if I wasn't versatile and strong after such a long time, he said and grinned at her teasingly. Flying to some distance away to give him space, she said. Well, go on, let's see what you've got. Naruto and Kyuubi chuckled again at the same time as if they were laughing at an inside joke known only to them. As he was floating in the air, he suddenly started to flash through an incredibly quick and long series of hand seals. That sequence of hand seals performed at such an insane speed was impressive by itself, to speak nothing of what was about to come. Wonder Woman's heart started beating faster in anticipation. He said in a deep voice. Ninpo, World Destroyer Big Ass Fox no Jutsu. Then, he grabbed the fox on his shoulder like it was a potato and yelled. Yeet! Under Diana's disbelieving eyes, he yeeted the fox towards the island as if he was a pitcher throwing a baseball on the field. Naruto, what the hell? Diana was not one to swear. Naruto could count on the fingers of one hand the times he had heard her say a bad word. But this time she was shocked. Before any of them could say anything else, the tiny furball in the air suddenly became absolutely massive. With a roar of laughter, the enormous bijou slammed into the shielding spell encasing the island. The even more absurd part was that the entire floating island shook terribly and the sphere of magic shielding it was shattered like glass. She turned to look at Naruto. He was laughing his ass off so hard he was having trouble maintaining his flight. He had hyped it up as a special technique designed for breaking barriers and even formed a very long and impressive sequence of hand seals making her anticipation rise off the charts. She thought she was going to witness an awe-inspiring sight or an apocalyptic spell no weaker than a nuke. Not such a barbarian method. Finally managing to get his wheezing laughter under control, he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. It's called trolling. We do a little trolling sometimes. A vein started pulsating dangerously on her temple. Naruto, you dash. The situation was so incredulous that she could not find her words. They were going to have a life-and-death battle against a god and there he was, pulling pranks and dying with laughter from his own joke. She did not know how to even react to that. But her thoughts were cut short when a demonic roar made the sky tremble. Kyuubi began his rampage. What are you playing at, Hera? Why would I trust my back to a vicious and labile woman like you? The rather deep and dignified voice came from a very tall and muscular man wearing black armor and a dark red cape. He had shoulder-length black hair and his sharp black goatee fit the image of the dark ruler of Underworld. He was Hades. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes at him and said sharply. The last offspring Zeus made out of wedlock was Helen of Troy. At the end of the Trojan War, Zeus vowed to me on the river Styx that he would never spread his seed to anyone else. After that, I knew about his indiscretion with Hippolyta and many other women over the years. But I was willing to turn my head the other way as long as he never made another child with anyone else besides me. At her words, Hades clenched his fists. Although thousands of years had passed, he had never forgotten how Zeus raped the woman he used to love and how he ruined his life. That was the very reason he had sided with the Titans against Olympus during the war. And that was the reason why he had been trapped in Tartarus ever since. To this day, he was filled with rage. I paid close attention to Hippolyta and the Amazons after the incident. But Hippolyta had never shown any signs of pregnancy and the daughter she made out of clay did not seem any different from the rest of the Amazons. 2,000 years passed and I have never suspected that her daughter was not made of clay but that it was her flesh and blood. Zeus's flesh and blood. I can no longer tolerate his infidelity, his lies, I can no longer tolerate him. He needs to die. I will kill him and his accursed offspring even if it's the last thing I do. The goddess's face was twisted from anger, looking like she was on the edge of insanity. Although Hades knew how manipulative and cunning the Queen of Olympus could be, the hatred in her voice and the jealousy in her eyes at that moment could not be faked. Furthermore, it was not the first time Hera had tried to dethrone her husband, so he did not doubt her willingness to kill Zeus either. Regardless, Hades had learned his lesson from the past. Despite how powerful the Titans had been, even with him choosing to support their side, they still lost the war against Olympus. So many of us have tried to defeat him in the past. Even the Titans could not do it. Do you think just the three of us stand a chance against the entirety of Olympus? Speaking of the three of them, Hades looked through the window of his castle. Outside, in the large courtyard of his outer fortress stood a massive being. It was like a creature out of a nightmare. Several 100 feet tall and wide, the gigantic being only had the legs and the torso of a humanoid. The rest of his body was that of a monster. He had 9 draconic heads, several pairs of fleshy wings, over 20 scaly arms, barbed tentacles were growing out of his back, and snakes came out of his necks like the mane of a lion. It was none other than Typhon, the son of Gaia and Tartarus, the god of monsters. Typhon is very powerful, indeed. But I hope you haven't forgotten Briareus, have you? How he squashed your little rebellion in the buds and how you were hanged by Zeus in the sky as punishment. Briareus is still loyal to Zeus and he is more than a match for Typhon. 1. Hera's face burned with shame at being reminded of her humiliation in the past. Things are different now, she spat through gritted teeth. Taking a deep breath through her nose to calm herself down, the goddess continued. After nearly 2,000 years, the people of Earth no longer worship the Olympian gods. Without the power of faith, Zeus is much weaker than before. If he had been confident of his power, he would not have sent his half-blood of a daughter on a suicide mission to deal with you in Tartarus. He would have come here himself. As for Olympus, it's not as united as before either, not by far. Ares and Hermes have involved themselves completely with the mortal world, Athena only cares about her Amazons, and Poseidon would be more than willing to take my side against Zeus like before. The rest of the gods are either indifferent or simply too weak to be relevant in the grand scheme of things. Hades sniffed condescendingly. Even at his peak, Zeus never dared to step foot into the realm of the dead, where all the titans slumber, or he would have tried to kill me a long time ago. Taking one deep look at Hera, he said slowly. Fine, I will play along. I have nothing to lose anyway. But mark my words, Hera. If you betray me, make sure you kill me for good too, or I will spend the rest of my eternal life to hunt you down. The goddess was unfazed by his threat. They were about to shake hands to seal the deal when the entire fortress quaked terribly. A deafening sound of glass breaking was heard and then a demonic roar shook the sky. When the roar reverberated in the skies of Tartarus, for a moment, it was like time stopped. Every soul, every demon trapped in that hell froze up. Over 1,000 feet tall and with 9 enormous tails, it was a crimson behemoth. Typhon's 9 draconic heads started at the titanic demon in front of him in disbelief. He had never seen a creature bigger than himself. He was already several 100 feet tall, but the demonic beast ahead of him dwarfed him so much that he looked like a dog in front of an ox. What is this? What is this feeling? He could not move. His 24 of scaly arms were paralyzed. An uncomfortable feeling traveled down his spine. It was as if needles were pricking at his flesh, making him numb all over. For the first time in his millennia-long life, the god of monsters experienced a new feeling. It was fear. Terror. Die, the Bijou roared. An enormous fist crashed towards the god of monsters with the power of a meteorite. A terrible boom rang and the several miles-long island was smashed into smithereens. In the distance, Wonder Woman momentarily stopped in her tracks in shock. For the first time, she got to see what a terrible power QB could wield. Involuntarily, her heart trembled. She knew that they were on the same side and that they cared about each other dearly as friends. But the feeling of fear creeping into her heart was beyond rationality. She understood then that the fox's arrogance and pride were not without reason. Then how strong is Naruto, she could not help wondering. She was seeing the two of them bickering on a daily basis, and it was more than once that she heard the blonde teasing the fox with the fact that he kicked his ass and the fox never contradicted it. Hades is not alone, Naruto said, startling her awake from her thoughts. The pieces of the broken island crashed into the ground below with a deafening bang, raising enormous clouds of ash and dust in the air and covering the sky for miles. But when another terrifying roar rang, the shockwave it created instantly cleared away all the ash, dust, and debris floating in the air. Amidst the remains of the obliterated island and the fortress on top of it, 2 human-looking beings stood together, surrounded by a protective sphere of magic. What dash? The otherwise dignified-looking Hades had lost his composure and Hera's beautiful face was pale from shock. Trapped in Tartarus for millennia, Hades was not exactly up to date with the powerful beings outside of his realm. As for Hera, she had never paid any attention to the mortal world as mortals were beneath her notice. The two of them had been completely unaware of QB's infamy in the universe. Not far from them, a disgusting mass of flesh and blood was wriggling on the ashy ground and making disturbing sounds. A small draconic head appeared from it, but it quickly increased in size, and right after that, the rest of his body was regenerated like a miracle. It had been a terrible strike, one that had blown up the entire island. Taking a direct hit from such a devastating power was enough to obliterate any lesser being. But he was Typhon, the god of monsters. Hydras, dragons, chimeras, and other creatures known for their self-regeneration abilities and resilience were his offspring. As their god and ancestor, Typhon possessed all of their abilities but much stronger. Overcoming his initial fear born out of instinct at facing a predator larger and more powerful than himself, after regenerating his body, Typhon roared in rage. His 9 draconic heads opened their maws and black hellfire shot at the gigantic fox in front of him. But his attack was met with mocking laughter. With a mere flick of his enormous tails, a gale of wind not any weaker than a tornado snuffed the hellfire like a feeble candle. Naruto made a clone and used it to transmit a message to the fox. Kurama, don't toy with him. Kill him fast. Keep in mind that I can't supply you with chakra this time. You're on your own. Turning his attention towards Wonder Woman, he asked. I assume that's Hades? Who is the woman next to him? His wife? Yes, it's Hades. As for that woman, it's Hera, she said stiffly. His eyes shone with killing intent and he laughed. She delivered herself right to us. What are the chances? He was about to launch himself at them but she suddenly grabbed his arm from behind. Naruto. Don't take them lightly, she said seriously. I don't know about Hera but the Justice League had fought against Hades once. He overwhelmed us. Superman, Martian Manhunter, Batman, Flash, and we didn't stand a chance. He defeated us all at once. We won in the end only by a fluke. 2. He looked at her for a few seconds without saying anything. Then, he brought a hand to her face and gently tucked a strand of her sweaty hair behind her ear. I know, we talked about this already. Don't worry, I'll be careful, I promise. Despite that they were about to enter the battlefield, Diana momentarily closed her eyes and leaned into the hand caressing her cheek. I'll take care of Hades and you of Hera. You okay with it? Fine by me, she answered. I'll engage first and break them apart. Divide and conquer. But don't strain yourself. Play it safe and just stall for time until I kill Hades. After that, we'll join hands and kill Hera too. Diana started to glare at him. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Knowing how proud she was of her skill and strength as a warrior, he raised his hands to placate her. No, I'm not. I just dash. He wanted to say that he was afraid for her safety, and that he did not want anything bad to happen to her. But he stopped himself in time, sensing that he would only be digging his grave deeper if he implied she was not strong enough to keep herself safe. Just, you be careful too, okay? He finished in a small voice. Having made her point, Wonder Woman did not insist on starting an argument. She nodded at him seriously. Naruto clenched his hand into a fist and raised it in front of her. Diana looked at his extended fist and then back at him, understanding his wordless suggestion. She raised her fist too and bumped it against his. Her eyes widened in surprise when a rush of feelings and thoughts flooded her. His unconditional love for her. His desire to spend the rest of his life with her. His secret thirst for a good battle against a worthy opponent. His desire for her to be happy. His respect for her. His worries for her safety. His fear of being alone. At that moment, the princess understood him completely. When he moved his fist away, their spiritual connection broke off too. But she could not tear her eyes away from his, overwhelmed by that unprecedented experience. She had never been connected to someone on a spiritual level like that. Let's do our best, he said and smiled at her softly. She nodded her head vigorously, not trusting her voice to speak at that moment. Then, he turned his attention back to the battlefield. He had never been worried about the fox. As his lifelong best friend, Naruto knew exactly just how powerful Kyuubi was. His only worry had been for Diana. But after sharing a fist bump with her he was no longer anxious about her safety anymore. He understood her feelings and thoughts perfectly as well. His eyes became sharp and his demeanor abruptly changed. The aura he exuded became like an unsheathed blade and a cloak of yellow-red chakra appeared around his body as he entered his tailed beast chakra mode. Then, he blurred out from existence. An instant later, a silhouette teleported right between Hera and Hades, completely bypassing her protective sphere of magic. Konoha Senpu. The heels of his combat boot suddenly smashed into Hera's and Hades's jaws at the same time as Naruto performed a whirlwind flying kick. It was one of his former comrades' favorite taijutsu moves, the speciality of Might Guy and Rock Lee. The two Olympian gods were kicked in the face and hurled away in opposite directions as if a truck had smashed into their faces. Diana, he shouted. The Amazon princess's answer was to erupt with a powerful battle cry. Hera had yet to even crash on the ground after being kicked in the face when Diana body slammed into her with her golden shield. Spittle flew out of her mouth when the wind was knocked out of her and her body left a sonic boom behind from the force of the shield bash. Physically stronger than Hera and more adept in battle, Hades righted his body in the air and flipped back to land on his feet. You dare strike a god? He yelled in fury. But Naruto did not entertain him with a verbal answer. He conjured a swirling sphere of energy above his head, an Udama Rasengan that was even bigger than his own body. Faster than the naked eye could follow, he appeared in front of the god and pushed the enormous Rasengan into him, intent on grinding his body into a bloody paste. However, when he smashed the Oedoma Rasengan against Hades, it was as if a regular person tried to push a train. The god had caught his Rasengan with one of his hands effortlessly and then slapped it away with the other one as if it was a beach ball. A large crater was carved into the ground when the big ball of chakra blew up. Lifting himself up from the crater, Naruto frowned. He was unhurt, but that degree of magic resistance shown by the Olympian god and his insane physical strength was not good news. If I had access to natural energy? He thought, disgruntled. While in his six-path sage mode, he could lift hundreds of tons and level mountains with his punches alone. He would not be afraid of a physical confrontation even against a god. The current situation, however, required him to avoid meeting Hades' hits with his body. Nevertheless, he was no longer a one-trick pony like in his youth. He had other methods of dealing with his enemies too. Hades's face lost its human appearance and transformed into that of a demon. His skin became gray, two horns grew out of his forehead, his teeth transformed into fangs and his eyes became red. Opening his mouth, an enormous fireball came out from it, like a fire breath. Naruto rolled to the side and jumped to avoid it. Fireball after fireball was shot from Hades's mouth, but he was too agile for them to meet their mark. Enraged at his futile efforts, Hades stomped his foot. The ground cracked and ruptured and skeletons started crawling out. They were not just human skeletons. There were also centaurs, serpents, enormous centipedes, and even a few very large bone dragons. Furthermore, a buzzing noise was heard in the next moment and the pitch-black sky of Tartarus became dark red in the distance. Red because of the red eyes of tens of thousands of demons rushing to answer the call of their god. Floating in midair with his arms crossed, Hades looked down at the masked mortal man arrogantly. Do you realize now how powerless you are? You are but a man. But this is my realm. And I am a god. Attacking the god of the underworld in his own domain? How foolish. Despite the overwhelming number of undead beings surrounding him from all sides and the tens of thousands of demons closing in from the distance, Naruto was perfectly calm. He was even relaxed enough to peek at the situation on the other side of the battlefield. The battle between Kyuubi and the god of monsters, Typhon, it could not even be called a battle. It was a one-sided beatdown. Typhon was doing everything in his power to attack his foe, shooting hellfire, creating vortexes of wind, spitting clouds of poison and even breaking off parts of his body to create monsters to aid him in battle. But it was all for naught. A mere swipe of the demonic beast's tails was enough to squash the monsters he created into a gory paste. The vortexes of wind could barely ruffle his crimson-red fur, and the hellfire and the clouds of poison could not even get into Kyuubi's proximity as the fox's roar produced shockwaves capable of flattening and blowing away everything in their path. In front of absolute strength, all of Typhon's abilities appeared to be insignificant. Typhon had already died and regenerated himself nearly 10 times in less than 10 minutes. Noticing Naruto paying attention to the fighting between the two gigantic beings instead of focusing on him, Hades started to become angry. The man in front of him was too relaxed. Either he's too stupid to know he's about to die, or he is confident that I can't hurt him. At that thought, his ire flared. To think that there would come a day when a mortal would treat him with such disrespect. The bone dragons that he had summoned opened their gigantic jaws and their breath attacks covered the sky. Fire, poison and lightning incinerated and melted everything in their path, not caring about allies or foes. Despite the ferocity of the dragon breath attacks, a dagger suddenly pierced through them unaffected and Hades barely had enough time to lean his head to the side. Though the tri-pronged dagger only left a bloodied scratch on his cheek, Hades was unconcerned. It was going to heal up in a matter of seconds. However, in the instant that the dagger flew past his head, with a hand on the handle of the tri-pronged dagger and the other hand holding a purple-colored in-release Rasengan, Naruto appeared behind him like a ghost. The god had not even noticed his actions until the sphere of Yin chakra slammed into the back of his head. There were no explosions. Hades could not even feel any pain. He was not wounded at all. But when he wanted to turn around to face his enemy, his heart jumped to his throat. He could not control his body. He was paralyzed. The Yin Rasengan's purpose was not to injure him but to immobilize him. An aura of lightning magic burst behind his back and his fear seemed to double his strength. His body started to shake and it looked like he was going to regain control over his movements in a matter of seconds. Damned magic resistance. This is ridiculous. Naruto cussed. But he did not stay idle. His tailed beast chakra mode transformed into a cloak of yellow-red lightning. It was a version of the third Raikage's lightning armor adapted to his usage of Kyuubi's chakra. A grinding attack like a Rasengan isn't a good match because of his incredibly high magic resistance as a god. I need a piercing attack. Without my 6 paths, this is the strongest piercing attack I have. He clenched his right hand into a fist and a large portion of the lightning crackling around his body gathered to his fist. Then, he extended just his index finger. It was the last and most powerful stage of Hell Stab. It took only 2 seconds for him to power up his attack. But due to his panic or maybe because of a rush of adrenaline, the god somehow managed to regain a part of his control over his movements. At the very last moment, when Naruto's lightning attack was about to stab through his back, into his heart, Hades twisted his body around. The Hell Stab landed on his shoulder instead of piercing his back. A sharp grating sound was heard as the lightning jutsu was unable to pierce through the black pauldron covering Hades' shoulder, only managing to scratch it a little. The god kicked him in the gut with all his strength, blowing him away like a cannonball and bursting into loud laughter. This armor was forged for me by Hephaestos, the god of fire and blacksmiths. Your puny magic attacks can't even leave a scratch on me. My armor will parry everything you can possibly throw at me. Ha ha ha. Naruto coughed a bit from the kick that landed into his gut and pulled himself up from the crater his body made when he crashed, but he was not wounded. So his armor is just as tough as Diana's bracelets, huh? Lightning suddenly discharged from his body in a radius of 100 feet around him, turning all the skeletons in his range that were trying to attack him into dust. Sharp swishing sounds reached his ears and he quickly disappeared with a body flicker movement, evading the arrows shot by several dozens of centaur skeletons at the same time. But then, it started to rain with fire from above. A vanguard of several hundred demons from the immense horde in the distance had managed to enter the battlefield much faster than he had expected. Naruto unexpectedly stopped in his tracks and slapped his hands together in a prayer. Over 100 arrows whistled through the air in his direction, but his Raiton no Yoroi, lightning armor, stopped them all just a few inches away from piercing his body. In the next moment, a terrible gravity encompassed an area of over 600 feet around him. Just like he had once killed the squad of Gordanians that had tried to capture Starfire in Jump City, he used the same technique this time too. The hundreds of demons spitting fire at him from above suddenly lost their ability to fly and crashed into the rocky and ashy ground, to their death. But his victory was short-lived because right away, several bone dragons fired their breath attacks at him. The entire area was obliterated. Both Naruto and the skeletons and demons around him were reduced to cinders. Hades was just about to celebrate his triumph when he was suddenly kicked in the back of his legs. Before he could make sense of the situation, he had watched the mortal die with his own eyes. How could he still be alive? The god found himself on his knees. Following that, a huge Rasengan smashed into the side of his head, into his temple, and exploded. Slightly dizzy and with a bit of blood flowing from a scratch on his temple, he tried to stand up but a kick to the face threw him back onto the ground again. Then, 4 shadow clones suddenly popped into existence and grabbed him each from one of his limbs. With a scream of anger, Hades yanked his arms and legs with all his strength, but the 4 clones holding his limbs suddenly became over 100 times heavier. It was an earth release technique that could increase an object's weight many times over, depending on the need. Granted, since Naruto could not use his Sage Mode in Tartarus, the shadow clones were crushed by their own weight, unable to even stand on their feet. Regardless, they achieved their purpose, to pin Hades down. Floating at a high altitude in the air above Hades, Naruto raised his hand above his head and 2 other chakra arms grew out from his cloak. A purple-black sphere of chakra started to take form in the palm of his right hand. It was different from his previous Ine Rasengan. Way different. Just the size alone was even larger than Naruto's own body. It was a tailed beast bomb. Magic resistance? You can parry all my attacks? Parry this, you fucking casual. Hades screamed. It was a scream of fear and despair. For the first time in its existence, the realm of the dead saw light. It was as if a sun was born. For several moments, everything became white as a blinding light robbed everyone of their sight and a cataclysmic explosion boomed. It was like a nuclear bomb. Chapter 41, Tartarus, 4. Over 1,000 feet tall and wide, and with 9 equally large tails, Kyuubi lived up to his moniker as a destructive force of nature. Hydras, chimeras, dragons and other monstrosities that had instilled terror into regular people and heroes of ancient times alike were being slaughtered like helpless chickens by the demonic fox. The god of monsters, Typhon, was growing desperate. Never in his existence had he fought against such a terrible creature. He had even battled against Zeus, on his own, 2 times in the past, and he had more than put up a fight against the king of the Olympian gods. But now, it was like he was a child trying to fight against an adult. Why won't you just die? Die! Kyuubi screamed, thoroughly enraged, and smashed Typhon's body again into a gory mess. He had killed him several times already, but the god seemed capable of regenerating himself from the tiniest scraps of skin. 5 massive claws stabbed through the god's still regenerating body, making him let out shrieks of agony. Typhon's 18 eyes all revealed fear and urgency when he realized Kyuubi's intention. The claws were lifting his body towards a gaping maw filled with 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs. The beast wanted to eat him. The titanic fox was so huge that it would finish eating the god's hundreds of feet tall body in no more than 3 to 4 bites. Gritting his teeth, one of Typhon's 24 arms suddenly morphed into a blade, and then he hacked at his own neck. One of his 9 draconic heads was severed. He had cut his head by himself. What the hell? Momentarily, Kyuubi stopped and stared in confusion at the god of monsters' actions. Typhon did not wait for him to catch on to what he was doing. Before the fox could react, while still being stabbed through by the 5 claws, the god grabbed his severed head and used 8 of his numerous hands to throw it away. The severed draconic head flew like it was shot out of a cannon. In the next moment, the god of monsters' body shriveled and turned into black sand. A roar of anger came from Kyuubi. He realized that he had been tricked. The god had abandoned 95% of his body and escaped through his severed head. Typhon was running for his life. "You think I'll let you get away?" Kyuubi bellowed, and the land quaked as he broke into a mad dash towards the flying severed head in the distance. It had to be said that at over 1,000 feet tall and nearly 3,000 feet long, Kyuubi was so enormous that just taking a few steps was enough to cover several miles. After a few seconds, the spot where Naruto was battling Hades was already far behind him. It was impossible for Typhon to escape. But when Kyuubi's large hand was about to grasp the draconic head, he suddenly stumbled and lost his balance, almost falling to the ground. His blood-red fur started to lose its brightness, becoming a pale red, and a wave of dizziness attacked his mind. The black sand that Typhon's body had dissolved into after cutting his own neck was not mere sand. If Kyuubi had been capable of observing microscopic life forms, he would have seen that countless tiny leeches had buried into his skin and started sucking out his vital energy. From over 1,000 feet tall, Kyuubi's size started to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Typhon's severed dragon head quickly grew a torso and limbs, fully regenerating itself. While Kyuubi could not see the countless tiny parasites leeching his chakra, he noticed their effect straight away. A vast amount of chakra was abruptly expelled from his body, and the dense swarm of black insects was blown away like a cloud. Then, the expelled chakra ignited. In the distance, the god of monsters vomited blood as all the leeches, which were living parts of his body, were incinerated. "So this is a god," the Bijou said to himself gravely after getting rid of Typhon's leeches. While he was still large, not any smaller than Typhon, Kyuubi's size had decreased drastically. He was almost 2 times smaller than before, standing at only 600 feet in height. Typhon had siphoned away a third of his chakra in a matter of seconds. The fox understood then that he had underestimated the god of monsters. For the first time, their battle entered a lull. Typhon and Kyuubi glared at each other vigilantly. The disparity in their sizes was not as large as before anymore, but the 2 titanic beings had gained a healthy dose of wariness towards the powers and the abilities of the other. Their eyes were pinned on each other and their bodies tense, but neither of them wanted to break the ice. Both of them were waiting for the other to make the first move and take advantage of it. "I must have killed him more than 10 times. Kyuubi thought seriously. But he keeps reviving himself every time. He also drained nearly a third of my chakra, and Naruto can't supply me with more like in the past. I can't afford a battle of attrition. If this drags on, I will lose." He growled in annoyance at that thought. As the strongest Bijou out of his fellows, and after managing to even destroy a planet, Kyuubi had become very proud and confident of his power. However, he was not stupid, nor was he conceited to the point of ignoring reality. After having a taste of how dangerous and insidious Typhon actually was, he immediately became cautious and put his pride in the back seat. "If I lose, he'll never let me live it down." He could already picture Naruto in his mind, laughing his ass off at him. Becoming the butt's joke for the blonde was the last thing he wanted. While the 2 giants were having an intense stare-down, the dark sky of Tartarus unexpectedly brightened. A blinding white light forced Typhon and Kyuubi to close their eyes. Then, a deafening explosion was heard and an incredibly powerful shockwave followed, carrying a heatwave that set the air on fire. It was exactly the chance that the fox had been waiting for. While the sky was still bright white and the tailed beast bomb transformed into a huge mushroom cloud, Kyuubi opened his mouth. Black, purple, and red particles of energy started to gather between his open jaws in the form of a sphere. His fur started to shrivel up and disappear into thin air, revealing his raw flesh, and his body began shrinking down rapidly. As he was continuing pouring chakra into the tailed beast bomb, he became unable to maintain his large size anymore. By the time he stopped powering up his Bijadama, Kyuubi became no bigger than 100 feet tall. When Typhon finally regained his sight, an enormous black sphere of energy was the only thing he saw. The fox was nowhere to be seen. The tailed beast bomb was twice as large as the fox now. It was too late for Typhon to run, and the sphere of magic was way too large for him to even think about dodging it. With no other choice left, the god of monsters shouted in desperation and curled himself on the ground. A chitinous husk quickly grew from his skin and tough scales appeared on top of it too. Right before the huge-tailed beast bomb reached him, Typhon finished transforming himself into a creature resembling a grotesque pangolin. It was his strongest defense. For the second time that day, Tartarus was illuminated by a blinding light. The entire realm trembled from the absurdly powerful explosion. It was much more powerful than the tailed beast bomb fired by Naruto a few moments before. For more than 10 miles around them, everything was vaporized. It took a long time for the explosion to die down. In the humongous crater, a tiny pile of flesh was all that remained from the seemingly unkillable god of monsters. Living up to his name as the ancestor of hydras, the remains of Typhon were still wriggling. He was still alive. If left to his own devices, Kyuubi had no doubts that the god would eventually recover even from such a devastating attack. But he had no intention of giving him any time to regenerate himself. "I have to eat this?" The fox made a disgusted face when he grabbed the still alive and wriggling mass of flesh from the ground. He closed his eyes and covered his nose with the other hand. Then, he threw the remains of Typhon into his mouth. He gagged and almost threw up. However, as disgusting as it looked, he forced himself to not think about it and swallow it. It was his key to godhood. It was the only way to stop the power of faith from driving him insane. The Amazon princess let out a loud battle cry. Hera had yet to even crash on the ground after being kicked in the face when Diana body slammed into her with her golden shield. Spittle flew out of her mouth when the wind was knocked out of her and her body left a sonic boom behind from the force of the shield bash. The goddess crashed into a nearby cliff, breaking it into smithereens. The princess had not held back her strength when she bashed the goddess with her shield. Even after smashing into the cliff, Hear's body continued to roll and tumble onto the ashy ground like a rag doll. She may have been the queen of Olympus, but that was due to her being Zeus's wife. She was not known as a battle-hardened goddess. In terms of actual strength in battle, she was far below the likes of Hades or Typhon. Nonetheless, she was still a goddess. Her divine power blasted outwards and her body stabilized itself in midair. However, her success was short-lived. The goddess only had enough time to cast a protective spell around her before the warrior princess slammed her round shield into her again. Wonder Woman seemed dead set on not giving the goddess any chance at reuniting with Hades. Encased in her protective bubble of magic, although she had been hurled away through the air like a soccer ball, Hera was largely unhurt. But, by the time she finally stopped her momentum, she realized that she was already 5 miles away from the remains of the collapsed flying island. Hera was a woman of a rarely seen beauty, one said to be on par even with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Athena, the virgin goddess of war and wisdom. However, at that moment, she looked haggard. Her white regal robe was smeared with ash, she lost her golden crown, and her wavy brown hair was now shaggy and filled with ash and dirt. Her otherwise dignified face was twisted in rage. "I'll make you regret the day you raised your hand against me. I'll make you suffer for millennia to come. I'll have you watch as I sell the rest of the Amazons into slavery and, in the end, I'll make you beg of me to grant you sweet release of death. That I swear on my own name." Hera yelled. It was as if she had lost her mind to her rage. The Olympian goddess let out a shrill scream and chunks of the ground broke off and started to float around her. With another scream and a wave of her hands, the large boulders were hurled towards the Amazon princess. It was like a rain of meteorites. Wonder Woman clenched her hands around the straps of her golden shield and braced herself for the impact. There were too many of them for her to dodge them all. Boulders weighing several tons smashed against her golden shield with reverberating booms. Despite her formidable physical strength as a demigoddess, the several tons heavy boulders were hurled with such velocity that she was pushed back greatly by every impact. Eventually, the hail of rocks and boulders ended, but Hera used her divine power to rupture the ground again. Wonder Woman launched herself at the goddess, but she was met with another barrage of rocks and boulders right away. Helplessly, she could only hold on to her golden shield and tough it out. Despite her disdain for a half-blood like Diana, Hera understood that she would be in mortal danger if she allowed the princess to get close to her. Hera was not a warrior, she was not adept in direct battles. She was feared by the rest of the gods due to her venomous and vengeful personality. She would lay curses on mortals from the dark and manipulate others into doing her dirty work. But when it came to a frontal battle against a warrior demigoddess, Hera could only resort to using her divine power and telekinesis to keep the princess at bay with everything she got. Hera's plan was to hold the status quo and drag the time until Hades or Typhon defeated their opponents and came to her aid. Is this all that the mighty queen of Olympus is capable of? Throwing rocks like a savage barbarian? Diana said mockingly. She was trying to get a rise out of her. Hera had already thrown 4 waves of giant boulders and rocks at her. Despite how violent each hail was, it could not hurt Wonder Woman at all. She would dodge most of the boulders and use her shield to protect herself from the one that she could not dodge. But Hera's purpose was achieved, the princess could not close in the distance between them. Now, it was a stalemate. The goddess did not fall for her bait. She kept herself surrounded by floating large rocks and watched her every movement like a hawk. When Wonder Woman lunged at her again, she immediately shot a barrage of boulders at her. However, this time around, Diana put her shield on her back and went against her barehanded. When the boulders were about to smash into her body, she slammed her bracelets against each other. A deafening sound like that of a gong was heard and the shockwave it generated blasted all the incoming rocks and boulders into bits. Every piece weighed several tons but they were disintegrated like sand. A sonic boom was left in her wake as the Amazon launched herself at the goddess. She twirled her golden lasso above her hand once and threw it at Hera to ensnare her. However, at the very last moment, Hera cast a short-distance teleportation spell, reappearing 400 feet away from her previous spot. Wonder Woman let out a grunt of annoyance at seeing the goddess slip away at the last moment. Hera and Diana stood face to face with a distance of several hundred feet between them, glaring daggers at each other. I really need to make Naruto keep up his promise and teach me some of his spells and techniques, the princess muttered to herself. She was frustrated at how one-dimensional her skill set was. Her physical strength, her toughness, and her fighting abilities were undoubtedly formidable, but if she could not get into close-range combat she would be left like a sitting duck, like in the present. While Hera could not harm her in the least, neither could Diana get close to her and kill her. While they were glaring at each other, the dark sky of Tartarus was suddenly lighted up by a blinding light. It was as if a sun was born in the realm of the dead. Hera was momentarily shocked and the extremely bright light blinded her. However, Diana had expected Naruto to launch an outrageous attack like that sooner or later. She was not overly surprised. Instead, she realized it. This is my chance. Her hand wrapped around the handle of a weapon strapped on her back. She unsheathed her god-slaying sword. The muscles of her back, shoulders and arms became taut as she raised her sword above her head with both of her hands. Then, she used her entire strength to throw it. With her eyes momentarily blinded by the nuke-like explosion of the tailed beast bomb in the distance, Hera could only hear, not see, the sharp object piercing through the air. A scream of pain burst from her mouth as a sharp blade lodged itself deep into her stomach and even protruded through her back. The burning pain coming from having her stomach eviscerated overwhelmed her senses. It was the first she had felt such terrible pain. She had never been wounded so grievously in her entire life. She was not accustomed to pain. But those few moments were more than enough for Wonder Woman to appear by her side like a phantom and capitalize. Her lasso of truth wrapped around Hera tightly, preventing her from teleporting away. The goddess was still dizzy from pain and had yet to come back to her senses when Diana grabbed the handle of the sword and stabbed through her stomach. In the next moment, the Amazon princess's white and golden armor was splattered with a large amount of blood, painting her red from head to toe. Her face cold and her eyes betraying no hesitation, Diana had mercilessly cut the goddess's body in half with her god-slaying sword. Both Kyuubi and Wonder Woman had taken advantage perfectly of the unexpected blinding light created by Naruto's tailed beast bomb and ended their battles, killing their respective foes. However, it looked like Naruto himself had not managed to finish the job. After the blinding light faded away and the devastating ball of chakra exploded and transformed into a giant mushroom, Naruto was left speechless to realize that Hades was still alive. No, even more than that, he was practically unscathed. "Oi, oi, give me a break," he could not help muttering. At the bottom of the miles-wide crater left in the wake of the tailed beast's explosion stood 2 people. Hades was on the ground, unconscious, but otherwise seemingly unharmed if the rising and lowering of his chest was anything to go by. The other person was standing protectively in front of him. It was an athletic and beautiful woman with long black hair and silvery eyes. An open-faced golden helmet covered her head and a bronze-colored armor set protected her body. A long spear was stabbed into the ground, next to her, as her 2 arms were grasping tightly the straps of a wide, circular golden shield. She reminded Naruto of his Diana. They looked eerily similar. The woman's breathing was laborious and her arms were shaking. She was the one who had taken the full brunt of the devastating tailed beast bomb, using her shield and body to save Hades from certain death. "Who are you?" Naruto asked vigilantly. He was not one to underestimate a person who managed to tank a tailed beast head-on and survive. He was sure she had to be a goddess of some sort. Before the woman could reply, the sky was once again bathed in a blind light, and an explosion even more powerful than Naruto's tailed beast bomb rocked the entire realm of the dead. The shockwaves were so powerful that even Naruto dared not take them lightly. The yellow-red chakra cloak surrounding his body flared as he fortified his defenses. That crazy fox. It was Kyuubi's tailed beast bomb. The fox had even sacrificed a large part of his body to power it up before firing it. Though his fight against Typhon took place more than 10 miles away, Naruto could see the land below him melting from the heat wave. He became a little worried. Was that monster really that strong? To think Kurama would be forced to fire such a powerful Bijudama, he probably doesn't have much chakra left, if any at all, he thought. Making a cross-shaped seal, 4 clones appeared by his side and then disappeared with a body flicker movement. He had sent them to check up on the fox and confirm his safety. When the blinding light finally died down, he flew down and landed not far from the place where Hades lay unconscious with the armored woman protecting him. "Who are you? Why are you getting in my way?" he asked again. Despite that her body was weary and she looked worse for wear, the woman tried not to show any signs of weakness. With her round golden shield in her left hand and holding her spear in her right hand, the woman kept her guard up. "I am Pallas Athena. I am the Olympian goddess of war and wisdom." Naruto stopped in his tracks. He felt the beginning of a headache. "She's one of the 5 patron goddesses of the Amazons. The hell is she doing here?" Momentarily, he was at a loss for what to say. "I mean no harm. I do not wish to battle against you. We are not enemies." Naruto looked at her silently for a short while. "That sounds nice and all, but I can't just take the words of a stranger as truth now, can I? If you truly mean no harm, wait a few moments. My partners will be here soon." "Very well," the armored woman expressed her agreement. Then, the two of them waited in silence. Meanwhile, Naruto had all sorts of thoughts going through his head. He could only wait for Kyuubi and Diana to return to his side. Kyuubi would be able to tell whether she was speaking the truth or not, and Diana would be able to confirm whether the armored woman was really who she claimed to be or not. Wonder Woman was the first to arrive. He was taken aback at the sight of her. Her hair and her armor were soaked in Hera's blood, and her face was smeared with still wet blood too, despite her attempts at wiping it away with her hand. "Are you okay?" he asked worriedly, but he did not continue looking at her, keeping his eye pinned on the armored woman and the unconscious Hades instead to not give them any chance to pull off some funny move. "I'm perfectly fine. This is Hera's blood. She got what she deserved," Diana said. But then, her face betrayed her feelings of surprise when she saw the person standing next to Hades, who was lying unconscious at the center of the crater. "Lady Athena?" she asked in wonder. The armored goddess finally lowered her guard and let her shield down. "Diana," Athena acknowledged her greeting with a smile. "It is good to see you." Just then, Kyuubi also arrived at the scene, carried on the shoulder of a shadow clone. He had returned to his tiny form as a fox cub. "Everything good on your side, Kurama?" Naruto asked. "Bastard wouldn't die. I lost count of how many times I destroyed his body," he kept resurrecting. "I had to use nearly all my chakra to kill him. It will take me weeks to accumulate it back." Kyuubi grumbled and jumped from the clone's shoulder onto the original Naruto's shoulder. Despite the fox's grouchy words, he was not able to fool Naruto. He knew that Kyuubi was actually very excited. However, it looked like the now tiny fox was extremely exhausted. He did not even care to ask about the newly appeared woman standing by Hades' side. "I'm so tired. I need to sleep," Kyuubi said. The fox had unshakable confidence in Naruto's strength. He was not worried that the blonde would be unable to handle things on his own if he slept. "Was that monster a god? Or do you need me to save Hades up for you to eat him?" The stoic face of the goddess of war briefly twitched at Naruto's words. He was talking about killing Hades as a matter of fact, as if her presence there was irrelevant. Kyuubi shook his head slightly and mumbled. "It was the god of monsters. I learned of it after I ate him." "All right then, you go take a nap. Diana and I will handle things here," Naruto said and patted him gently on the head. The little fox cub made a soft growl of comfort at having his head caressed. Then, he moved on his shoulder, closer to Naruto's neck. He curled up in a tiny ball of fur and buried his little snout into his fluffy 9 tails. Kurama fell into a slumber. His body began to assimilate the god of monsters' divinity. "Lady Athena, why are you here?" Wonder Woman asked with a bit of hesitation. "I have come to Tartarus at the orders of Zeus, to kill Hades. Has Zeus changed his mind and sent you to stop us?" Although she no longer worshipped the gods, proof of that was the still wet blood that splattered all over her armor and face. Diana was still respectful towards the patron goddesses of the Amazons. After all, the Amazons' survival depended on them. Zeus has not changed his mind. But I intend on starting a coup d'état, Athena said. And I wish for Hades to join forces with me against Zeus. Hades does not deserve to die. He may have his faults, but he is 10 times a better man than Zeus ever was. Naruto and Diana were startled. Athena was Zeus's favorite daughter. They had not expected her to say that. You appear to be very surprised, the goddess remarked. In truth, it is not the first time I tried to take my father's throne. I have also tried it once in my youth. Back then, I joined hands with Hera, Apollo, and Poseidon, and we almost succeeded. But I was still too young, too weak, and too inexperienced. We failed. 1. He looked at her suspiciously. With Kyuubi in deep slumber, he had no way of checking if she was speaking the truth or not. I can sense that you don't trust me, the goddess said and looked at Naruto. Her silvery eyes were clear and pure. But this is a matter of life and death for us, the Olympian gods. If Zeus is not eliminated soon, many of us will perish. What do you mean by that? Who in the world can do such a thing to you? You are gods. Diana said, not quite able to believe it. The god of evil, Darkseid, Athena said seriously. But Darkseid is dead. The Justice League killed him a month ago. Wonder Woman denied it. Athena shook her head. Darkseid is far more powerful than you realize. More powerful than Zeus himself realizes. Nobody understands how dangerous he really is. What the Justice League killed was merely an avatar. It's not the first time Darkseid was killed. How is he resurrecting every time? It's because it was just a vessel that he used to interact with the mortal plane of existence. When one is killed, he can just create another. Darkseid's true form is on a completely different level. He is not just the god of evil on Apocalypse. Is the god of evil of the entire universe. It is only the restriction imposed by the source that is stopping him from leaving the dimension of the gods and conquering the entire universe. 2. After making a short pause, the goddess continued. Darkseid had set his sights on Earth several thousand years ago when he came to Earth for the first time. I have warned Zeus many times, but he does not want to listen. He is too confident in his lightning and thunder. His arrogance has blinded him. He does not realize that he has grown weaker. He does not realize that I, alone, am already just as powerful as he is. Mortals no longer worship him. He has been forgotten. Yet he does not want to accept the idea that someone could be more powerful than himself. 3. But sooner or later Darkseid will find a way to squeeze more of his true power through the gap between the dimensions. I do not wish to sit around and wait for our doom. I do not wish to see Zeus drag all of Olympus to death with him. If he is so strong, why is he so interested in Earth? Why would someone like him care that much about such a tiny and insignificant planet? I don't understand, said Naruto. When looking at the scale of the universe, Earth was indeed just one of the numerous planets inhabited by a sentient species of living beings. In Naruto's eyes, there was nothing special about it. If anything, technology-wise, Earth was rather backwater, decades or centuries behind other civilizations such as Almerac or Thanagar. He could not understand what exactly made the god of evil so obsessed with Earth. He believes that Earth holds the anti-life equation, a magical formula that will give him control of the minds of every intelligent being in the world. Seeing as Darkseid's true body can never leave his dimension, possessing the anti-life equation is the only realistic method through which he could one day achieve complete control over the entire universe. That's why he will never give up on Earth. His conflict with the Justice League is just secondary. The anti-life equation is the thing he desires the most. So what do you plan on doing now? Naruto said. I will lead the Olympian gods into another dimension. Our departure is long overdue. The people of Earth no longer worship us. There is no need for us to remain here and put ourselves in mortal danger. We have nothing to gain from it. Diana asked. Then what about the Amazons? What will happen to my mother and my sisters after you leave? My intention is to take the Amazons with me, Athena said. But I will not force anyone to follow me. For those who do not wish to leave the Earth, my blessing will allow them to continue living the natural lifespan of a regular human. That is the most that I can do for them. Chapter 42, Godhood. Will you follow me to Olympus today? Athena asked. Naruto glanced at the slumbering fox on his shoulder and then at the bloodied appearance of Wonder Woman. No. We need some rest. We can't start a war now. Not when we are not at our best. Planting Hiratian markers on his spaceship and on satellites outside of every planet he visited, using shadow clones to investigate his enemies before attacking, keeping an eye on his chakra consumption, trying to think of strategies when fighting against powerful foes instead of just throwing flashy techniques around, carrying nutritional pills in case he remained stranded in space, refusing to accept the bounty of assassinating Darkseid in his own homeworld, and so on. These were just a few examples that spoke of his cautious nature. Nearly a century of adventuring in a world different from his own was enough to smarten up even a blockhead like his teenage self. He would never be considered academically smart or a genius, but a lifetime of experiences had made him a wiser person. That said, he was definitely not going to fight against the alleged king of the Olympian gods unless he, Kurama, and Diana were at their 100%. Understandable, the goddess acknowledged. A peculiar pendant appeared in her hand. It was made of stone, and circular, and it depicted the head of a screaming woman with snakes for hair. It looked like Medusa's head. Handing it to the Amazon princess, she said, "Take your time and recover. When you are ready, you can use this relic to summon me." A blue light shone from the goddess's palm and a human-sized oval portal appeared. Naruto secretly glanced at her with a calculative look in his eyes. Hades is supposed to be a major god according to Diana. He's the god of the underworld. He can't make portals to escape from this realm, but Athena can. She also took one of my tailed beast bombs and survived. I'd better not take her lightly if we crossed paths again in the future, he mused. I'm so tired. And filthy. Wonder Woman grumbled. After more than 24 hours of sweating in the pits of Tartarus, slaying demons, and cutting a goddess in half, her appearance was a far cry from usual. It was only after stepping out of the portal and setting foot on Themyscira that she became aware of her deplorable state. Dried blood, ash, dirt, and sweat covered her from head to toes. It made her long black hair itchy and scruffy and her skin clammy. She did not remember if she had ever been so dirty. "Ah, my cloak is ruined," she bemoaned when she looked at her previously white cloak. It had more than one hole in it and its color was unrecognizable with all the stains and dirt on it. Her white and golden breastplate, her greaves, her pauldrons, her bracelets, and her tiara were of a magical nature. It was an armor set crafted for her by the god of fire, Hephaestus. It would be very easy to clean. However, her earring ornaments and her white cloak could not be salvaged. They were ordinary objects that she wore just to make herself look more fashionable. A warrior she may have been, but she was a woman at the same time too. She liked to kick ass, but she wanted to look good while doing it too. Why are even wearing that cloak? Doesn't it get in the way? You'd be lying if you told me nobody tried to grab you by the cloak and slam you around, he said snidely and sniggered. She threw a mean look at him. The pot calling the kettle black. You're wearing a cloak too? He grinned at her and said, well then, be my guest. Try to grab me by my cloak. She huffed at him and quickly grabbed the edge of his fur-collared black cloak. But, to her surprise, the buttons holding it together around his neck snapped and she pulled the cloak directly off him. When she threw it to the side, her eyes widened as she found herself with the blade of a dagger pointed at her neck. Bet you didn't expect that, he said smugly. It always takes my opponents by surprise when they try to grab me by my cloak. Not only that they never expect it to come off so easily and it makes them become still for a moment, but the cloak also hides my hands from their view, allowing me to mount a sneak attack. So my cloak looks cool and it's useful too. Show off, she pouted. Not minding his presence, she started taking off her clothes and armor and threw them on the floor. Now completely naked, she threw a sultry look at him as she headed towards the bathroom. Care to join me? He had never taken off his combat suit and clothes any faster before. He let out a silent yawn and a groan of comfort. He could not recall ever sleeping better than the previous night. Washing each other's bodies, making love, and then falling asleep in each other's arms, exhausted both from their trial in Tartarus and from their intimate activities, he slept like a baby. Boobies, he thought and buried his face deeper into her chest. He felt her arms slightly tighten around his head and pulling him deeper into her, and her leg that was draped over his waist rubbed along his side for a moment. This has to be heaven. Heaven on earth, no doubt about it. The feel of her softness and her sweet scent were like a drug for him. Although he was fully rested, the comfort of sleeping in Diana's arms and with his face buried in the valley of her breasts was just too comfortable. He fell asleep again. But his blissful lethargy was not meant to last. All of a sudden, a loud yell deafened him of one ear and a particular set of paws started shaking his shoulder roughly. Naruto! Naruto! Wake up! His annoyance was threatening to blow up. Damn it, Kurama, watch you want this early in the morning, he snapped in a loud whisper at the hyperactive fox. But when he raised his head from Diana's embrace and opened his eyes to look at the fox, he became speechless. The hell dash, he sputtered in surprise. The fox cub standing on his chest was almost sparkling. He still looked like a fox cub, but his crimson red fur had become completely golden. I am a god. I even got 10 tails. Wahahaha. Kyuubi threw his head back and laughed out loud. Naruto's eyes were drawn by the fox's words to his tails to count them. 10 tails. Wow, he said in pure admiration. Sitting up to take a better look at the golden 10-tailed fox, he asked in curiosity, anything else that has changed at you? The fox god raised his snout proudly in the air. He reveled in the attention and admiration he was receiving from the blonde. Watch. Kyuubi said smugly. All of a sudden, goosebumps appeared on Naruto's forearms and his spine chilled. A feeling of oppression like he rarely ever got to experience washed over him. He felt tiny, insignificant. It was reminding him of how he felt the first time he sensed the rabbit goddess's chakra when she resurrected. But Kyuubi's aura was levels above that. The fox reigned in his divinity. Then, he hopped into Naruto's arms and snuggled with his head into his chest. His tails were wagging around crazily, like a helicopter. He was acting like an overexcited dog that could not contain its enthusiasm. Kurama had resolved himself that from the moment he became a god he would start acting in a dignified fashion, but he could not keep up a proud and smug appearance in the present at all. He had spent several months thinking that he was going insane, with a constant buzz of voices in his head. But now, he was finally free and more powerful than ever. Naruto laughed in delight too at the fox's contagious happiness. How could he not be happy for him? Kurama was his lifelong best friend, like a brother. His success and happiness were his own as well. I don't need you to feed me chakra anymore either. Kyuubi said and then repeated himself, and I have 10 tails. It looked like having 10 tails was the ultimate proof for the fox that he was a god now. He kept repeating that he had 10 tails. The ruckus that Kurama and Naruto were causing naturally startled Wonder Woman awake from her sleep as well. They were so loud and rambunctious that they would wake up even the dead. Diana raised her arms above her head and her body shivered pleasantly for a few seconds as she stretched. Despite how loud the man and the fox were, she could not bring herself to be annoyed. Her mood was simply too great. Last night was? She almost let out a moan just at the memory of the previous night. During their first time, so many years of bottled-up physical and emotional needs burst at once and they went at each other wildly, filled with lust. The previous night, however, was completely different. For hours, they made love to each other, worshipping each other's body and pouring all their feelings and heart into it. Closing her eyes, she bit her lower lip and shivered. It had been perfect. However, after a few moments, she became aware of the silence that had been instilled in the room as Naruto and Kyuubi abruptly shut up. Diana? Naruto asked tentatively. He swallowed a node in his neck. Are you okay? She opened her eyes, but when she was about to reply, she was momentarily stunned. Kurama. Your fur is dash, she began to say. Yes, I am a god, the fox said with a grin. But he asked a bit worried, but I'm not the only one who changed, look at yourself. It was then that Wonder Woman finally caught the sight of her long hair. Her previously raven-black hair was a pure silvery white color now. She was so startled that she unconsciously released her aura too. It was the aura of a goddess. Naruto looked at her in awe. He had always found the Amazon princess attractive, even before falling in love with her. As he had said under the coercion of the lasso of truth, he saw her as divine, perfection given human form. But now, she somehow became even more enchanting if that was possible. When he first noticed that her hair had turned white, he was afraid something bad happened to her. But once she released her divinity and his worries disappeared, only astonishment remained. 2 days later, Naruto and Diana said their goodbyes to Hippolyta and the Amazons and returned to her apartment in New York. Now, a golden fox cub was flying around in the living room like a shuttle. Despite his great power, Kurama had never been able to fly before. But now that he was a god and that he could fly effortlessly, he was milling around, stirring winds in his passing. By the void, cut it out already! Naruto yelled at him, incensed from his seat on the sofa. He couldn't pay any attention to the large TV in front of him because of the fox. He was as obnoxious as a bee incessantly buzzing around inside a room. As if to spite him, Kyuubi flew in front of Naruto, between him and the TV. He floated in midair and sat like a human in a cross-legged position and unfurled his 10 golden fluffy tails like a peacock, blocking his sight completely. The blonde reached the end of his patience. A shadow clone came from the office room of the apartment and handed the original Naruto a paper slip. Enough was enough. Kurama did not realize what was going to happen until he felt someone slapping his back. When the paper slip was stuck on his back, the fox cried out in surprise when his powers were all of a sudden cancelled and he dropped down on the floor with a thud. Before he could make out the situation, Naruto grabbed the little golden fox by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to the kitchen. You wanted to fly, didn't you? Then fly, the blonde yelled in a mean voice and threw the fox through the open window. They were on the top floor of a skyscraper with over 70 floors. Naruto. Fuck you! Kurama hollered as he plunged towards the ground. Hearing the vague sound of a car getting smashed to bits and several alarms starting to blare, Naruto smiled in satisfaction. It was almost like music to his ears. Seriously, you too? You're like Tom and Jerry. Not a day passes without one trying to drive the other nuts. Diana admonished lightly when he returned to the living room. He chuckled lightly in spite of himself and plopped down on the sofa next to her. But what was on his mind was left unsaid, however, when the anchors started talking about a particular news report. A title written in bold and uppercase letters occupied the bottom center of the screen. Wonder Woman expelled from the Justice League. The anchor proceeded to say, "Here is what the spokesperson of the Justice League, Martian Manhunter, had to say at the press conference held earlier this morning." The image changed and a different footage started playing. Still wearing nothing except for his purple cloak and briefs, the green-skinned alien spoke in front of 24 microphones belonging to media outlets from all over the globe. "Maxwell Lord 4 killed the Blue Beetle, one of our members 4 days ago. However, he should have answered for his crimes in front of the court, according to the law. The Justice League does not condone Wonder Woman's actions. Our purpose has never been to take the law into our hands but to keep people safe. As a result of her deeds, with a heavy heart, we hereby announce that Wonder Woman has been officially removed from the ranks of the Justice League. Wonder Woman has been one of the founding members of the Justice League and she has worked together with us to protect the Earth for years. Nevertheless, nobody is above the reach of the law. We all have to be held accountable for our deeds." Martian Manhunter's words were met with chaos as tens of reporters started yelling questions at the same time. One of the reporters with stronger lungs managed to scream his question loud enough to cover everyone else. "What is the Justice League doing to apprehend her?" The ruckus quickly died down. Everyone wanted to hear the answer to that question. The way that Martian Manhunter's previously stoic face grimaced made the reporters start panting like a pack of starved wolves at the smell of blood. "We have strongly suggested Wonder Woman to turn herself in to the authorities. She is a person of character and we believe that she will dash." Martian Manhunter started to say only for the same reporter to cut him off and yell, "What if she refuses to do so? Surely you do not think that regular police officers will be able to overpower her, do you? Have you not seen the devastation that her battle against Superman created in the Andes Mountains? The two of them reshaped the land. Geographers are now working to redraw the map of the leveled portion of the mountainside in Chile. For God's sake, she almost killed Superman." At his words, the other reports all started yelling their agreements and bombarding Martian Manhunter with another wave of questions. The screen of the TV went black as Naruto used the remote control to turn it off. He looked at Diana with a troubled look in his eyes. But, to his surprise, she appeared to be completely calm. He had expected her to show a pained look or some frustration, but there was none of that. Her expression was the epitome of serenity. "You don't need to worry about me," Diana said with a small smile. "I don't regret what I did. If I had to go back and be faced with that situation once more, I would make the same choice every time. It was the life of a criminal for the sake of thousands of innocents or more. I don't blame the Justice League anymore either. Thinking about it, when the other dimension Superman lobotomized that alien creature in Metropolis a few months ago, I did not react well to his actions either. I can't be too harsh on others now, can I? Furthermore, I think that that incident with the Justice Lords where it was revealed that they had taken over the planet in their dimension has made everyone very sensitive to such matters. I understand why they do not want to accept the fact that Maxwell had to be killed. It's because they are scared. They are afraid of falling into the footsteps of our counterparts from the other dimension. They do not want to become tyrants too." She took his hand in hers and interlocked their fingers as her blue eyes peered lovingly into his. "It doesn't matter what they think about me anymore. Your love and support are all I need. My mother is proud of me too. Nothing else matters." Naruto brought their interlocked hands up and kissed her hand tenderly. "Good. For a moment there, I thought you'd actually go along with this farce. I'd never let them parade you around on meaningless trials. I won't let anyone disrespect you like that." She leaned into his chest and he embraced her dearly with an arm and caressed her silky white hair with the other hand. "How does it feel to be a goddess now?" he asked after a while. "Not that different, I guess? I mean, I noticed the big difference between before and after my mother unsealed my powers as a demigoddess a few months ago. But now the difference isn't that big. I guess I feel calmer and a bit less emotional," she said rhetorically. "Did you become the goddess of something? Like, do you have a domain of sorts or something you preside over? Did you become the goddess of marriage and childbirth like Hera?" Diana giggled at his words. "Of course not, you silly goose. How would I be the goddess of something like that when I'm not married and have never given birth?" He chuckled too. "Well then? Don't keep me in suspense. I don't have a domain. Most of the Olympian gods were not born with a domain, it was the faith of the people that gave them attributes. Take Goddess Athena for example. People praised her for her wisdom, skill in battle, and talent in handicrafts. In time, she became the patron goddess of wisdom, war, and handicrafts. When she started showing favoritism towards heroes and supported them in their trials, she became the goddess of heroes too. Ooh! I was wondering why I didn't get any special power besides flying and being able to regenerate my chakra. Kurama exclaimed, popping up seemingly out of nowhere. You came back for more? Naruto asked belligerently. God or not, I'll still kick your furry ass to Sunday and back if you don't settle down. The fox snickered unrepentantly. Completely ignoring his question, he asked one of his own. Well then, when are we going to the Vega system? The wagging of his 10 tails betrayed his excitement. He could not wait to get there. He was swooning at the image of thousands of people bowing or kneeling in front of him, worshipping his glorious self. Sheesh, get a grip already, you're drooling. While the three of them were chatting merrily and poking fun at each other, a glowing relic flew from the bedroom into the living room and stopped in midair in front of the sofa where they were sitting. It was the stone pendant with the snake-haired woman that Athena had given Diana before they left Tartarus. The clear voice of Athena rang. Zeus left Olympus 2 days ago. I thought that he had gotten wind of Hera and Typhon's deaths and that he went to check the situation himself. But he is nowhere to be found, and my sources tell me that he never went to Tartarus. After further consideration, it became clear to me, Zeus had run away. When the voice stopped, the stone pendant lost its glow and landed softly on the coffee table. Naruto and Diana looked at each other wide-eyed. Oi, why would he run away? Didn't Athena say that Zeus was so confident in his power that he disregarded even Darkseid? Kyuubi let out a confident chuckle and flexed his paw. Isn't that obvious? He noticed my power. He sensed my divinity. Ahaha. Naruto and Diana rolled their eyes, having become accustomed to the fox's bragging and boasting a long time ago. They knew that now that Kurama was an actual god, his pride and ego would get much bigger than before. Little did they know, however, that Kurama's boastful words were not empty. When Kyuubi released his aura 2 days ago for Naruto to see it, it struck horror into Zeus's heart. After Athena, coincidentally, informed him of Hera's and Typhon's deaths too, the so-called king of gods became certain of his next course of action: escape. 1 week after Maxwell Lord Ivy's death, Green Arrow was patrolling his hometown, Star City, when he received a peculiar phone call. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Diana. Green Arrow looked around carefully and brought a hand up to mask his mouth as if to stop potential eavesdroppers from reading the words on his lips. Are you out of your mind? Why did you call me of all people? The whole world is out to get you now, and the Justice League is watching me carefully too, since I was the only one to speak in your defense. They will find you in a matter of seconds, he almost shouted, but in a whisper. I wanted to thank you for standing up for me. Wonder Woman said. I wish I could have conveyed my gratitude face to face, but, as you said it yourself, that is not really an option for me right now. No need to thank me. Green Arrow said and shook his head. I only did what I thought was right. Everyone is harping about you being a murderer, but they're conveniently forgetting how you prevented probably tens of thousands of innocents from being harmed. They forgot how many people were killed by Superman in Metropolis a few years ago when Darkseid brainwashed him. They seem to have forgotten how deadly a Kryptonian with no morals can be. It's easier for them to paint you in a bad light and use you as a scapegoat. A soft sigh came from the other side of the transmission. It is what it is. With that said, I won't come back again. The Justice League has grown large and powerful, so it doesn't need my strength anymore, and it certainly doesn't deserve my time anymore either. I'm going to leave the Earth. Green Arrow was stunned by her words. Leave? And go where? The universe is a large place. I can go anywhere. Besides, I get to be together with the man I love. If I'm being honest, I've always wished to go with him, but in the past, I could not just ignore my responsibilities as a member of the Justice League and leave. But now, there is nothing to stop me any longer. Not only that the Justice League was out to arrest her and hand her over to the authorities to be trialed by the International Court of Justice, but her mother and the rest of the Amazons were going to leave the Earth soon too. There was really nothing holding her back anymore. So you and that alien mercenary are serious about your relationship? Do you know me as a frivolous woman? We've been serious about it from the beginning. Green Arrow winced at the sharpness in her words. Not at all. Well, as long as you're happy, I wish you all the best. Thank you again, Oliver, Diana said in a softer tone and used his real name. It meant a lot to me that you tried to defend me. I will not forget your support. As I told you, I only did what I thought was right. I understand. But I still appreciate it. Listen to me, I have solid reasons to believe that Darkseid will attack the Earth again sometime in the future. Even with the mask that he was wearing, it was easy to see the skeptical look on Green Arrow's face at her words. Darkseid is dead. I was there when he died, together with another nearly 100 members of the Justice League. He is far more powerful than the JL gives him credit for. Apparently, it's not the first time he got killed. Darkseid will be back, and he will be back with a vengeance. He will never give up on Earth. And how do you know all this? Green Arrow asked, now starting to become nervous. It was Goddess Athena that informed me of it. To understand how serious it is, Goddess Athena and the rest of the Olympian gods are preparing for an exodus. They are going to leave this dimension together with the Amazons very soon. The bow-wielding vigilante exhaled loudly. My God, you dropped one hell of a bomb on my lap now. Would you have rather not known? No, he admitted. It's better that you told me. What should I tell the Justice League? It's not a secret. I told you this so you could inform everyone. Although I will no longer be on Earth at that time, I don't wish to see this planet destroyed. There are millions of people on this planet who did nothing wrong. They do not deserve to die. Besides, I'm pretty sure Batman or Cyborg are listening on our call as we speak. I don't think so, Princess. Green Arrow retorted. This is a secure line. No technology is secure anymore ever since Batman created that artificial intelligence named Brother, Diana said, and Green Arrow got the impression that she shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I'm going to leave Earth's atmosphere in about a minute, so I can't talk much longer. Thank you again. And if you ever find yourself in dire need of help, go to Dr. Fate and ask him to contact us. Naruto gave him a device that he could use to call us regardless of how many galaxies away we might be. I will return your favor when you need it the most. Green Arrow let out a sigh. All right. Thank you for calling me and for warning us about Darkseid. I will let the Justice League know what you said. You take care of yourself, Princess. You too, Oliver. Bye. Chapter 43, A New Beginning, Seconds after Wonder Woman finished her telephonic conversation with Green Arrow, the spaceship exited the planet's atmosphere. Standing alone in the quarterdeck of the spaceship, she gazed at the blue planet in the distance through the large window at the back of the ship. The image of Earth from space was not a new sight to her. During her tenure as a member of the Justice League, she had gazed at the planet from the watchtower countless times. However, now it was different. She was leaving the Earth behind for good. Mixed feelings clouded her heart. She was a bit startled when two arms wrapped around her from behind. It was Naruto. Shinobi habits ingrained in him for a lifetime have made him stealthy without him consciously trying to be. She had not sensed him coming. Penny for your thoughts? He asked and rested his chin on her shoulder as he hugged her. Diana leaned back into his embrace and sighed. I don't know what I would have done without you by my side, she said. Maybe you wouldn't have killed Maxwell Lord if you hadn't met me before? I mean, since you met me, you've always had the option to leave the Earth. But if you hadn't had anywhere else to go, maybe you would have been reticent to snap his neck like that? Sensing her disagreement, he added with a shrug, I don't know, I'm just saying. The princess shook her head and said categorically, in a tone that left no doubts about her stance on the matter. No. I would have killed him regardless. That's exactly why I'm wondering what I would have done if you hadn't been by my side, because I know myself, I couldn't let someone who had complete control over Superman's mind live. I was still on Themyscira when Darkseid invaded the Earth and brainwashed Superman a few years ago, but I've seen reports and footage from back then. Thousands of casualties and a large part of Metropolis left in ruins. An evil Kryptonian would be too destructive, too dangerous. Maxwell had to die for what he did. It was either him or the lives of many innocents. The tone of her voice changed, becoming melancholic, with the entire Justice League trying to arrest me and the people of Earth actively protesting against me and demanding for me to be thrown in prison. Alone and abandoned by my friends, I would have probably returned to Themyscira and lived together with my mother and my Amazon sisters, never to leave the island again. She turned around in his embrace and buried her face into the crook of his neck. Thank you for standing by my side, Naruto, thank you for not abandoning me like the rest. Thank you for loving me. She was speaking quietly, her words muffled by her proximity to his neck, but he heard the subtle trembling in her voice. I have your mother's blessing. I ain't going anywhere. Now you're stuck with me for the rest of your life, he joked, trying to lighten up her mood. Though he could not see her face, he felt her smile. He ran his hand through her hair and caressed her scalp gently. It's not like you're leaving the Earth forever. We can return for visits anytime you want. She blew air through her nose. And have the Justice League gang up on me to arrest me the moment I enter the Watchtower's detection range? He chuckled at her retort. We can always do a few bounties and buy a new ship, capable of cloaking itself, like the one I had before. I can shapeshift myself easily and nobody knows how you look now either. If you put some civilian clothes on, nobody will recognize you with your white hair. She hummed noncommittedly. Then, she broke their hug and said, You haven't told me. Tell you what? Taking a step back, she twirled her finger around a strand of her long white hair. Well, what do you think? About my white hair? Do you still like it? He involuntarily started to smile. Diana, you're the last woman that should act unsure of her appearance, you know that, right? His words made her lips curl into a traitorous smile. But she quickly steeled her expression and pressed on. You're avoiding the question. He started laughing at her petulant behavior. You often jeered at me for being shameless for perving on you, but look at you now, blatantly fishing for compliments with a straight face. You're no less shameless than I am. Being called out like that made her face quickly become an interesting shade of pink. It looked especially striking in contrast with her silvery white hair. She lunged at him in a tackle, but he intercepted her hands with his. Their hands locked together, they were temporarily stuck in a contest of strength. You're so cute when you're embarrassed, he cooed at her, all the while sporting a shit-eating grin on his face. His words made her embarrassment spike anew and, with a burst of strength, she overpowered him and tackled him into the wall. The entire spaceship trembled from the impact. A sudden voice came from the speakers installed in every room of the spaceship. Oi, are you trying to throw the whole ship off its course? Quit horsing around, you idiot couple. Kurama screamed in the microphone. For a moment, Naruto and Diana froze up like statues. Then, they burst into laughter. When he finally shook off his mirth, he took her hand in his and kissed it. This isn't the end of everything, Diana. It's just the end of a chapter in your life. Ahead of us, there is a new beginning. As his words ended, Earth could no longer be seen through the large window of the quarterdeck. Now, there was only a spectacle of gray and white lights resembling a tunnel. A wormhole. QB had initiated the space wrap. After the annihilation of the Psions, the Vega system fell into chaos. Whereas before the system had been ruled with an iron fist by the alliance between the Citadel, the Gordanians, and the Psion monarchy, the current situation was vastly different. The Psions and their planet had been exterminated, and their closest allies, the Gordanians, abandoned their homeworld in a panic, leaving the beautiful planet Karna free of their tyranny. The unexpected fall of the Psion monarchy greatly affected the Citadel Empire. The Gordanians also became unable to spare any force in assisting them due to the increasingly vicious war between them and the Thanagarians. Because of that, the Citadel was left without any support, and the vigilante group of metahumans from the Vega system, Omega Men, was extremely quick to take advantage of its moment of weakness, launching many attacks against the Empire over the past half a year. A new planet was being freed from the Citadel's dominion every month. If that was not enough of a cesspool, the Green Lantern Corps no longer adhered to the pact of non-aggression that they had signed with the Psion monarchy after its fall. The Vega system was introduced in the 3,600 sectors of the universe policed by the Corps, and a team of Green Lanterns was assigned to patrol the system, an act which led to the rising conflict between the Green Lanterns and the Orange Lantern Corps. So, to make a long story short, the Vega system is an absolute shithole. Naruto summarized the intelligence report he had bought from a Milky Way galaxy information broker. You have your work cut out for you, Kurama. Wonder Woman said. The fox in question was not worried in the least. I knew the rough situation from the prayers of the people calling out for me, he said. After becoming a god, their voices aren't unintelligible anymore. They aren't driving me crazy. I can hear them perfectly, every single voice. Naruto and Diana listened to the fox's confession in curiosity. It's strange, really. I can talk to you normally, but my mind is also perfectly focused on the ones calling my name. Even now, as we speak, I hear millions of souls praying to me. They're asking me to save them. They're asking me for retribution against the ones that are oppressing them, begging me to kill their enemies and give them freedom. The two of them did not know what to say. The fox was usually acting either like a lazy bum or like a glutton, and more often than not he took great delight in fucking up with people and trolling them, like he did with the other dimension Superman or with Cerberus, in Tartarus, or how he often annoyed the hell out of Naruto. It was very rare to see QB act that seriously. I need you to do one thing for me. Please, the fox said. You're being weird. You don't need to plead with me to do something. When have I ever shied away from helping you with anything? Naruto said and looked at him strangely. Kurama hesitated as if he was trying to find the right words. I want you to not get involved with the Vega system. I want you to leave. Naruto became silent. The Golden Fox was silent too for a while, his attention seemingly focused on steering the ship towards the green planet ahead of them. It was Karna, the Gordanians' homeworld. I am a new god. People's faith in me is still not very strong. They're praying to me out of desperation rather than faith. This is my chance to capture their heart and elevate my status in their eyes. Elevate my status? When did you start learning new words? The blonde tried to poke fun at him. I'm not joking this time, why can't you be serious for a moment? QB said in annoyance. Alright, don't get your panties in a bunch, sheesh. Naruto raised his hands and said to placate him. Why do you need me to leave anyway? Afraid I'll steal your glory or something? Pretty much, yeah, QB said with a straight face. Naruto was thrown off guard by his straightforward answer. You're kidding, aren't you? Nope, I'm dead serious. Omega Men and the Citadel Empire are in the midst of a bitter war. The remnant forces of the Gordanians that had not fled the system are wreaking havoc everywhere, and the Green Lantern Corps are having skirmishes against the Orange Lantern Corps too. Who are the ones that suffer the most? Who are the ones that die when powerful forces clash? Ordinary people. If Naruto and Diana had been surprised before, now they were looking at him as if he had grown two heads. As rude as it sounded, Naruto asked bluntly. Since when did you start caring about the weak? QB had never cared about others except for Naruto and, as of late, Diana. The rest had been irrelevant. His attitude had been very clear: the weak died, the strong survived. Outside of the bounties that he completed together with Naruto, he didn't bother with saving or caring about other people. It was only a week ago that the fox had shrugged off the Amazon's potential death as if he couldn't have cared less. I became a god because of ordinary and weak people. I can't live selfishly just for myself anymore. And in this desperate situation, people would be willing to believe in any god as long as they are saved. If I save them now, the psychic energy from their faith will empower me. This is my opportunity both to save them and to cement my position in their hearts as their god. You being here would not help me, and the power of faith won't do you any good. You're not a god. You'll only end up suffering like a schizophrenic, as I did. Making a small pause, the fox added, You can stay with me if you want, Diana. You are a goddess. But I'll be honest with you and say that I'd rather be alone this time. For the first time since they left Tartarus, Naruto was hit by reality. QB and Wonder Woman were gods. He may be just as powerful as them, and he may not die of old age due to his near-death encounter with the supermassive black hole, but he was not a god. There was a distinct difference between them. Look at the good part: you can have all the time you want with Diana, without me getting in your way, QB said with a grin, only to be met with two vehement shouts. You're not a bother, the couple shouted at the same time. QB sighed. You're making this harder than it has to be. Just think of it as a holiday of sorts. Don't humans spend some time alone after they marry? Go on a honeymoon or something. We're not married yet, Naruto muttered half-heartedly. When he looked at Diana, they flushed slightly. By now, their ship entered the planet's troposphere. Below them, planet Karna appeared in all of its glory. It was a lush planet with an atmosphere rich in oxygen and a perfect environment for sustaining organic life. It was a beautiful planet, with even more green than the Earth. Through his sage senses, Naruto could feel that the state of nature was better than on Earth. QB stood up from the pilot's seat and levitated himself in front of Naruto, at the same eye level as him. When he spoke, his deep voice sounded gentle, not like usual. We've been together since the day you were born. I hated you for being imprisoned inside your body, and you dislike me for the suffering I brought in your life. But we depended on each other to survive. In time, we became more than just unwilling partners. We became comrades. After over a century, I, Kurama, a god, can say with pride that you are my brother. Nothing will ever change that. At the fox's heartfelt words, Naruto became emotional. But after so many years, it's time for you to move on too. I can't babysit you for eternity now, can I? QB said with a grin, and the blonde smiled too in spite of himself. I can't travel the universe like a vagabond anymore. I am a god now. Millions of people depend on me, and I feel responsible for them. But I can't make you stay with me here either. And you shouldn't. Our friendship should not chain you down. The ten-tailed fox closed the distance between the two of them and raised his fist. They bumped their fists against each other. At that moment, they could understand each other perfectly. That's why Naruto did not try to put up a fight and insist more on staying together. He understood Kurama's feelings and intentions. He also understood that it was for his own and Wonder Woman's good as well. Like you told Diana when we left the Earth, it's not like we won't see each other ever again. You can always come to visit me. I won't leave this place. Now, the Vega system is my home. Just give me 1 or 2 years to end all the wars in this system. You can come after that. To not steal your glory, right? Naruto attempted to joke and smiled weakly. Damn straight. QB laughed. Diana did not intervene between the two of them. She left the control room of the ship, choosing to give the man and the fox some alone time, just like she had been given with her mother, Hippolyta, before they left. Absent-mindedly, she thought. Life moves on, doesn't it? It felt strange to her. A month ago, she returned to Earth with Naruto and Kurama, thinking that they were going to spend Christmas and the New Year together, celebrating happily and making great memories. She had hoped that she would manage to convince them to stay on Earth with her and join the Justice League. She had dreamt of fighting against crime together with them. However, one problem after another followed, as if the whole world was out to get her. Who would have thought I'd be the one to end up leaving the Earth with him instead? Or that the gods would take the Amazons with them and leave this dimension? Or that Kurama would part ways with us? She had had to part ways with her mother, and Naruto was going to part ways with his lifelong friend too. It was not necessarily a bad thing because they could always visit each other in the future. On one hand, she was happy to finally be able to live with Naruto. But on the other hand, she felt pained at the thought of leaving her mother behind. She was going to miss Kurama as well because she had grown to care about the asshole-ish fox a lot too. It's bittersweet. Nevertheless, as Naruto had put it, it was not the end of everything. It was just the end of a chapter in their lives. As life moved on, ahead of them there was a new beginning. Chapter 44, A New Beginning, 2. His heart was filled with content and with happiness whenever he looked at his wife and daughter. Furthermore, he could live his days in peace together with his parents, his grandfather figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his auntie Tsunade, his perverted mentor, Jiraiya, and his best friends, Gaara and Sasuke. Diana was happier too, no longer stressed and tormented by responsibilities, and she could live together with her mother, away from the oppression of the Olympian gods. What more could he ask from life? This is paradise, he thought as he watched everyone around him having a good time. Sasuke and Gaara were playing a game of shogi, Jiraiya was trying to flirt with Tsunade, Sakura and Diana were chatting together with Hippolyta, and the three genins were having a mock fight against a bear-sized nine-tailed fox, while Naruto, his parents, and Sandaime were having a drink. No! This can't be happening, he shouted, his face livid. A massive rip in the space appeared above the courtyard. A pale white woman with horns on her head and long white hair stepped out of the rift. Her pupilless white eyes stared at the people below with hatred. She raised her hands and said, "All killing ash bones." Time seemed to slow down to a crawl, but despite his heightened senses and superhuman powers, Naruto found himself unable to react. Under his horrified eyes, he watched how bone spikes were shot from the rabbit goddess arms, impaling everyone below. Softly murmured words woke her up. She was a light sleeper, sometimes even a whisper could be enough to wake her up. Kurama, no. Not Thea, no. Next to her, in bed, Naruto was talking in his sleep. It was not a peaceful sleep. There was a sheen of sweat on his forehead. He was not loud, nor was he trashing in his sleep, but his quiet sleep-talking gave away the fact that he was having a nightmare. His eyes were rolling furiously under his closed eyelids and he was murmuring names in a pained voice. She shook his shoulders, not vigorously so as to not scare him, and said, "Naruto. Baby, wake up." He opened his eyes wide, startled. For a second, she saw a haunted look in his eyes. But once he took in her appearance, he quickly calmed down and his eyes were filled with warmth. "Sorry. I woke you up again," he said and winced. She lay in bed again and rolled on her side to look at him. She brought a hand to his face and her thumb caressed his scarred cheek with a tenderness that almost brought him to tears. However, he did not shed any. A small smile appeared on his face and he closed his eyes, melting from her affection. "Bad dreams happen, it's not up to you. Just remember I'm here, okay? I'm always here," she whispered and pressed her lips on his forehead. 2 months passed since Naruto parted ways with Kurama and Diana with her mother. Maybe due to the increased control that she had gained over her emotions after becoming a goddess, Diana was handling it rather well, but Naruto was hit hard by it. He and the fox had shared the same body for over 4 decades and they had been together for over 110 years. He had never been truly alone. Being suddenly split away from his lifelong friend had affected him greatly. Naruto had never forgotten the illusion shown to him by Black Mercy on planet Debstum. Whereas before, he had managed to push it away from his thoughts thanks to Kurama's and Diana's presence in his life. After the fox left, his subconscious fear of loneliness brought that nightmare back into his life. It did not happen very often, about once a week or so, but every time he dreamt about the death of everyone he loved was no less painful. Nevertheless, Naruto understood Kyuubi's reasons for splitting up when they bumped their fists together. He wanted Naruto to grow up, to evolve. He wanted the blonde to stop relying on him like a crutch. The fox wanted him to start a life of his own. While Naruto understood Kurama's reasons and agreed with them, the change was not easy. Fortunately, he was not alone. Even if Kurama left, Diana was still by his side. Never once had she complained that his nightmares were ruining her sleep. Never once had she tried to shoo him away or to sleep in another bed. Instead, every time he had a nightmare, she embraced him to her chest and comforted him without a word of reproach. He hugged her closer to his body and she brought his face in her bosom. There was nothing sexual about it. With her fingers caressing the back of his head and his face resting in her softness, he let out a sigh of comfort. "Love you, Dee," he said, his voice muffled by her breasts. She placed a kiss on the top of his head at his words and continued her gentle and comforting caresses. "Love you too, baby. Now sleep." Under her tender ministrations, it was not long after that he fell back asleep. Diana woke up with a groan as the impossibly bright light of the morning peeked through the curtains, right on her face. They were on a planet with 2 suns. Mornings were twice as hard for her than on Earth. She hid her head under the blanket. "You'll never be a morning person, will you?" "Go away," she whined grumpily, only for him to chuckle. "Then, I guess I'll go eat breakfast alone." "A shame really. I ordered room service for both of us, but since you're sleepy, it can't be helped." As on cue, she kicked her blanket away and looked at him pointedly. "Sometimes I wonder who's older and who's younger between the two of us," he said with a chuckle and came closer to her bed. "Oh, shut it." Wearing only white panties and a tank top, and even with a bleary face and messy white hair standing in all directions, he thought that she was the most beautiful person in the world. "Come on, or the food will get cold," he said and pulled on her hand. "No. Bring the food here. Or better yet, carry me." It was only to him that she ever showed that spoiled attitude. A strong warrior woman acting like a spoiled little girl was so cute that it made him feel warm and fuzzy every time he looked at her. "Who are you and where's the warrior princess that I used to know?" he muttered, but Diana giggled. He was not fooling her. She knew all too well that despite his complaints, he secretly loved it. He loved it a lot because he could never resist any of her demands when she acted like that. He brought one of his hands under her legs and the other behind her back, and Wonder Woman smiled pleased with herself, thinking that he was going to take her in a princess carry. But then, "Eek," she squawked when he lifted her up and threw her onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "Naruto, put me down," she half yelled, her voice high-pitched from surprise. "Nope," he said and playfully swatted her bare ass cheek, making a crisp sound. She squealed and kicked with her legs, but when another smack landed on her other butt cheek, she froze up and became completely silent, obedient. When he put her down on the sofa in the living room of their suite, Naruto was amazed to see that Diana's face was boiling red, up to the tips of her ears. "Don't tell me." "Not a word," she growled threateningly. "You're turned on from having your ass spanked?" A butter knife whooshed through the air, missing him by only half an inch. "Shut up, pervert," she barked at him, her face mortified with embarrassment. Naruto's grin was so wide that it stretched from one ear to another. "To think that you were into that sort of thing, princess. How audacious of you. How shameless." When he also said, "I can't wait for tonight," she jumped up to her feet and made a beeline to the bathroom. A slam and a resounding click were heard as she furiously shut the door closed behind her and locked it too. Taking Kyuubi's advice, Naruto had actually taken Wonder Woman on a honeymoon. They weren't married yet, but the two of them had been very open with each other about their intentions from the very beginning. After receiving Hippolyta's blessing, they were for all intents and purposes married. It was only the formal ceremony that they were missing. That said, there was no doubt in their minds that they would be together forever. And for two immortals, forever was a very, very long time. They did not age. Passionately in love with each other and with nothing holding them down, no urgent matters to attend to, the two immortals lost track of time. The honeymoon that was supposed to last 1 month turned into 2, and soon, 2 months turned into 3. Now, they were on a particular planet in a dwarf galaxy adjacent to Andromeda. Named in the language of the natives as the Sea, the planet they were on currently was very famous in the galaxy for its summer tourism. Wealthy and powerful VIPs from all over the galaxy spent large sums of money to spend their holidays there. With 2 suns illuminating the planet, 85% of the surface covered by oceans, and the land consisting mostly of islands, the Sea was a planet perfect for facilitating literal tourism. Currently on the beach, the two of them were sitting in the shade provided by the white canopy of a king-sized beach bed. Diana was sitting with her back resting on the headboard, entertaining herself with Naruto's device, browsing the intergalactic web. Her white hair was tied up in a messy bun revealing her beautiful neck, and her red bikini swimsuit left little to the imagination. Her large breasts, her athletic waist, her abs and her butt made even the aliens that were of humanoid races ogle at her in amazement. However, hanging from one of the bedposts was a light blue long beach cardigan. Apart from when she went out for a swim, she usually wore it on top of her swimsuit. Seriously, am I the only goddess who cares about getting a tan? Diana huffed in exasperation. How is there no cream or some sort of substance for it? She had spent entire days under the sun, trying to get herself a nice tan, but her skin was still a milky white, unblemished. Ever since she had become a goddess, it looked like her regeneration factor had increased to the point where her skin could not get burnt by the rays of the sun. She could not get a tan anymore. Now, she was searching for products and items that could help her get a tan, but there were no such things on the market. At least not the type that worked on gods. She put the tablet on the mattress with a long sigh and looked down at Naruto, who was lying down with his head resting on her thighs. "Comfortable much?" she asked with a teasing smile. "You have no idea," he said, and turned his head to place a quick peck on her tummy. She giggled at his fascination with her abs, momentarily forgetting her annoyance at not being able to get a tan. She started playing with his hair, her fingers massaging his scalp so gently that one would find it impossible to believe that she had wielded swords and spears her entire life with those hands. "I thought that 1 week on Genesis Stadium had been the best of my life, but these 3 months," Diana said and trailed off wistfully. "It's been 3 months already, huh?" Naruto said and then groaned. "Gimme the tablet for a bit." A few taps and swipes later, he groaned again. "This is our last week here. I'm out of credits." The sea was a very expensive planet. For that galaxy, it was like what Dubai was for Earth. It was a luxury location. Furthermore, it was already the 5th planet that they were visiting. After 3 months spent lavishly in various luxurious locations, Naruto had run out of money and goods that he could convert into currency. "So we're going to do bounties?" Diana asked. The tone of her voice betrayed her excitement. She truly thought that the past 3 months had been the best time of her life, but as of late, she was beginning to grow antsy. She was a warrior at heart. She wanted to fight against someone. She craved action. He grinned at her reaction. "Let's see what I've got." When he checked his inbox, he had over 200 unread messages and lost calls. During his honeymoon with Diana, he had set the device on the DND mode to ignore any calls or messages aside from the Lightwave number owned by Dr. Fate on Earth and the Lightwave number owned by his main information brokers. "Sit up, I want to see too," she urged him. Now leaning with his back against the headboard next to her, the two of them scrolled together through the job offers he had received. Robbing the central bank headquarters of Hydrus Galaxy, not worth the trouble or the mess in the aftermath. Searching for the missing Queen of Almerac. "I don't care." Suddenly, Diana interrupted his mutterings. "Wait, Queen of Almerac? Isn't she the one that tried to make you her husband by force?" "Yeah," Naruto laughed awkwardly. "A spitfire, that one. A stubborn and violent woman who won't take no for an answer. I don't like violent women. Can you believe she sent her interstellar fleet after me to capture me? Chick's crazy." "It looks like she went missing," she pointed out. Naruto shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. "I see this bounty all the time. She goes missing every year, it's almost like a ritual at this point. She runs to whichever planet she hears rumors of a strong male specimen to fight them. She's trying to find someone stronger than her to marry and make kids with strong genes. And every time she goes on her little trips, her homeworld is left in a ditch. You know, Almerac is a unified planet, with just one government, not like Earth. She is the queen, the absolute ruler, by the void. I don't understand what's going through her mind. Isn't she afraid her people will get fed up with her irresponsibility and stage a coup? Maybe she's confident nobody on Almerac can defeat her. How strong is she? And what does she look like?" Naruto glanced at her curiously. It was unlike Wonder Woman to show that much interest in someone else. "I won't lie, she is good-looking and decently strong. But we're out of her league, by far. And she's nowhere near as beautiful as you either," he said and kissed her on the cheek. The smile that appeared on her face was radiant. She also stopped asking questions about Maxima. They scrolled through the bounties for nearly half an hour before selecting several jobs. "So, we have 3 bounties. 1, an espionage mission in a private robotics research lab in the Draco Galaxy. A very easy mission with my jutsu, but it will be boring for you as you won't be able to participate. You really have to teach me your spells soon, you promised." Diana muttered while he was speaking. 2, capturing alive the captain of the pirates from Zara's system of the Milky Way galaxy and handing him over to the monarchy ruling that system. 3, intercepting the galleon-class ship of a slave trader company and saving the captured people on board. If there are no slaves, kill the entire crew. The ship is traveling on a fixed route between 2 systems in Andromeda. A galleon-class starship is generally at least half a mile long. Wonder Woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. "That's enormous." "By Earth standards, they're very large, true. A ship of such size also has extremely durable outer plating, a strong energy shield, and very powerful artillery. Its only downsides are its cruising speed and that it's impossible to travel through wormholes with it," Naruto explained. "So that's why is our slave trader traveling on a fixed route instead of doing space wraps?" "Yep. Besides the new gods from Apocalypse and New Genesis, as far as I know, the rest of the universe doesn't have the technology to create wormholes big enough for galleon-class ships with just a portable reactor. They can only open such wormholes by using reactors built on a planet, but if they do that, they risk the space gate destroying the entire planet. Diana looked at him impressed. There's so much stuff I don't know. It's good I have a dedicated teacher. I've had decades to learn all this stuff. Trust me, it took me a very long time. I'm not exactly book smart, he said and rubbed the back of his head shyly at her praise. He felt that he did not deserve it because he knew that he was not smart that way. After he told her a few more specific details about Galleon-class ships, he asked her, "How would you complete this mission?" She thought for a moment before answering. The easiest way would be if you could somehow bypass their energy shield and teleport inside the ship. The other way would be to get in their range and let ourselves be captured. While they were chatting about possible ways to complete their selected bounties, a blue-skinned half-man half-snake waiter came with a tray in his hands, serving them a smoothie. He was one of the natives of this planet, a species of sentient beings that lived mostly underwater, but they could survive on land too for a limited amount of time. Their last week on the sea planet eventually came to an end and they had to leave. But they were not sad about it. After 3 months spent lazying around and just having fun, both Naruto and Diana were looking forward to some action. Now, he was teaching her how to activate the space warp technology of their ship and create a wormhole. "How does space warping even work?" she asked in curiosity. He made a troubled expression. "I'm not quite sure about the details, it sounded too complicated when I looked it up. But from what I learned, it looks like space is not straight but more like it's made of countless layers folded on top of each other. That's why when you open a hole in the spacetime continuum you can get to millions of light-years away." He scratched his hair with both of his hands. "Arg, I know, it makes no sense to me either, I get a headache just thinking about it." She laughed at his antics. "It actually makes sense to me. But I'll have to research the subject myself, I feel like your explanation is missing something." He shrugged his shoulders, not offended. "Suit yourself. I'm okay with just knowing how to use it, I don't care about learning why it works." A few hours later, in the Andromeda Galaxy, a wormhole appeared in space and a small spaceship, less than 100 feet long, came out of it. However, the slave-trading Galleon-class ship that they were supposed to intercept was not a stationary target. Getting to the Andromeda Galaxy had been the easy part, it was now that the tedious part of the mission started, locating their target. They have been flying on the route given to them by their employer for several days already without any luck. "This isn't as exciting as I thought it would be," Diana said, bummed out. Now, the two of them were sitting in a coffee shop in the space terminal of a planet located on the slave-trading ship's route. It was like an international airport from Earth, but for spaceships, an interstellar spaceport. "Well, I told you not to start with this bounty first, didn't I? Some bounties can be completed in a few hours, like the espionage mission we selected, missions with a fixed objective and a clear location. But others can take entire days or even more than a week. But this is different. Searching for the ship in space is impossible. All we can do is check the planets and space stations on the route and search their logs. We will find them eventually because Galleon-class ships burn through fuel very fast. They will need to make a stop at some point to refill their tank." It was while they were chatting like that they noticed the spaceport becoming more alive as troops of robots and attendants armed with blasters flooded the dry dock. "What's happening?" Diana asked, that being the first time she had seen such a scene. "Is someone attacking the space terminal?" "Don't think so, there are no alarms. Probably they caught sight of a very big spaceship approaching the planet and they want to be prepared for a conflict just in case. You can never know if they're merchants, military, or pirates. Nobody advertises what kind of ship they are. If people aren't vigilant, they can very easily get killed by their negligence. Space is not a friendly place." Saying that, he suddenly became energized. "This could be our ship." "What are the chances?" she said skeptically. "Higher than you think," he replied. "It's very rare to see Galleon-class ships that don't belong to an intergalactic empire, and there are none close to this system. Galleon-class ships are also crazy expensive and their maintenance costs are sky-high too. Weaker forces and organizations would not be able to afford them. Also, this planet is on the slave-trading ship's route too." Sneaking into the control room of the terminal was a piece of cake for Naruto. He did not have to do anything spectacular to get access to the logs of the spaceport either. The registration code of the ship was the same as the one given to them by their employer. Slave trading was frowned upon by the universe at large. That said, for a slave trading company to survive, they had to pretend to be something else. Their ships had to have proper documentation too in order to not raise any suspicions. Otherwise, they would not be able to blend in and refuel at any space terminals. "It's a double-edged sword," Naruto explained to Diana while he was piloting their ship. They had left the space terminal right after the Galleon-class ship and they were now following it from a distance. On one hand, it's almost impossible to detect the slave trading ships when they have no merchandise, because nobody will inspect a half-mile-long ship for no good reason. It could take days to search the entirety of the ship. Neither the military nor the merchants are willing to waste that much time, so slave traders take advantage of it. They will never come to a space terminal while having slaves on board. But on the other hand, if someone gets wind of their real identity, it's very easy to find them and capture them because of their perfect documentation. My guess is that someone sold them out. Diana was paying careful attention to his words. She smiled at how earnest he was to explain to her every little thing, and she was happy about it too. What he was telling her were things that he had learned from long years of experience as an intergalactic bounty hunter. They were not things that could be learned in a book, nor were they wisdom that could be readily bought up using money. A while later, the Galleon-class ship appeared on their radar. Naturally, it stood to reason that the other side had detected them as well. Nevertheless, a half-mile-long ship equipped with powerful artillery and a strong energy shield had nothing to worry about from them. Compared to a Galleon-class ship, their 100-foot-long ship was as small as a mosquito in front of an elephant. 5 smaller spaceships left the dry dock of the Galleon-class ship and flew towards them. Their intention was obvious. "Do we let ourselves get captured?" Diana asked. Naruto chuckled at her excitement. "Yes, we better let them think we're scared. We don't want them to destroy our ship, and we don't want to destroy their own ships either." The interesting aspect of this bounty was that there was no reward for it from the employer. Clearly, the person who put up the bounty had done it out of a grudge. The message was clear: they did not care what happened with the Galleon-class ship and the riches found on board as long as they got proof that the slave traders on board had been killed. With that being said, Naruto wanted to preserve the Galleon-class ship in pristine condition. After eliminating the crew, he would be able to sell the enormous spaceship for a very high price. Right before the 5 smaller spaceships reached them, they were still larger than their own ship. Naruto told Diana, "I'll make a shadow clone and let it be captured instead of me. As for myself, I'll henge into a ring that you can wear on your finger. It's to prepare for the case where they have some sort of technology that can cancel out metahuman abilities and/or magic. You can never be too careful when interacting with someone in space. Don't underestimate anyone, even if you are a goddess. For all we know, there could very well exist technology that can subdue the powers of a god. The new gods of New Genesis or Apocalypse are certainly capable of creating something like that." She nodded in understanding. "Also, when we get on their ship, try not to kill anyone before we make sure that they're really slave traders. We don't want to kill innocents. We'll use your lasso of truth to interrogate them. You can never trust your employer for their words, because there are times when you will get bounties to assassinate someone who they will say it's a bad guy simply because they are enemies or because they want to get rid of them. We always have to do our own research first. I don't take assassination bounties for decent people. I never take someone's life lightly." The respect and admiration Diana felt for Naruto increased at his words. The more time she spent with him, the more she realized just how meticulous and thorough he was and how much he stuck to his own code of morals. He was far from the lawless and unhinged mercenary that the Justice League was making him out to be. Letting themselves get captured, Naruto, Diana, and their spaceship were brought aboard the Galleon-class ship. However, just moments after landing on the dry dock, the two of them burst into action. Naruto cancelled his henge and transformed from the ring on Wonder Woman's finger back to his original form. Then, a smoke bomb exploded and impaired their captor's vision. In a show of brute physical strength, the princess ripped the high-tech cuffs around her wrists as if they were made of paper, not reinforced alloy. The arcs of electricity that were released from the cuffs to paralyze her barely counted as a tickle. Her resistance to any sort of attacks had greatly increased after becoming a goddess. After that, it took only a few seconds to dispatch of everyone. Upon confirming with Diana's lasso that they were indeed slave traders, the dry dock of the Galleon-class ship all of a sudden became very crowded as over 300 shadow clones popped into existence. While to other people it would take days to inspect such an enormous ship, with the help of his shadow clones Naruto could scour the entire ship in less than an hour. A crew of nearly 200 slave traders were sitting on the floor, in the prison section of the spaceship. There were pilots, weaponry handlers, jailers, cooks, cleaning personnel, and mechanics too. Everything that was needed for such a large ship to function properly. He took out a small drone camera from his pocket and activated it, making it float in the air, around his eye level. It was to record what was about to happen. Are you going to kill them all?" Diana asked. She was hesitant, showing a conflicting look on her face. The slave traders looked almost identical to humans, the only difference being that they had red copper skin. She looked at him, but she could not see his facial expression due to the mask that he was wearing. "They are slave traders," he said curtly. "The worst kind of people in the galaxy. They pillage, kill, rape, and sell other living people like cattle. They're even worse than space pirates because most pirates would at least let you keep your life after robbing you of your valuables. But slave traders, every single one of them deserves to be killed. No, even dying is less than what they deserve. She became queasy. She understood that they were terrible criminals. After all, she had been the one to interrogate them with her lasso of truth, but that did not make it easy for her to kill them. It was one thing to kill someone in the heat of the moment, in battle, and a completely different thing to kill nearly 200 of them at once while they were unable to defend themselves. She was a warrior, not an executioner. She could not kill so many people in cold blood, criminals or not. Don't worry. I will never ask you to do anything you're not comfortable with, Naruto said calmly, having expected her reaction. Killing others had never been a pleasure for him. However, it was something that needed to be done. Killing 200 slave traders meant that thousands of other innocents would be spared from a terrible life in the future. Furthermore, he was getting paid for it. He had known what he had signed up for when he took up the bounty and he always completed his mission. His good name and impressive reputation in the 3,600 sectors of the universe had not been built on lies. Trying to lighten up the mood with a joke, he said, usually, Kurama would be more than willing to eat these guys up. He'd never pass on such a good snack. Living things, especially sentient, always gave him much more chakra than regular food or animals. It was a rather morbid joke. He cleared his throat and then said lightly as 200 clones appeared next to him, "You might want to look away." Despite his warning, Wonder Woman did not turn her head. She stubbornly looked at how the 200 clones executed every single slave trader with a clean stab of their kunais into the back of the slave traders' heads, into their brains. It was a clean, swift death. Then, Naruto went to the commander and his 3 adjutants and beheaded them, storing their heads in a sealing scroll. The video of their execution and the 4 heads were going to serve as proof of his bounty completion. It was a chilling moment to watching the execution of 200 criminals and the decapitation of 4 bodies. Naruto doesn't need a self-righteous warrior at his side. He needs someone that will be with him through thick and thin. Besides, they are criminals, worthy of a death penalty. With that thought in mind, Diana forced herself to watch it. It was not going to be easy for her to change her principles in a very short time, she was aware of that. However, she was willing to try. She did not want to become a burden for Naruto or a dead weight that held him back. She wanted to stay by his side and help him and support him in times of need. She wanted him to know that he could rely on her when the time came. 1 year later. A bit more than 1 year passed since Naruto and Diana left the Earth and started their lives together as intergalactic bounty hunters. After this much time spent together, she realized that his fame in the universe at large was much, much bigger than she had thought before. Especially after the stunt he and Kurama had pulled in the Vega system, the annihilation of the Psion race, his name was almost as well known as the name of the Green Lantern Corps by the significant powers of the universe. There was no intergalactic empire that had not at least heard of Caterpillar within the 28 galaxies of the known universe. With that being said, Caterpillar's new partner, a white-haired human female, also became known for her monstrous physical strength. Look at this, another 20 new endorsement offers from interstellar merchant companies. Everyone loves you. I'll pull one out of Kurama's book and say that you're stealing all my glory, Naruto said teasingly from behind Wonder Woman while she was checking her own email on a device that looked like a futuristic version of the laptops from Earth. Can't help it that I'm so popular. In a few years, I'll take your spot as the No. 1 bounty hunter, you'll see, she said smugly and flicked her long white hair over her back with a great deal of self-importance. They both started laughing. You sure you're not popular simply because you're a woman and you're hot? There weren't many women acting as bounty hunters and even fewer were strong enough to be known on an intergalactic scale. Her strength coupled with her almost angelic appearance, long white hair, wearing white and golden armor, wielding a golden shield and a god-slaying sword with a silver blade, made her extremely popular. There were even some rich corporations or kings of planets that wanted to hire services as a bodyguard, obviously, just a pretext just to spend time with her. Need I remind you of the video that kickstarted my stardom? She said with a raised eyebrow. The video that she was speaking of had been recorded during a job where they had been hired by a merchant company to escort a shipment of crystal-like ore. An unlucky pirate ship tried to rob the merchant fleet, only for the Amazon princess to use her lasso to yoink and hurl the several hundred meters long pirate ship into an asteroid belt. It was not only the merchants that were terrified out of their wits, even Naruto got a little shaken back then. Seeing as it was an interstellar merchant company that had hired them, the footage that recorded her feat immediately became a sensation. Naruto embraced her from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. It had become one of their favorite positions while they browsed the intergalactic web, sitting together in bed with her between his legs and him hugging her from behind. "Anything that catches your interest?" he asked while nuzzling her neck and planting soft kisses on her nape. Lime removed. Lime removed. Naruto took a few seconds to recollect himself and at least get his breathing under control. Then, he waved his hand over his face and his usual ANBU white fox mask covered his face. Grabbing the lightwave device from the nightstand next to their bed, he said in a surprised voice when he saw the ID of the caller. "Dr. Fate?" Diana straightened her posture and sat up when she heard what he said. Answering the call, the hologram of a man wearing a blue suit and golden helmet appeared from the lightwave device. "Hello, Mr. Uzumaki. Is Wonder Woman still with you?" the sorcerer asked without any pleasantries, going straight to the point. The princess came next to Naruto for Dr. Fate to see her and said, "Yes, we are together. Has something happened on Earth?" Naruto had given a lightwave device to Dr. Fate the previous year as a token of their friendship and told him to call him whenever he needed his help. Knowing that, it stood to reason that Diana became worried when he called. "The situation on Earth." Dr. Fate made a pause to find the right words, "is far from good. Tell us what happened." "Not long after you left the Earth, the Justice League disbanded. The population did not want to believe that you had left the planet. No, not just the population, even among the members of the Justice League, most of them thought that the core, older members, were hiding you, protecting you from the consequences of your deeds." If it was a year ago, the princess would have burst with indignation at his words. However, a year after the incident, her wounds have healed. She was no longer affected by the past. She loved Naruto, she was happy together with him, and she had fallen in love with their life as bounty hunters as well. She got to do what she had always wanted, to fight to her heart's content and to protect the innocent. Moreover, she did not have to care about mass media, public opinion, the government, the gods of Olympus and so on. She was free. On top of that, she was even getting paid for her deeds, and she also got to visit all kinds of weird and interesting planets and meet all sorts of people. Even if she was given the chance to return back in time and be a member of the Justice League on Earth once again, she would not want to. Wonder Woman loved her new life. Therefore, she was very calm and borderline indifferent when she spoke. "Aside from Green Arrow, nobody stood up for me. The rest shunned me and even expelled me from the League. I honestly don't really care what happened with the organization. Has anything noteworthy taken place?" Dr. Fate was momentarily silent, not expecting to hear such words from her. "Yes," he said eventually. "Something terrible has happened. Superman is dead." Chapter 45, Funeral. "They sure did a number on the city," Naruto muttered from the rooftop of a skyscraper as he looked at the city below. It was 2 days after Dr. Fate's call that he and Wonder Woman had returned to Earth. Now, they were in Metropolis City. "I've watched the news reports. Everyone is mourning the death of Superman, but nobody is saying anything about the several other hundred people that must have died, caught in the crossfire." His words were not without reason. Numerous parts of the city were in ruins, proof of the vicious battle between the Kryptonian and his enemy. Many people had not been able to run away from their path. Naruto also noticed the holes that had been blasted through buildings, holes that were roughly the size of a body, no doubt left from how they punched each other through the walls. The princess was silent, just standing next to Naruto and watching the convoy of people filling the avenue below. It was a funeral procession. 6 people wearing superhero costumes were carrying a black coffin in their hands. They were John Stewart, Martian Manhunter, Flash, Dr. Fate, Captain Atom, and Shazam. The tall, muscular, and manly-looking Shazam was shedding tears unreservedly as he walked. Though the public did not know it, he was in fact just a little boy. Superman had been his role model and his hero. Behind the 6 heroes carrying the coffin, there were thousands of people walking in silence. Only sobs and sniffs could be heard once in a while. "Don't you want to join the procession?" he asked. The princess shook her head. "It's best I don't show my face to anyone, I'm a wanted criminal. Also remember that only a few days before I left the Earth, the entire world watched as Superman and I fought against each other in a life-and-death battle. I had run my sword through his body. Imagine if I showed up at his funeral." A bit over a year had passed since she had left the Earth. Although she had been angry and hurt at the Justice League's actions towards her, time was the best medicine. "You know, I don't care about what happened with the Justice League. I have a different life now, away from Earth, with you. But I never wished for anyone to die. And despite my conflict with Superman, I never wished for his death either. The fact that he died is a big loss for this planet," she said. "You think so?" "He was more than just a hero," Diana explained. "He was one of the strongest. He was also known for his kindness and selflessness. For many people, he was a symbol of hope. I admired him too in the past. He was among the first to show me that not all men were evil as I had been taught to believe on Themyscira. When Naruto jumped off the building, towards the ground, she followed him. Where are you going? If you don't want to attract anyone's attention, it's better to blend in with the rest of the people instead of flying above their heads, don't you think so? He said. A puff of smoke covered him for a moment as he hinged himself to look like a middle-aged man of average height, with brown hair and an ordinary black suit. Wonder Woman followed his example and made 3 hand seals: dog, boar, ram. A puff of smoke obscured her body too for a second as she transformed herself into an average-looking middle-aged woman with short brown hair and a modest, long black dress. I'll never get over how convenient this technique of yours is, she said while the two of them joined the funeral procession with the rest of the people. It's your technique too now. I'm just glad you were able to learn it. At first, I thought we'd have to struggle a lot because you weren't from my homeworld. I didn't even know if you had a proper chakra network until we started. They held each other's hands as they marched towards the central plaza of the city, making small talk in a voice quiet enough that other people could not hear what they were talking about. Eventually, they reached their destination. In the center of Metropolis, a grand statue over 30 feet tall had been erected. It was a monument dedicated to Superman. Impressive. Half the city is still in ruins, but they actually managed to make this huge statue in less than 3 days. I see they have their priorities set straight, he said sarcastically. Naruto used to have a neutral opinion about the Earth. However, after the way that the Justice League had treated Diana and after seeing the riots and protests of thousands of people demanding for her to be arrested and punished, he became biased against them all. Hush, you, she chided him and tightened her hold on his hand a little. Although the Justice League had been disbanded a year before, many superheroes that had once been members of the League had come to his funeral, even those from places as far from the USA as Australia. In front of the monument dedicated to Superman, there was a stage and a few hundred seats had been arranged in front of it. They were all separated from the crowd by a cordon and numerous police officers were keeping the perimeter clear. By the void, Naruto muttered. Following his line of sight, Diana noticed what made him exclaim. Seated on the front row of the seats was a rather tall woman with red hair. She was wearing a gold ornament around her neck and a black and white suit with a long white cape. Who is that? Diana asked. Naruto let out a small curse under his breath. Maxima. That crazy queen of Almerac. What the hell is she doing here? Naruto did not know that Maxima had once tried to force Superman 2 into becoming her husband several years before. Diana watched Maxima with a critical eye, studying her appearance from head to toe. An athletic figure, tall, red hair, and a royal bearing. She could see why Naruto considered her good-looking. I'm glad I decided to use a henge, he said with a small chuckle. What's with you, are you scared of her, or what? He snorted. I don't want to make a scene. And I'd rather you and her not start a catfight or something. Hey! I resent that, she said, looking offended even through the henge that was disguising her true appearance. Don't give me that, I know how jealous you are. And for no good reason, I might add, he retorted. They continued to bicker with each other for a while in hushed voices. But they were forced to stop when Martian Manhunter walked onto the podium because the crowd quieted down as the alien gave his speech. Though we gathered here today bound together in sorrow and loss, we share a precious gift. We are all privileged to live a life that has been touched by Superman. A rather loud sob broke the silence and many people turned their heads towards the source. It was a blonde girl in her late teens, seated in the first row in front of the stage. The red-haired girl next to her embraced her to her chest, muffling her heart-wrenching cries. They were Supergirl and Starfire. Next to them, an old couple and a red-haired woman in her mid-30s were shedding tears as well. They were Jonathan and Martha Kent, Superman's adoptive parents, and Lana Lang, Superman's childhood sweetheart and fiancée. Superman had proposed to her just a week before his untimely death. The Man of Steel possessed many extraordinary gifts and he shared them with us freely. None of those gifts was more remarkable than his ability to discern what needed to be done and his courage in doing it whatever the personal cost. Let us all strive to accept his gift and pass it along as an ongoing tribute to Kal-El of Krypton, the immigrant from the stars who taught us all how to be heroes. While the Martian was talking, Naruto tuned him out to look at the people seated in front of the stage. He recognized the faces of many former members of the now disbanded Justice League. There were also VIPs such as governors, generals, and the President of the USA, presidents and diplomats from other countries, the King and Queen of Atlantis, Aquaman and Mera, and there were even half a dozen members of the Green Lantern Corps. Hey, weren't Superman and that bald dude enemies? What's he doing on the stage? Naruto asked when he saw Lex Luthor walk onto the stage and give a speech of his own too. Typical Luthor. He always has to be in the spotlight somehow. When we left the Earth a year ago, he was in prison, yet, here he is now, giving speeches like an upstanding member of society. He probably has half of the present people in his pocket, she said in distaste. It's no secret that Superman and I had our differences, but it hasn't always been that way. Lex Luthor began, but, suddenly, what looked like a hand grenade with its pin missing was thrown onto the stage. Everyone get down. Jon Stewart screamed, and he willed his power ring to conjure a sphere of green light around the grenade. The explosion could have killed a dozen people at least, but fortunately, the ex-Marine turned Green Lantern had been very quick to react. His power ring had prevented any casualties. However, another grenade exploded, this time in the middle of the crowd at the edge of the plaza, and Jon Stewart could do nothing but watch in horror how over 30 people were killed in an instant. And then another explosion boomed. And another one. Panic and terror overwhelmed everyone. Thousands of people started screaming, pushing and shoving each other as they ran for their lives. The Green Lanterns and the ex-members of the Justice League were quick to react, but it took only a few seconds for the death count to reach a 3-digit number. 10 people wearing strangely colored suits and with their faces painted like that of a clown were standing on the rooftops of the buildings surrounding the square, throwing hand grenades at the helpless population below with wild abandon. A massive golden shield of light encapsulated the plaza and froze the momentum of the hand grenades, making them explode in midair. It was Dr. Fate's spell. The other heroes burst into action too, and the Flash was quick to run up a building and dispose of one of the terrorists. The Green Lanterns immobilized half of the remaining ones, and the others were caught in no time by the rest of the League. What was supposed to be a solemn day to remember Superman's sacrifice to stop the alien creature that had rampaged through the city has become even more tragic than before, as over 100 innocent people had been added to the list of casualties. Naruto and Diana, still disguised by their transformation techniques, watched the unfolding events astonished. While the Justice League had reacted extremely fast and apprehended all the terrorists in a matter of seconds, the two of them had not even had the time to act. The damage was done. "Look over there," he told her quietly and pointed with his finger towards the stage. A tweed purple suit, a large grin showing 2 rows of yellow teeth, and a thick layer of white paint on his face. His deranged laughter left no doubts about his identity either. I wouldn't take a step closer if I were you," the Joker said with a giggle, one that burst into full-blown laughter when he saw over 30 superheroes surrounding him in a circle. His laughter became hysterical at seeing how everyone's faces twitched every time his finger moved. A string was attached to his finger, a string coming from a vest full of explosives which was being worn by a terrified young woman. The psychopath looked around, his eyes scanning the dozens of superheroes crowded around him. Where is the Batman? How come he is not at the party? How disappointing. Suddenly, 2 burning holes appeared in the clown's head. A smell of burnt human flesh filled the air. In front of him, a blonde girl's eyes were still burning with a crimson-red light. Pandemonium broke loose. "Oh my!" Wonder Woman gasped. "Oh boy," he agreed. She and Naruto were still disguised as regular civilians, just watching the scene from a distance. What had just transpired caught them both completely by surprise. In the following 2 seconds, the Flash became a blur to the naked eyes as he yanked the vest off the young woman and threw it in the air towards the Green Lanterns. "GL," he shouted. A green light came from several power rings and encased the vest's explosion, isolating it from everyone else. "What have you done? Are you out of your goddamned mind?" Jon Stewart was the first to come back to his senses and scream. He was not the only one, not by far. "The hell were you thinking, girl?" Steel, a hero clad in a metal suit and carrying a sledgehammer, shouted. But the seemingly frail girl was not intimidated. With her blue eyes still carrying hints of her heat vision in them, she shouted back. "I saved an innocent life, that's what I did." "You call that saving?" Vixen yelled. "You murdered someone in cold blood. Is that something Superman would have done?" Vixen's words were a low blow. Supergirl appeared to be on the verge of crying, but she steeled her expression and stayed firm in her position. "Superman is dead. He is dead because they let that creature live. He is dead because instead of putting it down, the other dimension Superman only lobotomized it. Look around you," she shouted. "Look how many people were killed by this psychopath just today. We keep throwing them in prison, but they just break out and come to kill more innocents again." Tears started to fall down her cheeks. They were tears of sadness, frustration, and anger. How many times has the Joker been arrested already? How many times has he broken out? How many innocent lives would have been spared if everyone wasn't too scared to do what had to be done? So what now? Are you going to be judge, jury, and executioner? Who gave you that right? Are you above the law? Captain Atom spat. 7 Green Lanterns aimed their power rings at the blonde girl. Jon Stewart cursed under this breath. What the fuck is going on with the world? This is Wonder Woman all over again. He clenched his teeth as he looked at Supergirl's tear-stained face. He had teamed up with the young Argonian quite a few times while the Justice League had been still active, before it was disbanded. He had been almost like a mentor for her, often chastising her for not being serious enough in their assignments and for being careless. He had taught her how to be responsible. In time, the bubbly blonde girl had grown on him and he had become fond of her. However, he would not let his personal feelings interfere with his duty as a member of the Green Lantern Corps or with his sense of responsibility. A constructive green light in the form of a pair of cuffs was conjured by his power ring and he said in a cold voice, "I suggest you turn yourself in for your crime. Do not make us subdue you by force." Though her face was stained by tears, Supergirl was no longer crying. There was a determined look in her eyes. "Subdue me? You and what army?" she spat back. A temperamental Green Lantern that looked as round as a ball of meat aimed his power ring at her head and snarled, "You may be a Kryptonian, but you're still just a little girl." A blast of light burst from the meatball-like Green Lantern's ring. But then, a small explosion made everyone back away when a bolt of energy clashed against the Green Lantern's attack. Her eyes glowing with a brilliant green light, a tall, red-haired young woman stepped in front of Supergirl protectively. Green energy bolts appeared in her hands. "I won't let you harm her even if it's the last thing I do," Starfire said. Seeing that Jon Stewart and the other 6 Green Lantern friends of his were unlikely to be able to subdue Supergirl, everyone knew better than to underestimate her prowess after having witnessed the devastating battle between Superman and the creature they had named Doomsday 3 days ago. The rest of the superheroes at the scene prepared themselves to intervene. The last girl of Argo, Superman's adopted cousin, whatever her identity was, it was irrelevant to them. As she had killed someone in cold blood, in front of thousands of people, there was no coming back from that. The energy bolts in Starfire's hands glowed brighter and Supergirl clenched her fists too while her eyes became suffused with a crimson-red light. No matter how many of their former friends rose against them, they would not go down without a fight. Naruto watched the new development with great interest. He had never expected the situation to evolve this way, for Supergirl to snap and lash out like that, to directly kill the Joker with her heat vision. It had been a brutal but extremely fast and efficient move. If he was to rate her actions, he would give her a 10 out of 10. He completely approved of what she had done. "We have to help her," Diana said. Naruto looked at her searchingly but he could not see her real expression due to the henge disguising her appearance. All he could see was the worried visage of a middle-aged woman. "She's exactly like I was 1 year ago. Except for Green Arrow, nobody had stood up for me. I won't let her get arrested for doing the right thing. You with me in this or not?" Seeing him not replying she added, "I will involve myself with or without your help." Naruto never forced Diana to do something she did not want and she had never forced him to do things that he did not want either. It was an unwritten rule between the two of them. Nevertheless, they usually ended up doing most things together even if one was not completely happy with it. They could not bear to leave the other struggling alone. "Ha," he sighed. "Say that you stopped the Justice League from arresting her now, what then? Are you going to stay on Earth and fight against everyone forever just to keep her safe?" She looked at him as if he was an idiot. "We take her with us, of course." He turned his head back at her in surprise. With how wary she had seemed to be of Maxima, Naruto had never expected her to actually suggest taking another girl with them. "You realize what you're saying?" he asked her just to make sure she had thought things through and that she was not just doing things again in the heat of the moment, out of the kindness of her heart. "Our ship isn't large enough for us and 2 teenage girls. Our life as a couple will get more difficult too with them around." Wonder Woman actually looked at him with a hint of anger in her eyes. "We'll just buy a bigger ship? We've completed over 30 bounties, haven't we? We have more than enough money. Would you rather just let her suffer for no reason?" He raised his hands and grumbled, "Sheesh, woman, chill out, I never said I don't want them around. Just wanted to make sure you know what we're getting ourselves into." She had the decency to at least look sheepish. "Sorry. And thank you," she said and tried to kiss him but he stepped back and dodged her. "Don't kiss me with that face," he said uncomfortably. Diana was still hinged to look like a different person and he had never felt okay with her showing her affection to him while looking like, well, not herself. She nodded in understanding but still gave him a brief hug to show her gratitude. "How are we gonna do this?" he asked. "Just teleport them to your ship." He shook his head. "Too risky. They might think they were kidnapped by someone and react violently before we get to explain anything. If they wreck our ship we're toasted." "How about this?" she said. "I'll fly over the ocean, to Africa. Shouldn't take me more than 3 minutes if I don't hold my speed back. You take the 2 of them and teleport together by my side." "All right," he nodded in agreement. He had inked a Hiratian formula into her bracelets a long time ago. It was so he would be able to teleport to her side at all times, no matter where she was. It had helped them many times during their adventures over the past year. Currently, Wonder Woman was not proficient enough with his techniques yet. She was only capable of using some of the easier jutsu like the henge and the substitution technique, but once she became able to cast his Hiraishin as well, the two of them were even thinking about getting tattoos with the other's formula in the future so they would always have a way of teleporting to each other's side in times of need. With their mindset, Naruto and Diana bumped fists together, it had become a habit, and grinned at each other. Then, they burst into action. As the crowd of civilians hurriedly retreated to a large distance away from what was going to become a battlefield for a group of powerful metahumans, nobody took notice of the average-looking middle-aged couple that had seemingly vanished from existence with a body flicker movement. A split second before some of the more trigger-happy ex-members of the Justice League were about to start attacking the two girls, a very dense cloud of smoke suddenly obscured a large part of the square. Everyone's sight was hindered to the point where they could not even see their hands in front of their face. Two gales of wind quickly started blowing the dense curtain the smoke away as Zatanna and Dr. Fate cast their spells at the same time, but when everyone finally became able to see again, the circle that they had surrounded the two girls in was now empty. "Where are they?" several of them shouted, and those among them capable of flight rose in the air, looking everywhere in their surroundings, trying to spot the two fugitive girls. But they were nowhere to be found. It was as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. Dr. Fate frowned behind his golden helmet. He had known that Naruto and Wonder Woman would come to Superman's funeral. After all, he had been the one to announce them, and although he had not seen them anywhere around, nor had he sensed their magic power, he was almost certain that they had been the ones to whisk Supergirl and Starfire away. However, he kept his thoughts to himself. The alien known as Caterpillar had proved on several occasions that he was not someone he would want to cross. In the first place, he was not exactly opposed to what the young Argonian girl had done. Unlike other superheroes, the sorcerer understood that some beings were simply too far lost to be saved and far too dangerous to be left alive. In his mind, the Joker had been one of those too. Chapter 46, A New Era. While Wonder Woman and Naruto had been traveling and seeing the wonders of the universe and romancing each other, many other people did not have it as good as them. For example, the previous year had been a nightmare for Batman. The Justice League disbanded shortly after Wonder Woman left the Earth. That is not to say that it was her act of killing Maxwell Lord 4 that had caused the disbandment of the League. It was one of the factors, indeed, but the main reason was that everyone learned about the AI, brother, that Batman had created. Most of the members of the Justice League did not take it well that someone who was supposed to be their teammate and leader had created an AI of such complexity just so he could spy on them. Having lost trust in two of their main leaders, Batman and Wonder Woman, the Justice League disbanded within 1 month from the fateful incident. With the Justice League no longer around, the crime rate skyrocketed over the past year. Without a brain to coordinate everyone and without the Watchtower's means of transportation, teleporters and spaceships, solo heroes could not deal with crime as well as before. They could only go back to protecting their home turf. As for regular policemen, they were out of their weight class when it came to dealing with metahumans. Currently, Batman was in his Batcave, studying recent data on the socio-political situation of the world. Apart from the graphs displaying the spike in crimes committed by ordinary humans and metahumans alike, information on the armed conflicts around the globe was also displayed on the large screen of his supercomputer. In the USA, it had taken the intervention of the army to quell the violent and armed rioters. But the social unrest was far from gone. A separatist movement was born as a result of the army's actions against civilians, and many states, not only the southern half of the country but from the West Coast and Midwest as well, were trying to leave the rule of the White House by taking a legal approach now. A referendum was going to be held within the next 2 months. Going by how things looked like, it seemed that the president would rule only over New England and the Mid-Atlantic. Most of the other states wanted to have nothing to do with the White House anymore. The situation was even more tragic in the rest of the world. The United Nations had isolated the most populous country in the world both diplomatically and economically. The UN was threatening to invade China with their armies for the massacres committed by the so-called Liberation Army against the common civilians. The UN was pushing for abolishing the current regime, for the sake of the 1.5 billion people suffering because of it. However, the Communist Party was not intimidated in the least. Tensions were sky-high. The possibility of World War III starting no longer seemed as far-fetched as before. In Myanmar, the army was still controlling the government and the rioters had organized themselves into armed forces that used guerrilla tactics against their oppressors. Tens of casualties appeared every day on both sides of the civil war. In Africa, the rioters from Senegal had managed to overthrow the corrupt government, but civil war ensued between the parties that wanted to take control over the country. The Central African Republic had also fallen under the violent assaults of the rebels, and it became a paradise for crime lords. Mozambique had fallen prey to the assault of rebel forces as well, and Somalia was now being plagued by increasingly bold acts of piracy. Civil wars, riots, crime, it was chaos everywhere. However, Batman could do nothing about it. He was but a normal man. A wealthy and very intelligent person, but still a regular man nonetheless. He could not do anything significant by himself. He took off his mask and rubbed his face in frustration. With a sigh, he operated the computer to stream the funeral of the Man of Steel. Superman's death had hit Batman the worst. For him, Superman had been not only the most powerful ally he had ever had, but he had also been like a light in the darkness. Superman had shown him that justice did not always need to come from the shadows, that justice could come from the light as well. But that light had been snuffed out now. Only darkness remained. He sighed again when he heard the touching speech of Martian Manhunter. But the solemn and sad atmosphere was abruptly shattered when over 10 hand grenades exploded at once in the midst of the crowd of regular people and killed hundreds of them. Batman was shocked. "Joker," he screamed and slammed his fists on the keyboard. Unlike how others would have expected him to react upon watching Supergirl kill the Joker with her heat vision, Batman was not outraged by her actions. He let himself fall on his chair like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Supergirl's words were still ringing in his mind. How many times has the Joker been arrested already? How many times has he broken out? How many innocent lives would have been spared if everyone wasn't too scared to do what had to be done? He buried his face in his palms. He had been among the first to condemn Wonder Woman when she killed Maxwell Lord a year ago. However, Superman's death and the chaos rampant in the world changed him. Supergirl's words and actions were only a catalyst that fastened the process. Lifting his face from his palms, he looked at his hands. In his eyes, they looked as if they were stained with blood. He felt the weight of the world pressing on his shoulders. He started shaking. All the people I've murdered by letting the Joker live. No more. Normally, such a thought would have raised alarm bells in his head. However, at that moment, he was not in his right mind. He had just watched, live, hundreds of innocent people being massacred by the Joker and his goons. When he looked back at the screen, it was just in time to see a cloud of smoke suddenly covering the entire plaza. In the next second, Supergirl and Starfire were gone. Supergirl and Starfire gritted their teeth and braced themselves for one of the worst battles in their life. Fighting against their former friends and teammates was way worse than fighting against criminals. Nevertheless, they were resolved to not go down without a fight. Just when the ex-members of the Justice League surrounded them and were about to attack, a dense cloud of smoke engulfed the entire plaza. Instinctively, Supergirl activated her X-ray vision, but she only got to see a yellow and black flash of light before the world spun around her head. For a brief moment, her sight went dark. Then, what greeted her eyes was a sandy beach in a tropical or at least Mediterranean land if the palm trees and high temperature were anything to go by. From the corner of her eyes, she noticed an unfamiliar silhouette and her first instinct was to punch. Naruto had not been in his Sage mode or any other chakra form to amplify his physique. He only had time to raise his arms in an X-shaped guard before the Argonian girl's terrifying brute strength sent him flying over the ocean like a skipping stone. The next thing Supergirl knew was that a golden rope wrapped around the midsection and she was thrown onto the ground roughly. Starfire was quick to come to her defense and shot a beam from her hands at the one who captured her friend, but the person in question casually slapped her beam with the back of her hand right back at her. With an oof sound, this time it was the Tamaranian girl's turn to be blasted away. Supergirl managed to stand up in the meantime, but Wonder Woman suddenly wrapped her leg around the lasso and then stepped on it, the pulling force making Supergirl get thrown back on the ground again. Enough! Diana snapped at Supergirl, and the blonde finally took the time to properly look at the woman in front of her: long, silvery white hair, a tall and athletic body, dressed in a short and sleeveless white dress and wearing bracers, a golden tiara, golden pauldrons, golden greaves, and a sword and a round golden shield on her back. Her hair color may have been different, but everything else left no doubt as to who she was. Wonder Woman? Supergirl exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Naruto also came back to the shore. He was soaking wet and he was sulking. "I went ahead and saved her ass, and there she goes, fucking blasting me across the ocean," he grumbled and threw a scathing look at his lover, who had a shit-eating grin on her face. The princess was not even trying to hide her amusement. Not a second later, a yell of "Mr. Naruto" reached his ears and a human missile slammed into him. The young woman from Tamarin took in him a big bear hug. Naruto let Starfire hug him with a helpless look on his face. This girl was too honest and too affectionate for her own good. He could not bring himself to dislike her. He even patted her back gently a few times. Seeing Supergirl finally coming out of her fight-or-flight state, Wonder Woman untied her. "I'm sorry, I didn't look around properly, I attacked first. I thought you were one of the heroes that came to the funeral." Supergirl apologized. "Understandable, don't worry," he waved off her apology. "You came to the funeral as well?" the blonde girl said. It was more like a statement rather than a question. Yes, Diana wanted to pay her respects. His words made her go wide-eyed. "I thought you hated Superman," she asked. "I never hated him," Wonder Woman said. "We only fought because Maxwell Lord was mind-controlling him. We may have not been on good terms with each other when I left, but I never wished for his death. Superman was one of the first and few men that I respected." "You know, she's the one who insisted that we saved you," Naruto said. "Thank you," Supergirl said. But then she looked down, her expression downcast. Fresh tears started falling from her eyes as she was reminded again that her adopted brother was now dead. Starfire quickly came to her side and took her in a comforting embrace. It took a while for the girl to get her emotions under control. When she finally pulled herself away from the taller girl's arms, she heard Wonder Woman speak to her. "I've talked it over with Naruto. You could come with us if you wanted. You too, Starfire, both of you." The two girls were startled by her unexpected offer. "After what you did, they will treat you the same way as they treated me," Diana said calmly. More than a year had passed since that time and she had gotten over her bitterness long ago. But Supergirl's situation was so similar to hers. She saw her as a kindred soul. She wanted to help her. "We will teach you how to survive in the world outside. We will even give you a spaceship and teach you everything about interstellar travel. When I was in your place, I was lost. I thought all my friends hated me and that I was all alone in the world. But we never hated you. We came to your apartment in New York later that day to tell you that we never thought anything less of you, but we couldn't find you," Starfire said empathically. "I didn't know that, thank you. But that's all the more reason for me to help you. Back then, I don't know what I would have done without Naruto. I want to be for you too what Naruto had been for me," Diana said kindly. Supergirl was so moved by her words that she almost started crying again. But then, a stubborn expression appeared on her face. "Thank you, but I can't leave. Ma and Pa are still here. I can't leave them, especially not now after Clark passed away. I can't leave my friends either, Earth is my home." As she spoke, her eyes started to glow, and it was not because of her heat vision. It was as if a fire was lit inside of her. Superman gave his life to protect the people of Metropolis. I won't tarnish his legacy by running away. I will take on his responsibilities. I will take his mantle. Now, it is my turn to become the symbol of hope. I will use my strength to protect everyone. And I will do everything to keep them safe. What she meant was clear to everyone present there. She would not stop even from killing if that was what it took to stop someone from harming innocents. Clark's fear of hurting his enemies is what had gotten him killed. I will not make the same mistake, she thought grimly. Hearing how decisive and convinced she sounded, Wonder Woman sighed, but she did not insist. She and Naruto had saved Supergirl and they offered to help her in the future as well by taking her under their wings. But that was all they could do. They could not take her away by force, nor did they want to. It was up to Supergirl and she had stated her choice clearly. "You don't need to stay with me. There will be danger everywhere and we will most likely have to fight against many of our friends." Supergirl began to say to Starfire, but the redhead cut her off. "Don't you dare to continue that sentence. I promised you, didn't I? We'll be together forever," Starfire said and planted a loving kiss on Supergirl's lips. The blonde flushed a little at being kissed in front of two other people, but she did not pull away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around her neck and pulled her deeper into the kiss. Going by Supergirl's reaction, it looked like the kiss initiated by Starfire had not been just a spontaneous act on her part. The two girls were in a relationship. "Penny for your thoughts?" Naruto asked Diana after he teleported the two of them to their ship and started flying through the solar system aimlessly, like one would go on a car ride just for the sake of it, without a destination in mind. Supergirl and Starfire, they have a difficult time ahead of them. However, if what I sensed from Supergirl is correct, I wouldn't be surprised if in 3 to 4 years Earth will be no different than how it was in the dimension of the Justice Lords. "Is that such a bad thing?" Naruto asked. "I admit that with Darkseid's impending invasion in the future, it would be much better if Earth was united under one central power, but I don't know about after that, in times of peace. Totalitarian regimes may work on some races and planets in the universe at large, but they never worked well on Earth. Our history is proof of that." "Are you going to stop Supergirl?" Diana shook her head. "I have washed my hands off the Earth when they all prosecuted me for doing what had to be done. Supergirl has her own reasons for continuing the fight, but I don't. With my mother and my Amazon sister's departure a year ago, there is nothing left for me on this planet. I won't participate in whatever happens there. Chapter 47, Love. The chaos and conflicts from Earth did not disturb Naruto and Diana's regular daily life. While revolutions, civil wars, and armed conflicts wrecked many countries on the blue planet, the two of them were peacefully cooking together in the kitchen of their spaceship. A kitchen knife cut at a remarkable speed several cucumbers with slices as precise as from a machine, not a human. He was not an actual chef, but his skill with a knife/dagger/kunai was unmatched. Next to him, Diana was washing a bunch of parsley and some tomatoes. There were also some purple alien vegetables that looked rather strange for someone who was raised on Earth, but they had a taste similar to the leaves of ramsons, also known as wild garlic. When she was done with that, she started peeling off onions and slicing them up before throwing them into a large bowl. Next, she cut a pack of feta cheese into small cubes. The couple was preparing their dinner together, a light and healthy tossed salad. "Pass me the olive oil, please," she said. "Payment first, goods later," Naruto said with a grin. Diana mirrored his grin and planted a loud and wet smooch on his cheek. "Thank you," she said when he held his end of the bargain and handed her over the bottle. A few moments later, she bumped her hips into him to catch his attention. When he turned to look at her, she pretended to ignore him. He chuckled at her antics and playfully slapped her pert butt, making her jump slightly. Despite that they had been living together for over a year, they were still like this. They could not help but flirt with each other all day long, even when they were cooking. "We're not finished cooking yet, princess," he said with a smirk when she came behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. She pressed her breasts against his back and rested her chin on his shoulder, her face right next to his. "Are you sure it can't wait?" she whispered, and her teeth sunk gently into the lobe of his ear. "Don't get me started or I'll take you on the kitchen table," he growled. "Don't threaten me with a good time," she said saucily and began to kiss and suck on his nape. But she did not take it any further. She stopped teasing him and just rested her chin on his shoulder and embraced him from behind while watching him cut the rest of the tomatoes. Both of them were big cuddlers. An overjoyed Wonder Woman pointing with her finger at some flying cars above her head like a child would. Naruto and Diana having an all-out contest while playing bowling. Diana trying out risque lingerie with lace, thigh-high stockings and black high heels and posing in front of him in a provocative fashion. Naruto showing a grumpy face and Diana laughing out loud at the smudge of ice cream on his nose. Diana's lips sucking the ice cream off his nose and him wincing when she playfully bit him too. A great view of Diana's at the beach with a white blazer, a red biking swimsuit and a wide straw hat on her head as her long and silky white hair fluttered in the breeze of the sea. Naruto and Diana visiting a subaquatic city inhabited by blue-skinned mermaid-like beings. Naruto drawing whiskers on Diana's cheeks with a permanent marker while she was sleeping so they would have matching whiskers. A proud Diana just having managed to learn her first henge technique and transforming into a hunchback old woman. Naruto and Diana making a V sign with their fingers and smirking in front of the galleon-class spaceship of slave traders that they had captured during the first bounty that they completed together. Naruto showing off a 3-ton heavy monstrosity resembling a prehistoric fish that he had caught and Diana pouting as she held only a barely 2-pound catfish, and many more photos and videos. "When did you capture all these?" she asked in awe. From their first date on Genesis Stadium until now, over a year later, Naruto had often secretly recorded memorable moments from their time spent together. There were hundreds of photos and videos, most of them showing off Wonder Woman in all sorts of situations. Even a stranger could tell how deep his feelings for her were. The two lovers spent the following few hours browsing through the collection of photos and videos that he had recorded, laughing, joking, and stealing kisses from each other as they recalled various moments from their adventures, dates, and honeymoon, though they had yet to officially get married. After they ran through all of them, Diana suddenly hopped on top of him and straddled his waist. She leaned her head down and he covered the remaining distance, their lips meeting in a loving, slow, and passionate kiss. Lemon removed. Lemon removed. He chuckled at her and rolled off to sit next to her on the bed. But he gathered her in his embrace and Diana eagerly glued herself to his body. She laid her head on his chest, draped an arm across his waist and intertwined one of her long and smooth legs with his manly, muscular ones. "You saved me just as much as I saved you, D. You saved me from a life of loneliness. It's only because of you I kept my sanity after the Black Mercy's attack on my mind. I love you." It was strange that after everything they had done together, a few words from him could still bring butterflies in her tummy. Diana smiled giddily, her face glowing with happiness. She pecked him on the cheek before laying her head back on his chest and rubbing her face against it like a cat. It made him laugh lightly and he patted her on the head gently, taking delight in how she reveled in his attention like a spoiled little child. The difference between the warrior goddess that had made a name for herself in several galaxies in less than a year and the crybaby and spoiled little princess in his arms made him almost squeal at the gap. She was too adorable. It was a side of her that only he got to see. She was his lovely princess, his goddess. Chapter 48, Radion. An almost invisible humanoid silhouette walked on the ceiling, upside down, as if it was on the ground and easily avoided all the moving laser beams trying to detect any would-be intruders. However, regardless of said person's efforts to remain undetected, loud alarms started blaring throughout the entire base. Damn it, Diana, you triggered the alarms way too early. I haven't gotten to the console yet. Now the blast doors were shut down and the vault is crawling with robots. Naruto yelled irritated into his earpiece. I'm sorry, Naruto, I tried to be sneaky but I'm dummy thick and the clap of my ass cheeks alerted the security. Wonder Woman said from the other end of the line. What met her reply was complete silence. She could not rein in herself and burst into full-blown laughter. Who taught you to talk like that? Naruto asked in disbelief. Ahahaha. I wish I could see your face. Diana said while giggling uncontrollably. I found your meme collection a few days ago. I'm so annoyed I can't see your face now. Ha ha ha. Naruto blew out a sigh and chuckled too in spite of himself. You got me good, I admit. But the thing is that at this rate we're going to fail the mission. On a serious note, it's not my fault, she said, and he could practically hear the pout through her voice. There are heat detectors somewhere close to the main panel. I had no way of knowing that. If anything, it's your device's fault. When is the last time you upgraded your tools? This stuff of yours is so outdated. We had an issue with it 2 months ago too when it didn't detect a hidden infrared camera. Naruto wisely decided to not comment on that. The truth was, as she said, that he had not upgraded his gear in a few years. Technology advanced at a breakneck speed. In 4 or 5 years more, his gear would become completely obsolete. The two of them were currently in the Antares system, the Milky Way galaxy. Their mission was to steal the blueprint of a new type of robot created by Dorians, a race native to the planet Dor from the Antares system. The plan had been for Naruto to infiltrate the control room undetected and only then for Diana to trigger the alarms on purpose and cause a ruckus to attract the attention of the research facility's crew and robots. While everyone would be focused on dealing with her, he would secretly insert the hacking tool and steal the entire data. However, now that the alarms were triggered before he could get into the control room, he would no longer be able to extract that data. Naruto himself was not a hacker, he was not smart enough for that. All the data extraction/theft missions he had ever completed had been done through the use of his hacking tool, a device that could copy all the files in a database as long as there were no protocols triggered to prevent that. Don't worry, I'll grab one of these guys and force him to give us the blueprint. Or else. I swear I'm a bad influence on you. What happened to the self-righteous and heroic princess I met on Earth almost 3 years ago, he said teasingly. Oh, shut it. A few minutes later, Wonder Woman arrived at the location of the control room carrying a being tied up with her golden lasso. It was a tall and very thin person, almost like a stick. It had a humanoid appearance, with 2 legs, 2 hands, and a head, but its appearance was otherwise very different from humans with its gray skin, very skinny build, and red eyes, sclera, iris, and pupils, all. Get us inside the control room, she ordered and her lasso glowed. The tied-up Dorian went to the panel obediently and after inserting a code, the alarms were stopped and the laser beams from before were turned off too. The blast door protecting the control room was raised up and the 3 of them entered it unhindered. There were 4 other Dorians inside but with a flash of yellow and black light, Naruto easily knocked them unconscious with a well-aimed and strong punch to the liver. Naruto and Diana were always very careful to not use lethal force in missions that did not require them to do so, like assassination or escort/rescue missions where their targets were scumbags. In this case, the ones working in this facility were just regular people doing their jobs. From a moral standpoint, the 2 of them were the bad guys, performing industrial espionage. The mind-controlled Dorian proceeded to upload the files with the prototype robot's blueprint on Naruto's device and after that, at Wonder Woman's command, he also erased all traces of their presence there, video records and such. However, to prevent the personnel working there from suffering the consequence of their deeds, their inability to protect the blueprint, Naruto made a few hand seals and then slammed his palm on a wall. Numerous kanji spread over the wall from his palm and after a few seconds, the image of a fierce 9-tailed red fox was painted on the wall. Any corporation worth its salt would recognize the culprit right away. After a century of operating as an intergalactic mercenary, almost all major economic, political, or religious, or military organizations knew who Caterpillar was. The image of the nine-tailed fox was the calling card that he and Kurama had coined up many decades ago. I think we should change our calling card, shouldn't we? Naruto mused. True, Kurama is golden and has 10 tails now. Diana agreed. Well, I was thinking more about making one for the two of us. Kurama is not going to wander the universe like a vagabond with me anymore, and it's been 2 years already since you and I started doing bounties together. Speaking of Kurama, I kinda miss him, Diana said, and Naruto more than mirrored her feelings. They shared a knowing smile at the memory of the prideful, arrogant, and gluttonous fox. Let's go visit him. After we turn in this blueprint to our employer, we'll make a stop to OA to take our spear from the Guardians, and then we'll go to the Vega system. Kurama told us to give him 1 to 2 years to make order in the system before visiting him. It's been 2 years since then. Around 3 years ago, Naruto saved a depowered Superman from the Preserver's cage and rescued a comatose Supergirl from her coffin of ice on the dead planet Argo. 2 years ago, Diana left the Earth with Naruto after killing Maxwell Lord. A year ago, Superman died in battle against Doomsday, and Supergirl killed the Joker with her heat vision after the massacre he had committed. So many things happened ever since I met Naruto. Diana thought. She had never imagined that she was anything but a normal Amazon, made of clay. Not even in her wildest dreams had she thought that she would one day invade Tartarus and kill Hera and Typhon. Never had she thought that she would one day love a man as much as she loved Naruto, or that she would leave the Earth behind her and wander the universe alongside him. Back in their spaceship, still thinking about the past 3 years, Diana pressed a kiss on the top of Naruto's head while he sat on the pilot's seat. Don't think a simple kiss will absolve you of your screw-up, he said grumpily. Her melancholy forgotten, she glared at him. My screw-up? Excuse me, it's your ancient detector that got us in trouble. Excuses, excuses. You must have lost your edge from all those escort missions you've been doing as of late. Diana's face flushed at his words. Those escort missions that he was talking about were nothing more, nothing less than glorified parades. One could even go as far as to call them dates. Princesses and queens of various races and planets often put up missions that sought to employ the services of the Silver Goddess, as Diana had come to be known, just so they could spend time in her company, not because there were any real dangers they needed protecting from. White and gold armored, long silvery white hair, an athletic body, a beautiful face, possessing crazy physical strength, unmatched fighting skills while also having a pleasant and kind personality, a strong and beautiful woman versus a man wearing a black cloak and a creepy white fox mask. Between the two of them, it was not hard to see who most people would prefer. You beautiful women have life on easy mode, how is that fair? He grumbled, and Diana started giggling, but she did not contradict him. After only 2 years as Naruto's partner, her popularity was starting to catch up to his almost a century of work, not in a small measure because of how beautiful she was. I can't help it that I'm so charismatic, she said without even trying to hide how smug she looked. TSK. You're just a chick magnet. I guess a few thousand years spent as a lesbian would make that out of anyone. Even though I set you straight, you're still giving off those vibes. It was both a dig at her very old age and a blatant insinuation that he had curbed her non-straight tendencies. The proud Amazon princess was definitely not going to take it lying down. Sensing his impending doom, Naruto shunshined away from the pilot's seat, barely managing to escape from her hands. However, the ship was only so big, not much bigger than the inside of a one-room apartment. Eventually, Diana cornered him in the bedroom. Honey, we don't need to get physical, he said meekly when he saw the princess winding up her golden lasso. She smiled at him, and Naruto momentarily sighed in relief, thinking that he had just dodged a bullet. But it was all a ruse. Before he knew it, the lasso of truth wrapped around his midsection. His chakra was sealed and he gulped when he saw the look in her eyes. Oh, but I think we definitely need to get physical, she purred at him. Lemon removed. Lemon removed. We've done it so many times, and we never use any sort of contraception, she continued, and her face flushed a little against his chest when she said that. I don't know, D, he said, using a short form of her name affectionately while caressing her silky white hair with his hand. It could be because you're a goddess and I'm a mortal. She shook her head, not agreeing with him. That's not it. There were many cases in the past where gods had intercourse with mortals and bore children out of it. I'm a living example of that too. Your mom isn't exactly mortal though, is she? She's like what, 4,000 years old or more? My point still stands. Many of the heroes in the past came from the union of a god with a regular mortal, she countered. Naruto let out a sigh as his mind involuntarily went to one of the most frightful moments of his life. The encounter that had almost claimed his life, the encounter which had made him stop aging upon escaping alive from it. The only other thing I can think of is my encounter with the supermassive black hole about 60 years ago, he said. What happened to me back then was not natural. I've looked into it and researched the matter for years. There are many who have gone beyond the event horizon of a black hole for the sake of researching them or accidentally, but there are no records of any of them becoming unaging as a side effect from it. You know how there is always a balance in the universe? Maybe the price for my immortality was my ability to reproduce. Diana became silent for some time. Then what about gods? Where is the balance in that? There are no downsides to being a god. Naruto chuckled mirthlessly. That's why gods are gods and mortals are mortals. Gods are above natural laws. Mortals like me, as the saying goes, can't have the cake and eat it. But of course, this is just my speculation since technology and medicine can't detect any problems with us. Who knows, it could very well be something else too. For example, it could be because I unsealed Kurama from my body when we had been on the brink of fusing into one being. You saw that Kurama's body was not perfect, he could not regenerate his chakra by himself, like before. It's only after he became a god that his body became complete again. Maybe, just like him, I have also lost something when he left my body. Making a small pause, he said in a quiet voice. I'm sorry, D. I can't give you the family you've always wanted, the family I've always wanted. She raised her head from his chest and scooted higher than him on the bed. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck and brought his head to her chest, burying his face into her breasts. There was nothing sexual about it, it was just to comfort him. Don't worry, baby, she said and planted a tender kiss on the top of his head. We'll find a solution to this problem one day. Time is not something that we lack. He nodded, not trusting his voice to speak then. He just sighed in comfort at the softness of her bosom and the gentle caress of her fingers. Even if we never have children, I'm more than happy to spend my life just with you, she said as she continued to stroke the back of his head and play with his reddish-blonde locks of hair. Besides, we could always adopt a child or two if we wanted, no? Despite her encouraging and comforting words, his heart was not settled. He had never forgotten about his adorable and mischievous daughter, his little Thea, from the 10-year-long dream of the Black Mercy. The thought of never having the chance to see his sweet little bundle of energy again pained him more than words could tell. A few days later, Naruto and Diana landed with their ship on planet Mayaboku, Naruto's secret planet. Over the course of the 2 years since Diana had left the Earth and started traveling the universe with Naruto, they have come to Mayaboku many times. It was their own safe haven, a place outside of the known universe, a planet located in one of the countless clusters of stars and nebulas far away from the 28 galaxies policed by the Green Lantern Corps. Naturally, with Wonder Woman being an actual princess that had always lived in very good conditions if not an outright luxury, Naruto could not afford to live in a hut made of straws like before. Instead of the hut, they lived in a rather elegant and beautiful chalet now, a cabin resembling those mountainside holiday houses of wealthy people from Earth. The 2-story chalet was not a large house but it was enough for a couple with no kids. Having been built by Naruto and Diana and their shadow clones, the chalet was perfect for their needs. On the ground floor, there was an entrance hall, a bathroom, a well-furnished and spacious kitchen, and a large living room with a very wide window and a fireplace that always had a merry fire blazing in it during their stay there. They had chosen a location on the planet close to the polar circle where temperatures were rather low even during the summer. The two of them often spent their evenings cuddled together on the sofa, in front of the fireplace. As for the top floor, it had only their bedroom, one more bathroom, smaller than the one on the ground floor, and a large balcony. During the night, Naruto and Diana often sat on the balcony and watched the incredibly vivid starry sky and the gorgeous northern lights. They were planning on building another cabin in a warmer area of the planet, closer to the equator, to enjoy the beauty of summer and the seaside as well, but that was a project for the future because carrying construction materials with their small ship was rather time-consuming. Now, the two of them were in the middle of a piece of grassland so wide that its edges could not be seen with the naked eye. So you're a master of all kinds of cold weapons, right? Not all of them, there are many niche weapons that are hardly ever used outside of special regions on Earth, but if you're talking about widespread weapons, yes, I was the best among my Amazon sisters at wielding swords, spears, bows and arrows, shields, daggers, and even whips. Well then, catch this, he said, and with a puff of smoke, a throwing spear appeared in his hand. It was nearly 8 feet long and bluish but mostly transparent. It was as if it had been crafted out of crystal or glass. What's this? Duh. It's a spear, he said with a roll of his eyes. Naruto, she said warningly, and he chuckled. It's our secret weapon against Darkseid. Diana took another look at the glass-like throwing spear. This banal thing is made out of an alloy consisting of many metals, among which also radion. A substance that is deadly to gods, he completed her sentence. She looked at the bluish, transparent spear with newfound respect in her eyes. She wanted to know more details though. How did you get a hold of something like this? A substance that could even kill gods was not something that one could randomly find at the corner of a street. The Guardians of the Green Lanterns gave me half a pound of radion as a reward for the mission on Debstum, he said, and winced a little at the memory of it. 1. They even made you a spear, huh? How generous of them, she said, and the sarcasm in her voice was not lost to him. I know, right, he agreed. Actually, they offered to craft me a spear from that radion after I coincidentally helped 2 Green Lanterns fight off a squad of Yellow Lanterns a few months ago. At her confused look, he explained, you were away on a solo rescue mission. While Naruto and Diana went on missions together most of the time, they took solo missions too once in a while. A little time on their own was nice too sometimes. But as you say, I can't help thinking that they gave me this radion and then crafted it into a spear on purpose. You gotta know that nobody has any information on how to harness this material. Trust me, I looked into it on all my information brokers. Yet the Guardians conveniently had so much of it and offered it to me as a reward for the bounty, he said. So they're all but telling you to kill Darkseid for them, Diana said, not pleased with how the Guardians were trying to make use of them. Naruto shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. Not like anyone can force me to do something I don't want to. Besides, having this spear doesn't mean much. From the Justice League's fights against Darkseid, we know that his reflexes and speed are fast enough to even dodge and react to the Flash, and he's supposedly able to go at the speed of light. How are you going to hit Darkseid with this? Close-quarter combat is always a choice. Diana offered, but then she changed her mind. But it's impossible for him to not recognize at a glance the one thing that can truly kill him in this universe. Once he sees it, he won't engage in a head-on fight and just fire his Omega beams from behind the protection of his parademons. My thoughts exactly. He agreed. I guess our only way is for one of us to trap him and hold him still while the other one uses the spear, she said. Easier said than done. You saw how much magic resistance Hades had. Darkseid is bound to be even stronger. But you'll have your enhanced 6-path Sage mode on Earth. Even if it's poisonous, you shouldn't be in any fatal danger as long as you don't use it for too long, right? They discussed their options a while longer before Naruto took back the radion spear from her hands and sealed it in a scroll. Then, he gave her about 40 other javelins that had the exact same shape, weight, and elasticity as the glass-like radion spear. As we decided, I'll be the one to trap Darkseid, hopefully with the help of the other metahumans on Earth. Your one goal is to hit him with the spear. So now we gotta practice. He put some distance between the two of them and a cloak of yellow-red chakra appeared around him. I'll use my 6-path Sage mode, my body flicker movement and even my Hiraishin too. Try to hit me. Wonder Woman did not feel like he was underestimating her skill with the spear by testing her like that. She understood the importance of getting familiar with a type of weapon in order to wield it to its fullest potential. Furthermore, they only had one try at hitting Darkseid with the radion spear. There were no second chances because the radion spear was designed to shatter after hitting its target. For the next 4 hours, the Amazon Princess used her entire skill and godly strength, and she even imbued wind or lightning nature chakra into the javelins, throwing them with such strength that each spear left shocking sonic booms in their wake. However, she had never come close to hitting him, he was too fast. Chapter 49, Great Naruto. A large city that spread over 20,000 square miles could be seen even from space. It had a rough, circular shape and the streets and avenues had been designed in a spiderweb pattern. Four enormous towers stood at the edge of the city like faithful guardians. They were space terminals, a sort of airport but for spaceships. Tens of thousands of spaceships could be seen landing or departing from those 4 terminals on a daily basis. The most peculiar thing about the city besides its enormous size was the fact that there were not any buildings with more than 9 floors, and that was probably also why the city had extended on a horizontal scale that much. Furthermore, a lot of green could be seen as trees and parks were everywhere. Nonetheless, transportation from one side of the city to the other was not an issue due to the numerous flying buses and cars. Great Naruto City. Welcome. He named the capital city after you, a white-haired woman said in surprise and laughed when she saw the large hologram in the sky, at the entrance of the city. He must have done it as a joke, a reddish blonde-haired man laughed. In my first serious mission as a shinobi when I was a kid, we saved an island country from a local mob boss. The locals named the bridge they had built to connect to the mainland after me, the Great Naruto Bridge. The man and the woman were none other than Naruto and Diana. However, they were wearing civilian clothes rather than their combat suit or armor. They had no masks and no weapons visible on them either. They had come to planet Karna, in the Vega system, as tourists, to visit an old friend, not to fight. All of a sudden, a chorus of gasps came from the other passengers in the flying bus. When Naruto and Diana also turned their heads to their left to look through the window, their reaction was not much different than the others. In the middle of the city, a grand and imposing castle-like building dwarfed everything in its surroundings. It was a temple of massive proportions, its height alone was over 600 feet. Compared to the rest of the city's buildings which had, at most, only 9 floors, the temple appeared like a behemoth. In the wide plaza in front of the temple, an almost lifelike statue had been erected. It was over 100 feet tall and it depicted 2 beings, both equally tall, a fearsome 10-tailed demonic fox, and a young man with spiky hair, slit eyes, and whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Tens of thousands of people belonging to dozens of different races from the Vega system, and not only, were spread all over the large plaza, snapping pictures and shooting videos. However, there was a certain sense of order despite that they were complete strangers. Nobody was pushing or shoving others, no thieves were trying to pickpocket other people, and nobody was shouting or behaving inappropriately. A feeling of reverence and a sort of holy fear and respect could be sensed from everyone. Are these pilgrims? Diana was the first to realize. In front of the large and lifelike statue, there were long pathways divided by golden ropes where thousands of people stood orderly in queues, waiting for their turn to arrive at the very wide brazier burning in front of the majestic statue with a magical golden fire. Those at the head of their lines were throwing pieces of paper with small, personal prayers written on them, into the golden fire on the brazier before putting their hands in prayer and closing their eyes for a few moments. Then, after bowing deeply at the statue, they would leave, letting others get their turn to pray at the statue too. The guide belonging to the tourist agency that had organized the trip, a human-like being with copper skin and yellow hair, started to inform the passengers of the flying bus about the city and various other things. With a population of over 50 million, Great Naruto City was built only 2 years ago at the orders of our Lord and Savior, the 10-tailed fox god, Kurama, in honor of his lifelong friend and brother, Uzumaki Naruto. It's the capital city of planet Karna and it became the capital city of the entire Vega system as well after Lord Kurama annihilated the Psion monarchy and the Citadel Empire. This planet used to be the base of the Gordanian Empire but they had been wise enough to run away for their lives just before our gods returned to the Vega system. The copper-skinned man was almost fanatic in his speech about Kurama. He ended up describing the feats of his god rather than giving his clients more information about the city. After they got down from the flying bus, Naruto and Diana followed the group to the enormous statue depicting him and Kurama. On the pedestal of the statue, there were 2 lines written in gold letters. Kurama, god of destruction, truth, and justice, left. Uzumaki Naruto, best friend and brother of god Kurama, right. However, now that they were right in front of the statue, the group with which Naruto had arrived in the city abruptly turned their heads at him. Wide-eyed, the guide was the first to throw himself to the ground, on his knees. Lord Uzumaki, he shouted in both fear and excitement. There goes our peaceful trip? Naruto muttered under his breath. In a matter of seconds, hundreds and then thousands of people proceeded to throw themselves on their knees and start shouting his name once they realized that the man in their midst was none other than the person in whose honor the statue, the entire city, had been built. What the hell? He whispered, freaked out by their over-the-top behavior. Even as he said those words, a strange sensation washed over him. Hot and cold chills traveled down his spine and his skin started tingling. A reinvigorating feeling coursed through his veins. He began to feel so powerful in his regular body that he momentarily thought that he had entered his sage mode by mistake. It's the power of faith, Diana said startled. As she was a goddess, she could sense clearly the psychic energy that was coming from the thousands of people in the plaza and converging on his body. All of a sudden, a human-sized missile burst through the enormous and intricately ornate gates of the temple and slammed into Naruto. With his reflexes, he could have easily dodged it but he did not. That's because the one that had burst through the gates of the temple and crashed into him was a human-sized golden fox with 10 tails. Naruto, the Biju's deep voice was trembling with emotion as he tackled him into a bear hug. His tails also grabbed Diana and pulled her into the hug as well. If the power of faith had been gathering on Naruto like a small mountain creek before, this time, it was like an ocean. But he could not bring himself to care about that in the present. He was also hugging Kurama for all he was worth. His red eyes became misty in happiness at finally seeing his best friend again. They had been apart for only 2 years but for them who had been together for more than a century, those 2 years felt much longer. The inside of the Grand Temple was as luxurious as one would imagine by looking at its external appearance. Extremely spacious halls with very high ceilings supported by enormous but exquisitely carved golden pillars, red carpets on the white marble floors and walls painted with various scenes from God Kurama's feats in battle. Every here and there were lifelike statues of various persons. Naruto saw the nine-tailed beasts and he even saw a statue of Hagoromo, the sage of six paths. To his and Diana's hidden surprise, there were also statues of Diana. They both knew that Kurama liked Diana, but Diana herself had not been aware of how deep ran the fox's affection for her. It looked like the fox god had truly come to see her as a family too, because there were only statues of people that Kurama considered his family: his creator, Rikudo Sennin, his siblings, the Bijou, Naruto, his former Jinchuriki and brother in all but blood, and lastly, Diana too. As for Kurama, he could not quite control his happiness. He had reverted to his form as a tiny fox cub and was jumping from Naruto's shoulder to Diana's and talking excitedly about what he had done over the last 2 years. He was acting completely unbecoming of someone his stature. He was a god that ruled over a system with 23 inhabited planets, something that even the king of the Olympian gods had never been able to achieve. He was not supposed to lose his composure like that and make a fool of himself, but Kurama could not care less about such norms at that moment. I saw people lighting up their written prayers in the brazier's fire outside. How does that work? Is it just a scam or you're really getting everything they're saying? Naruto asked in curiosity after the fox's excitement had settled down for a bit. Godhood is amazing, the golden fox said while taking on a tiger-sized form. It was his preferred size nowadays, and sat on the throne-like large, red divan of his throne room. A boy and a girl with golden skin and red hair, of Tamaranian origin if Naruto had to guess, started to softly wave their large feathery fans, cooling the fox god and his guests. After you've chosen your domain and created karma with the people who put their faith in you, you can create a set of laws, a system that will automatically reject anything that clashes against your will. For example, someone praying to win the lottery or asking for other people to meet misfortune for no good reason will naturally get ignored. But say that someone is asking for justice or vengeance, I will naturally hear his plea. Just today I killed a corrupt lawyer who had taken a bribe to fail his innocent client on purpose. His client would have been sentenced to life in prison for a crime he did not commit. A mere thought from me, and both that lawyer and the real criminal died of a stroke. Even as we speak, a section of my mind is listening to my followers' prayers and solving them. Naruto and Diana looked at each other speechlessly. Diana was a goddess too, but when she compared herself to Kurama, she realized just how far below him she was. To kill someone just with a thought, through karma. That difference in power between a stray god like her and a god that was being worshipped by hundreds of billions of living beings was sky high. What if you kill someone by mistake? Did it happen before? Naruto asked. The golden fox wagged his fluffy 10 tails lazily and grinned smugly. That's impossible. I'm the god of truth and justice. What do you mean? It's very simple. People believe that I'm the personification of destruction, truth, and justice. They believe that I am omniscient, so I became almost omniscient. The two of them did not even try to hide their shock at his words. The power of faith is a scary thing, Kyubi said seriously. It can even change a god's nature if left unchecked. My negative sensing emotions has evolved to untold levels. I can't claim to be omniscient, but nowadays, I can tell anything about someone's past and even what they are thinking, just by looking at them. I can even peek into their future. For example, I know that you've been trying to make a child for nearly 2 years and have seen multiple medics, but none could find a solution. I also know that Diana is hoping for a blue-eyed blonde-haired boy with whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks, and that you're imagining a little girl with long black hair, blue eyes, and no birthmark on her cheeks. Now that you are in front of me, I know everything about you too. I am a god. Though he was rather startled by the fact that Kurama appeared to have become almost omniscient, Naruto chuckled a little at his manner of speech. If there was one thing that had not changed at his dear friend, it was his pride. How has life been for you after you finished off all your enemies? Isn't it boring to just sit in this temple and listen to people's prayers? Don't you miss going to bounties together with me? I miss wreaking havoc with you like in the past, I will not lie, but I wouldn't change my current life just for that. Countless living beings depend on me now. It's a nice feeling, being needed. Being respected. Being worshipped. Being loved by so many souls. Even after 2 years, I sometimes find myself sighing in amazement. A dangerous beast that had been feared, hated, and imprisoned, had become now a god whom billions worship. Kurama looked at Naruto and Diana with a gentle look in his golden eyes. You should settle down somewhere too, Naruto. Are you not tired of roaming the universe like a vagabond? I would love to have you here with me, both of you. Find a nice place, build a home, and root yourself in a place. You have a family to think about now. You're not by your lonesome self anymore. Naruto did not simply dismiss Kyubi's words. He took Diana's hand and their gazes locked as they communicated through their eyes. I can't wait for your little girl to be born. Uncle Kurama will spoil her rotten. Kurama spoke about himself in the third person and grinned widely. Naruto chuckled at him, but Diana perked up at his words. You said you can peek into our future, is that our future? We will get a child, she asked hopefully. UPS, that was a slip of a tongue, Kurama said and chortled. No, don't you dare. Tell us everything you know. Naruto said, taking her side. So you two are a package now? I am outnumbered, looks like little Thea and Uncle Kurama will have to team up against you in the future, the fox said teasingly. But he stopped poking fun at the two of them. He knew very well just how much both Naruto and Diana wished to have a child. For thousands of years, Diana had never even seen any children at all, until she left Themyscira and came to the man's world. She also wished to have Naruto's baby, to have a family. As for Naruto, as an orphan, as someone who had lost his homeworld, having a family of his own was the one thing that he had always wanted the most. Especially after experiencing the decade-long dream world of the Black Mercy. The 10-tailed golden fox god stood up from his red divan and walked towards Naruto. You've stopped aging about 90 years ago when you were nearly sucked by that supermassive black hole. We both almost died back then. Kurama said, a thoughtful look on his face. You've become immortal, but you lost your ability to procreate. It was an equivalent exchange. Is there anything you can do about it? Diana pressed on. But of course. Have you forgotten? I am a god. Kurama said proudly again. As he raised his clawed hand and put it on Naruto's chest, a golden light started to glow around his claw and engulfed Naruto's entire body. Kurama's divinity was being infused into him. 2 years after the disbandment of the Justice League, or 1 year after the death of Superman, a new organization of metahumans had appeared. Like a phoenix that resurrected from its ashes, the Justice League of America had been born from the ashes of the Justice League Unlimited. What was the difference between them though? Besides the several notable absences, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Hawkgirl, 3 of the original 7, the Justice League of America, or shortly said JLA, only handled the crimes within the United States territory. This new Justice League no longer protected the entire planet like before. The reason for that was that, after Superman's death and Supergirl's subsequent killing of the Joker after the massacre that he had committed, most of the countries in the world had taken a page out of Japan's book. They started to follow its example. Especially in Europe and other democratic countries from the rest of the world, numerous hero agencies had been created. Though they had a fancy name, they were simply nothing more, nothing less than professional guilds. They were regulated by the government and they also paid taxes from their profit, taxes to social insurance and so on. For the world at large, the apparition of hero agencies had been one of the best things to happen in decades. The crime rate amidst the metahumans' ranks had declined steeply as most metahumans had an easy and legal means of making an honest and easy living with their gifts, which in turn led to a much safer society as regular criminals stood little chance at escaping the countless heroes that seemed to have popped out of nowhere. Many metahumans had been keeping a low profile before, hiding their superpowers. In the present, many heroes had risen to prominence within their countries, with some of them even becoming renowned worldwide, alongside other famous members of the former JL. For example, All Might, a metahuman with a very powerful body, from Japan; Caesar, a metahuman capable of conjuring and controlling any bodies of water, from Italy; Shi'ar, a metahuman capable of flight and telekinesis from Egypt, and so on. That being said, once a model of democracy and free will, the USA was very different nowadays. The Justice League of America ruled the country from the shadows with an iron fist. While the government still appeared to be in power, various members of the JLA had infiltrated many of its key positions. Even the current president was a puppet who listened to every word that the JLA's council said. Another big difference between the former Justice League and the current JLA was that JLA's members were allowed by the law to use deadly force against criminals. The average Americans were torn, not knowing what to think. On one hand, they felt stifled by the martial law-like environment and by the fact that their free will and rights were restricted, but on the other hand, never before had there been such a low crime rate in the history of the Federation. Whereas Superman had been seen as a gentle giant, a symbol of hope, the current figurehead of the JLA, Supergirl, was a far cry from that. Violent and ruthless, many heinous criminals had been lobotomized or even killed by her. Even corruption was at an all-time low because any official suspected of corruption would be directly interrogated by Martian Manhunter. Nobody could hide their secrets from the powerful telepath. Some people hated the current state of affairs while others embraced it. The population's opinions were split. A young woman in her late teens or early 20s was flying at a moderate speed above Metropolis City. She was of average height, blonde and blue-eyed, and with a rather sweet and cute face. However, her black cape, black mini-skirt and black t-shirt with the red S symbol on her chest had become a symbol of either fear or veneration for most people. She was none other than Supergirl, or, as she called herself nowadays, Superwoman. The past year had been very difficult for Supergirl. It had not been an easy task to fight off her former friends and teammates who had wanted to set her straight after what she had done during Superman's funeral. However, much to her surprise, public opinion had supported her actions from back then. It had been to the extent that the Supreme Court of the United States had been forced to drop the trial that they had intended to put Supergirl through. Too many innocent people had been massacred by the Joker. It had been like a wake-up call for the population. Instead of being vilified as they had done with Wonder Woman, Supergirl had been called a hero, someone who had had the guts to do what had to be done. It took the Joker and his gang of criminals to violently murder over 100 innocents for the world to finally understand that some beings were too dangerous to be kept alive. That some humans did not deserve second chances. With public opinion on her side and with Batman's unexpected offer to support her with his wisdom and wealth, Supergirl had come into herself. Nowadays, Supergirl was no longer just the cute sidekick of Superman who played around and fought crime out of boredom, just to escape being stuck at a farm in Kansas. Nowadays, Supergirl had become Superwoman. A fierce defender of the innocents and a wrathful vigilante against criminals. She had become the leading figure of the Justice League of America, supported from the shadows by the Dark Knight of Gotham, Batman. Flying above Metropolis City was a habit she had developed a few years ago. She used to patrol the large city and help Superman to maintain peace and order. But these days nobody was crazy enough to try anything in Metropolis anymore. Everyone knew that if Superwoman caught them, at best they would be lobotomized and then imprisoned or, at worst, they would be killed. These days, Superwoman was still patrolling the city mostly as a means of relaxation and to help with any spontaneous hazards she might encounter, such as a house on fire or some serious accidents that regular people would find it challenging to handle by themselves. That day, however, the usual peace was interrupted by Martian Manhunter's telepathic message. His voice was filled with urgency when he said, "Superwoman. Batman's brother AI has detected hundreds of time-space irregularities in the exosphere of the planet. Boom tubes." No sooner than his telepathic message ended, a wormhole was ripped into the sky above Metropolis. A bone-chilling cry was heard over all the noise of the large city. Savage screams and bloodthirsty shrieks. The skies had turned gray as a swarm of winged demonic beings darkened the light of the day. Hundreds upon hundreds of parademons were flying from the enormous boom tube in an ending stream. A massive being radiating an aura of power walked slowly from behind them, stepping on air as if it were solid ground. Over 40 feet tall, extremely muscular, gray-skinned, red-eyed, and wearing purple-black armor, it was none other than the god of Apocalypse, Darkseid. Chapter 50, Sacrifice. A wormhole was ripped into the sky above Metropolis and a horrible cry was heard over all the noise of the large city. Savage screams and bloodthirsty shrieks. The skies had turned gray as a swarm of winged demonic beings darkened the light of the day. Thousands upon thousands of parademons were flying from the enormous boom tube in an ending stream. A massive being radiating an aura of power walked slowly from behind them, stepping on air as if it was solid ground. Over 40 feet tall, extremely muscular, gray-skinned, red-eyed, and wearing purple-black armor, it was none other than the god of Apocalypse, Darkseid. He floated above the large city with his hands behind his back, watching the world beneath his feet as if they were ants. They could not catch his interest. But when he saw a black-costumed blonde young woman with a red S on her chest, a smirk appeared on his terrible-looking face. Even as dozens of new members of the Justice League of America, JLA, were being teleported behind Superwoman, the god of evil was not in a hurry. He just stood in the air in the same arrogant posture, with his hands at his back. It was as if he was waiting for JLA to gather its entire forces before finally crushing them. His parademons were also flying orderly behind him. "You shouldn't have come here, Darkseid. We've killed you once before. We will do it again." Superwoman spat. "I have underestimated you once and I paid for it. But now it's your turn to pay for your audacity," Darkseid's deep voice rang. "The skies will rain fire, the oceans will boil and the streets will run red with the blood of billions. Only then, after your last pitiful hope is extinguished, will I end your lives. For I am entropy. I am death. I am Darkseid." As the god of evil raised a hand from behind his back, his parademons burst into bone-chilling roars and launched themselves crazily at the metahumans flying in the air. The members of the JLA were not lacking in momentum either. As a deafening thunderclap rang, 5 parademons fell to the ground lifelessly, their entire bodies charred black and smoking. With a battle cry, Shazam was the first to lead the vanguard of the Justice League against the invaders. A blade-like laser beam cut over 10 parademons in half, from the waist. Cyborg was on a rampage. His left arm transformed into a particle cannon and he prepared himself to shoot an even more powerful attack. However, before he could fire it, 2 crimson beams of light flooded his entire vision. Then, he knew no more. It had happened in an instant. Darkseid's red eyes were still burning with his Omega beams after firing them. However, there was nothing left of Cyborg in this world. He had been reduced to ashes. Cyborg! Starfire cried out heartbroken. However, there was no time for mourning on the battlefield. Distracted as she was by the death of a dear comrade, the Tamaranian princess never saw the 2 parademons that lunged at her from her blind spot. It was only Jon Stewart's timely intervention that saved her from being impaled in the back. Instead, the parademon's claws smashed against a green construct of light in the shape of a sphere. Superwoman suddenly let out a powerful shout, one that reverberated through the entire city. Dozens of parademons among the large group surrounding her fell from the air with blood flowing from their eyes and ears from the sound wave. Even her allies, the rest of the JLA members, despite wearing earplugs, felt their bodies shake and their heads hurt too from how powerful the sound had been. Breaking free of her encirclement, the young Argonian left sonic booms in her wake as she flew at Darkseid like a speeding bullet. The god of Apocalypse greeted her attack with a mocking grin, meeting her punch head-on. A 5 feet 6 inches, girl's fist smashing against the fist of a giant over 40 feet tall. The difference in size was ridiculous, it was like a house cat clashing against a bull. However, the result betrayed even Darkseid's expectations. The mocking smirk on his face vanished the moment he felt the insane power behind her punch. It was no weaker than that of his late enemy, Superman. Boom. Despite that the fight was taking place nearly 1 mile above Metropolis, the shockwave that their clash had generated shattered all windows on the upper floors of the taller skyscrapers of the city below. Most of the members of the Justice League and even the parademons quickly steered away from the 2 powerful beings' proximity, afraid of being caught in their clash. Nevertheless, not everyone shied away from the devastating battle between Superwoman and Darkseid. A rocket of green light burst forth from Green Lantern's power ring towards Darkseid, forcing the god to meet its charge with a powerful punch of his own. The construct of light was smashed into pieces that faded into nothingness, but Darkseid left himself open in the process. A muscular man flew below him and shouted, "Shazam!" Like magic, the sky suddenly turned black and lightning struck down. "Rarg!" Darkseid screamed, but then he stomped with his foot into Shazam's face. The boy-turned superhero was launched towards the ground like a cannonball. An entire skyscraper was demolished by Shazam's unconscious body. Several thousand people were killed in an instant. "We have to take the fight out of Metropolis!" Green Lantern screamed, his face livid with fury. So many innocents dying in the crossfire at the very beginning of the fight was like a bucket of ice-cold water that had been poured on the superheroes' heads. The Justice League had not ignored the warning of Green Arrow, that Darkseid would return. Ever since JLA had been established a year before, they had run multiple simulations, plans, and strategies on how to deal with Darkseid's next invasion. However, the reality was different from what they had expected. "Do not panic." Batman's cold voice came through the comms of the JLA members. "Stick to the plan. We have to gouge out his 2 eyes first." A hero riding a winged white horse, wearing a knight's armor and wielding a sword courageously flew ahead and stabbed towards Darkseid's head, but a parademon cut his way and tackled him off his flying horse. Sir Justin had not even made it to the ground because 3 parademons ripped his armor off him and then his body too, to shreds, amidst his terrible dying screams. A blonde girl wearing a blue costume with a star motif on her chest and wielding a golden staff shouted in anger as a golden energy blast cleared the skies around her of the parademons surrounding her. Then, she flew at Darkseid in a rage. At the same, Superwoman's eyes glowed red and the group of over 20 parademons that were trying to surround her again were incinerated. Breaking the sound barrier once more, she lunged at the god of evil again. All of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, a green serpentine dragon appeared below Darkseid and coiled itself around him, briefly immobilizing him. Wielding her cosmic staff, Stargirl plunged its sharp end straight into the giant god's left red eye. Screaming in rage and pain, a blue electricity-like energy attack suddenly burst out from Darkseid's body. It was the matrix of agony. The green serpentine dragon coiled around his body suddenly changed its shape and fell down as it transformed into Martian Manhunter. The Martian was screaming in untold pain, seemingly out of his mind as he fell down. Darkseid's remaining eye glowed crimson, about to fire another round of Omega beams, but Superwoman's kick smashed powerfully into his face. The huge 40-foot-tall giant was sent flying towards the ocean, rolling and tumbling through the air like a broken kite. Even as Darkseid fell into the ocean, the Justice League gave him no rest. A red lightning-like human being flashed across the turbid ocean waters and started to run in circles around the spot where he had fallen. A hurricane took form and a wall of water rose from the ocean, kicking the god of evil out of the water. Still in midair, before he could get a chance to regain his balance, Darkseid was blasted backwards once again as Starfire fired a giant green energy blast from her hands. Jon Stewart also followed up with an enormous hammer of green light which he smashed into Darkseid's head, sending his giant body tumbling across the ocean water like a skipping stone. With a shout of pain and anger, Darkseid righted his body in the air. Parademons. Ignore the Justice League. Kill those pitiful humans in the city. Color drained from the heroes' faces. They had never expected that Darkseid, despite getting beaten up and dominated by teamwork, would all of a sudden switch his focus from them onto the bystanders. The words of their god were law for them. The bloodthirsty parademons stopped attacking the superheroes and flew towards the shore, towards the city. They threw themselves onto the helpless civilians in the city like a pack of wolves in a herd of sheep. Men, women, children, elderly, none were spared. Hundreds of innocent people had been brutally killed in less than a minute, and the parademons showed no signs of stopping. It was not in their nature to be merciful. Slaughter was the sole purpose of their existence. Despite having been blinded by one eye and battered by the Justice League's attacks, Darkseid revealed an ugly grin as he heard the death throes screams coming from the city. Hearing people's death throes screams, it warms one's heart, doesn't it? Darkseid chuckled darkly. My only regret is that Kal-El is no longer alive to hear this wonderful concert. I wish he was here. I wish I could see his face, twisted from rage and suffering as his heart bled for those insignificant ants below. The god of evil's mockery made the Justice League boil with rage. Fate! Batman called out, and a portal in the form of an Ankh appeared in the air above Metropolis City. I am sorry. We have no other choice. Kent Nelson's face was serene under his golden helmet. You do not need to apologize. Compared to other people, I have lived a long life. What is my life compared to the lives of 10 million, the sorcerer said. Have you contacted Wonder Woman and Caterpillar? Batman asked after a moment of silence. Green Arrow is calling them now. Dr. Fate replied. Do you think they will answer your call? Will they listen to your request? Batman asked another question. They will. Uzumaki had given me his word, Fate said calmly. Then, he changed the subject. I need someone to protect me while I cast this spell. Roger, Batman replied, and then he terminated the connection. Flash, Green Lantern, head back to Metropolis. Protect Dr. Fate at all costs. Even with your life, he called the two heroes and said. It was not only in the United States that the army of parademons was wreaking havoc. Every large city and urban agglomeration on the planet had been attacked simultaneously by hordes upon hordes of flying demons. It was not only parademons either. New boom tubes were being constantly opened as other kinds of troops were being transported over to Earth, war machines of immense sizes, robots, and other types of monstrous creatures too. The military and the hero agencies from all over the globe were fighting together against the invaders, but the losses were terrible on both sides. Hundreds of metahumans and thousands of soldiers were losing their lives with every passing minute. It was a bitter battle, a battle for survival. Naruto, Diana, and Kurama were together, eating some delicious fruits native to the planet Karna and catching up with each other. They were talking about what they had been up to over the past 2 years when a very annoying beeping sound disturbed them. Naruto's first intention was to ignore it, but the golden fox had other thoughts. You better pick that up, Kurama said seriously. Naruto looked at him inquisitively but chose to listen to his words and took out his lightwave device. Tapping on it to accept the call, it was the hologram of a masked blonde man wearing a feathered green hat. It was none other than Green Arrow. Wonder Woman, Mr. Uzumaki. Darkseid has invaded the Earth, the bow-wielding hero said directly, without any pleasantries. The tone of his voice was filled with urgency. What's the situation? Diana asked. Though inwardly surprised at the Amazon's drastically different hair color, Green Arrow did not comment on it. There was no time for chatting about such trivial matters. Darkseid and his army of parademons invaded through hundreds of boom tubes. He sent his parademons and war machines all over the planet, to the biggest urban agglomerations on each continent. As for Darkseid himself, he came to Metropolis. Shining Knight, Cyborg, and probably Shazam too have already fallen. Martian Manhunter's fate is unknown. Superwoman is enraged. Hearing that several members of the Justice League have already died made Diana descend into momentary silence. She asked after a while, who is Superwoman? Supergirl. She grew up. She is one of the 2 leaders of the Justice League of America together with Batman. That's what she calls herself nowadays, Green Arrow replied. Where is Dr. Fate? How come you're the one who is using his lightwave device? Did he die too? Naruto asked. Another brief moment of silence was instilled. Eventually, Green Arrow said. Darkseid ordered his parademons to ignore the Justice League and attack the people in the city. There are thousands of them, we cannot stop them all. Dr. Fate is going to cast a powerful area of effect spell to keep them away. The situation truly seemed very urgent. Diana stood up and said, hold on for 1 hour. Tell everyone to keep on fighting for 1 hour. That's how long it will take us to space warp there. I can send you there directly. Kurama unexpectedly said. Both Naruto and Diana turned to look at him in surprise. They remembered at that moment that, as one of the more powerful Olympian gods, Athena had been able to open portals too. It looked like the power of faith that Kurama had gathered was not any less than that of Athena, seeing as he was capable of doing similar things. Are you coming with us? Naruto asked hopefully. No. Kyuubi refused directly. I don't care about that planet. Vega system is my home, not Earth. But if you end up in mortal peril, you can summon my avatar. Just like you used to summon your toads in the past. I will come and rescue you. Naruto looked at the fox weirdly. In the past, between the two of them, it was he who used to be stronger. However, it looked like in the present, Kurama believed that he was in a completely different league altogether, to the point where just his avatar would be able to defeat an enemy that Naruto and Diana could not handle together. The blonde did not know what to think. The summoning jutsu? How would that work to summon your avatar? He asked. I have infused you with my divinity. We are connected. Or, better said, you are my apostle now. Kurama said and laughed arrogantly, very pleased with himself. We don't have time for this. Diana burst from the side impatiently. More people are dying every second we waste. Kyuubi stopped joking around and waved his claw in front of him as if he was slashing at the air. 5 white claw marks appeared in midair as if the membrane of reality had been ripped. The claw marks in the air widened until a rift larger than a human's body was torn open and a portal appeared. They could see the tall skyscrapers of Metropolis beyond it. Is Dr. Fate not done yet? Flash complained as he blitzed past 15 parademons and punched them to death with the aid of Speed Force. Green Lantern also created a sharp whip of light that smashed any parademon that came too close to the sorcerer, who was levitating in the air in a cross-legged position. Dr. Fate had been casting that spell for over 3 minutes already. If you have enough time to chat, go and kill more parademons. John shouted at him, not in the mood to listen to the speedster's complaints. Not after witnessing the deaths of so many innocent people. A golden light in the form of an ankh suddenly appeared between Dr. Fate's hands and he opened his eyes behind his helmet. A quiet, morning voice came from his mouth. Nabu's Law of Order. The golden ankh flew up from his hands in the air. As it gained altitude, the ankh of light increased in size exponentially. It grew enormous, to the point where it dwarfed the entire city, bathing it in a golden light. As the divine light expanded outwards, any parademon it touched was turned into dust like a miracle. It did not kill only the parademons. Even some humans or metahumans from Earth who thought about taking advantage of the state of chaos and despair to loot and rob stores or to commit other crimes were also turned into dust. However, the ankh of divine light did not harm innocents in the least. Quite the opposite, it began healing their injuries. In hospitals, even patients who were surviving only thanks to being wired to medical machines suddenly regained their consciousness as their terminal illnesses were healed. Even the Justice League and Darkseid, who had been battling above the ocean, had become still at that spectacular scene. There was a trace of shock in Darkseid's remaining eye, never having expected a human from Earth to be able to use the true power of one of the Lords of Order. However, despite learning from the other members of the JLA who were in the city to help and protect the civilians that the parademons were being erased from existence, Superwoman, Stargirl, Steel and the other heroes fighting against Darkseid were not showing any signs of joy. They knew the price that Dr. Fate had paid for casting that spell. As the golden light had expanded to engulf the entire city, kill all hostiles, and heal all injuries, Dr. Fate's face visibly aged under his golden helmet. The price of casting Nabu's Law of Order was his lifespan. His skin became rough and ridden with age marks, his teeth fell from his mouth, his grizzled hair became snow white and then fell off from his head too. But he had no intention of stopping. The ankh of golden light continued to expand towards the ocean. For the first time since showing up on Earth, Darkseid revealed a look of fear on his face. Completely ignoring the attacks of the other members of the JLA surrounding him, the god of evil flew in the open ocean, trying to put as much distance, as fast as possible, between him and the shore, between him and that golden ankh of light. Nevertheless, in spite of Dr. Fate's tenacity, he reached his limit eventually. The forbidden spell had devoured his entire lifespan. But even as he died, Dr. Fate did not show regret, sadness, or fear. He felt that his over 100 years of life spent fighting against evil did not amount to as much as he had done in the last few minutes of his life. He closed his eyes, a serene expression on his face. He had died fighting to protect the innocent. He had sacrificed his life for the sake of saving 10 million others. There was no nobler way to die than that.